Tour. Jake Knapp took 6th despite his opening 59. Christopher Bell wins again on the NASCAR circuit, back-to-back with a victory in Austin, and Alex Palou takes the 2025 season opener for IndyCar in St. Pete. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We did defense last week. Everybody's focused on defense for the Lions. If you missed it, go back. Podcast, Odyssey app. Combine Crushes, Offense Edition. John, as the Combine's behind us, who stood out to you?
Well, who stood out to me? I'm focused on water in that garden. And there are some guys that absolutely stood out to me. This is one of the fastest groups of offensive linemen, one of the most athletic groups of offensive linemen that we've seen in a draft as a whole. And some of the names, and I'm going to go through some of them at the top here, where if you're looking for somebody to possibly replace Frank Ragnow. Now, this is a guy that you're not going to have to go in the first or even the second. You could probably get him late third, and that is the center from Georgia, Jared Wilson, who ran a 4.8 4.40. You're talking about an unbelievable athlete and an athletic score of 98 for an offensive lineman. That is top-notch. He is 6'3", 310 pounds. I like his arm length. I like the way that he plays. When I evaluate an offensive lineman, one of the first things I look at is not how fast they are. All right, that helps, especially if you want to be able to pull a center. You want an athlete like a Frank Ragnow, that you can use them in so many different ways. But what is their pad level? They've got to be able to play low. Can they bend their knees, or they waist benders? They can bend their knees. They can move around. They've got good lateral movement. And honestly, again, I think he is probably not going to be a guy that goes until the end of the third. He may be the best value that they could find in this draft for water in that garden, because centers can also play guard. Now, he's not a guy I want at 310 to be at center, at guard, but at center fits the bill perfectly. And watching him in his shuttle, in the 10-yard split, the 40-yard, this guy really, really excites me.
One of the big combine winners was Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State. 6'4", big frame, 80-inch wingspan. He had 1,100 yards last year at Iowa State, and he does not drop the ball. Now, he may have had too good a combine to where the Lions, it doesn't make sense for him to draft him, but I love him as a prospect. The Lions could use a number 3 receiver who could become a number 2 receiver depending on what happens with J-Mo. Jaden Higgins, to me, was one of the big winners from the weekend.
So is this a guy you fall in love with, or you want to actually see him draft?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay. Where would he be drafted?
The problem is now he probably has to go in the first. See, I was looking at him as a second-round guy before the combine.
That's the issue. And now you're looking at, okay, do you want to go offensive or defensive lineman in the first?
Yes.
And wide receiver. If he's played himself or tested himself into the first, it makes it really difficult. But we do know that Brad Holmes isn't going to go for position of need.
Nope.
He's going to go best available, and that may be him at 28. I don't know. I'm going to go with another offensive lineman, and now this guy may not be on the board if they're picking at 28. But he could be a guy that, just like we saw him do last year, if he's there at 24, 23.
Move up.
Are they able to go up and get him? And it's Armand Membo out of Missouri. He is an individual who's, okay, he played tackle. I see him projected more at guard, which I think is a big need for the Detroit Lions. Again, his 40 time, 4.9. You want to talk about being able to get from a guard stance, pull around, and either trap an end or pull on a linebacker, or if you're going to go all the way outside and work on some of those little people in the corners, this is a guy that can do everything you need him to do, gets out of his stance quick, plays with good pad level. I already mentioned that. 6'4", so I don't want him at tackle. I think he's a little bit squatty for tackle. 332. He could drive you off the ball. And as for offensive linemen, he is one of the best graded, highest graded at both being able to pass block and run block. I like his versatility. And in a pinch, if Decker goes down and you've got to have somebody play left tackle and you don't want to move Penei Sewell over, he can do that as well. He gives you position flexibility, but I like him as an interior offensive lineman.
Okay, I'm going to try going into your neighborhood here and highlight an offensive lineman. John, you familiar with Wyatt Millam?
Yes, West Virginia.
6'6", 3-year starter at left tackle. Some people project him as a guard. A tweener that could actually benefit the Lions. Yeah. He allowed 0 sacks in over 1,000 career pass blocking snaps. 0 sacks allowed. He's got a mean streak. He played on that line with Zach Frazier a year ago, and they're both in college together. I like him as a tweener who may end up at guard, but to your point, if someone needs to play tackle, the guy's got 1,000 snaps playing Power 5 football at the left tackle spot.
What I like about him is that versatility. That's why I talked about Membo from Memphis from Missouri, to be able to play both positions. For Wyatt, and it may be perfect because I think you can get him a little bit later in the draft.
Yes.
And I think he projects, I know he played left tackle. He's a right tackle in the NFL.
Yes.
Doesn't have the footwork to be able to play left tackle. Now, it's a little bit different than, back when I played.
Oh, boy.
Because both tackles have to be really good pass blockers. Aiden Hutchinson lines up on both sides. Myles Garrett lines up on both sides. So it's not just, the backside of the quarterback, even though he can't see anything coming from over there. But I do see him as a guy, if you're going to eventually move Penei Sewell over to left and put Wyatt over at right tackle, I think that's a really good fit. The next guy for me is, I got so many offensive linemen that I want to talk about. But Ariante Ursary from Minnesota, 6'6", 330. Is a guy that, again, a tweener. And I don't know that there are any – you're not going to be taking a guy at 28 or in the second round that I think fits in as, plug and play as a tackle. But I do think he is an individual that can give you good tackle play. But again, I'm more concerned about filling the need on the inside of this offensive line because so much of what the Lions do is between the tackles. And if this was a pass-first, pass-happy offense, I know we put up a lot of numbers, it's a run-first offense. You've got to be able to come off the ball low, flat back, hat speed, and I think Ursary does that as well. Coming from Minnesota, he's 6'6", 330, and long gone are the days where you just have to be, 6'4", 6'3", and be able to play low at that guard's position. A lot of these guys, because of the way they're developed in high school, the way they're developed in college, they're so much more flexible. They're so much better athletes than offensive linemen used to be. And I know it's taking a shot at myself. It's true. They play low, 6'6". I mean, what do we see when we go through the list of offensive linemen for the Eagles? Guards, 6'6", 6'5".
Yep.
You got to have size. You got to have guys that can move. He can do that, and he can play both spots.
I'm going to give you a guy a little later in the draft that I'd love the Lions to pick. He has Dan Campbell written all over him. Kyle Monangai. John, he's tough. He fights for extra yards. 1,200 rushing yards back-to-back years for Rutgers, 5 yards a carry. And my favorite stat, 0 fumbles in almost 700 carries. Monangai is a day 3 third running back that has Dan Campbell bully ball written all over him.
That would be great. Again, we're talking about a lot of guys that, who knows if any of them end up in Detroit, but I did fall in love with some of these guys at the Combine, and you've picked out some great ones. I'm going to give you 2 more quick.
Okay.
Coming from the SEC, 2 offensive linemen. And again, yes, I'm staying right where I know the best, and that is Tyler Booker, Alabama, or Tate Ratledge from Georgia. Both of these guys in the 6'5", 6'6" range, 320 to 330. Again, it's pad level. It's movements laterally. When you're starting to talk about some of these guys now, okay, they're not blowing off the doors in the 40, so you could get these guys 3rd, 4th round, and this is a draft that's very deep up front on both sides of the ball. You can get high-quality players in the 3rd and 4th round, and this is where I think you look at, okay, what was the level of competition they played against? Are they ready to come in and be contributors? Maybe not starters, but if you've got Graham Glasgow, I don't know that we see him play 17 games. So, yeah, you've got some guys that can come in and play right away, and there's not a huge drop-off. And I think both of these guys fit that bill.
So it's funny, I have Tyler Booker on my list too, and I didn't know what to do with him because he didn't have a good combine, but he was super productive, and he had a quote at the combine that reeked of John Jansen. Did you see this quote? I love the aggressiveness and tenacity of the game of football. It's legal assault out there. I love football, but the brand of football I play, I make guys not love football anymore. Is that not a John Jansen quote?
Love it. Absolutely love it. And it's we get caught up, and we're talking about guys that we fell in love with at the combine, whether it's because of what they said, what they did. What I like about the really good GMs is they're not going to look at the combine and say, oh, he ran a 4.8. We got to have him. That's part of it, but it should only be confirming what you see on film. There are guys that are not going to blow the doors off at the combine, but they're just damn good football players. Turn the film on. Are they there? Did they play 13 or 14 games in this past season? What did they do the year before? Are they available? Are they guys that you just turn it on, you're like, damn, that's a football player. Those are the guys I want, and Booker is definitely one of them.
Can you give me 30 seconds or less on Donovan Jackson? Guard from Ohio State. He kicked out to left tackle, versatile. Can you say a nice thing about a Buckeye? Does he make sense?
Yeah, again, good athlete. I do question his drive, and that's just a matter of pad level. I talk about pad level. That matters to me, and I don't see him as a guy that plays really low. One of the things I mentioned about who's the defensive lineman they took 2 years ago in the third round. I'm drawing a blank.
Broderick Martin.
Broderick
Pad
Martin.
level, I remember.
I question Brad Holmes in the moment. How do you get a guy to play that plays high to play low? And he said there's answers for it. I disagree, and I don't necessarily think he's a guy that plays with good pad level.
There you go. Combine Crushes Offense Edition. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sorts is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need and deserve to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminio. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Good morning, 97.1. We got a new week here, and we are officially into the month of March. A check-in on the Wolverines and Spartans over the weekend, and expectations for the month of March. That's at 7:35. The Wings. We'll talk about them as well.
Okay.
Are we doing this again?
March is here.
Someone said I was in denial on social media over the weekend because I refuse to believe they're collapsing again. We'll get to it. There's time for everything today.
Well, I mean, you've done the calendar thing, right? Did you look back at when they fell apart last year?
Yeah, I know, John.
Happens to be the same week.
Right
same
before
dates.
the deadline.
Yeah.
I know. There's time for all of it. The Tigers have a couple injuries to update people on. Tom used the word catastrophic on the air today.
Yeah.
Parker Meadows has a nerve issue, and the issue is you don't know the timeline. He has to wait for it to, quote, wake up.
How do you get a nerve to wake up?
Exactly, and that's why I use potentially catastrophic. I think if they lose him long-term during the season, it's going to severely impact this team. I think I'm going to ask you this. There's no stats that show him robbing that home run in Seattle, which directly won them the game, by the way. They lose that game.
Or the one in Baltimore.
Baltimore,
Too, yeah.
He took away several gap hits in their clutch run last year. And I don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to move Riley Green to center or not. But the door that this opens, and we didn't get in the weeds on this. The weeds are the infield's got so many questions. You need a good outfield. Yeah. And let that hit you in the head in a minute. And you got your guy that can roam, and he takes away hits. He takes away extra base hits. Those things that don't show up on the stat line. The team's record last year with him it was too good and happened too long for it not to matter.
Right. No, it clearly matters, especially when you're talking about a center fielder like that roaming around. How do you build a team to win at Comerica? You need a center fielder that has range.
Right.
And he clearly does.
It's going to hurt the pitching staff. And then you're going to see guys, it's even going to hurt Skubal. And then you got the infield questions, but if Vierling and Meadows are both out,
that's the other part of this.
Long term, I think we might have a dead season here, a lost season.
So, again, if you lose Meadows for any amount of time, the answer is we'll put Vierling in center. Well, we got news he won't be there for the opening day roster. He's got the shoulder injury. And Vierling was already supposed to be the answer for not landing Alex Bregman. Yeah, I do think it's a big deal. They start the season, 7 of their first 10 series are against playoff teams from a year ago. You want to build off of last year? You don't want to have to do the thing where you have a 1% chance to make the playoffs in the middle of the summer? You need to start better. Parker Meadows in the lineup, they were 54-28 a season ago. It's a 100-win pace. He was a difference maker. We don't like where this is headed.
No, we don't. And here's what I don't understand about the injury. As you mentioned, it's you got to wait for this nerve to wake up. Well, is this something that they need to be concerned about even later in the season? Is this an issue because of either how he throws, because of how his body is constructed? We all have little intricacies, and it gets exaggerated when you're talking about professional athletes. Is this something that can just pop up from time to time, or is this unique to whatever it is that he did, and once it wakes up, you don't have to worry about it? Like, those are the questions I have. So moving forward, and especially at the beginning of the season, when you're starting with the way that this schedule lines up, it's a tough start to the season.
What was one of our biggest gripes last season? I'll help you out. That they were wasting really good pitching. This feels like a loaded rotation. But if your infield defense isn't very good, Gleyber Torres led all second basemen in errors. Colt Keith was second and is now learning a new position. Third base is a complete question mark. And Sweeney's, maybe slightly above average at short, but your infield defense is poor. And now your outfield defense may be poor. And if you don't have enough offense, like, you see how we're really quickly spiraling into wasting good pitching yet again.
I mean, Colt Keith's gonna boot a few balls at first. So let's say he does that. You have 2 outs and a normal ground ball to shortstop, and he boots a ball, and it extends inning for the other team. And then the other team hits one in the gap, and you don't have Meadows there to take away what the guy that's replacing him can. I mean, we have a ticket text putting Riley Green in center, he's already susceptible to getting hurt. That's why they moved him out of there.
This one says bring up Max Clark to man center field. We're
Let's
probably
go.
a year away on that, at least.
Call up Danielson.
All right. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather's news.
A 16-year-old Hazel Park student has been charged after a gun was found in his backpack last week. The teen, who has not been named, is facing 4 counts, including 1 count of felonious assault with a gun. Police say that the teen showed off the gun after getting into this altercation with another student. They were apparently in the weight room. I was thinking he put it in his waistband.
Yeah.
They were in the weight room. There was some name calling going on. They said, you know what, let's take this to the locker room. That's when this teen kind of showed off the gun, put it in his waistband, and actually threatened the kid, said, I will shoot you. And then thankfully nothing happened from there, but we know how it ended. The gun was found in his backpack later on. Police are still investigating how the teen came into possession of the gun and got it into school in the first place. I-696 is about to close for 2 years, boys, and this could cause a major headache for drivers. And drivers are being advised to rethink using mile roads to avoid the closures.
Let's just use 12 Mile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. 12 Mile starting in April is
Yes.
going to be down to 1 lane.
Actually, mid-March.
Way to go, Oakland County.
Yeah.
Bunch of brainiacs over there.
Oh,
So-
stop it. Hey, well, you're going to complain about the potholes in the roads? Fix the damn roads.
John.
And they are. Now you're going to complain about it.
They're also doing something with 10
10
Mile.
Mile.
What are we
That's-
doing?
I know. So
come
that's
on.
basically
Every
what it is.
east and
now.
west fairway in the
Okay, so
thruway.
last year it was Telegraph, it was Southfield, it was every other, north-south. So come on, just hey.
But it just doesn't feel very smart to shut down every east and west passageway
at the
same time.
I'm giving you a hard time because this affects you for the next 2 years, whereas everything that was happening last year with 696 and those roads I already mentioned affected me the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will really stink for a week or two, and then you'll just get used to it. Everybody will, and everybody's going to complain, and then we're creatures of habit. You'll get used to it. That's how it was with me in 275 and 696. It just became the norm, and it wasn't really that bad once everybody figured it out. I will say this, the timing with the thaw that we're about ready to have is going to create some emergency construction work because the potholes are about ready to go and open up.
Yeah, so that should be fun. Everything you said sounds really fun. So all of it. Good luck. Have fun with
Just
that.
reality.
Cool.
Well, being negative because it's fact.
Just be prepared. And that's kind of what the officials
Yeah.
are saying, that yes,
Pack
like
your
what you said,
patience.
Tom, you're going to get used to it. It will become become a new habit. But just these first few days will be the trickiest and all of that, And on top of that, with the closures, business owners are really not looking forward to it because they say, you know what, we're expecting a downfall during these closures. There's an owner of a dry cleaning business that says the upcoming closure is going to be bad, says that he's not sure how he's going to survive. There's a 7-Eleven owner as well saying basically the same thing. I agree that we're not going to see as many customers. There's definitely we're going to feel the impact for sure. Residents are worried as well that people are going to start going through neighborhoods, finding new cut-throughs, finding new ways to go, and that they're going to see increased traffic, and potentially more accidents and stuff too. So that all, again, sounds really cool. Some lucky Michigander won $1 million in Saturday's Powerball drawing. So that's exciting. The ticket was sold at Big T in Lawton, which is in Van Buren County. So if that wasn't you, there's some good news because the top prize of $272 million was not won.
Oh boy.
So there's a chance that you could hit the jackpot for tonight's drawing, which is expected to be $279 million.
Let's go.
Yeah, so let's start playing. The biggest night in Hollywood has come and gone because the Oscars were held last night. They were hosted by Conan O'Brien. Everything went off really well. I actually watched almost all of the award show. I thought it was good. This year, the main showdown was between The Substance, Anora, Wicked, Conclave, The Brutalist, Amelia Perez, and A Complete Unknown. And Anora really dominated the night, winning 5 Oscars, including Best Picture and Best Actress. So yeah, check out all the awards. It was a good one. I really liked. Kieran Culkin. He won for Best Supporting Actor, and his speech was he had to be censored because he swore during it. But he did talked about his wife, who had said, like, first, if you win this award, we can try for a third kid. And then if you ever win an Oscar, we'll try for 4. So he kind of kicked it off. Was like, all right, honey, what do you say we get going on those kids? And made a joke out of that. It was kind of funny. But anyway.
Have you seen any of them? Nora won, by the way.
No, just Wicked. No, Nora won. Yeah. No, I have not. The only one I saw was Wicked. And it took me several nights to watch it because it's very long.
I'm realizing I did see Nora.
Oh, you did?
And the reason it threw me off, I thought I was clicking on like a rom-com. It's so much like more serious than that.
Yeah.
Like it's
kind
of dark. Yeah, I thought it was actually pretty good.
Apparently.
Yeah, clearly it was the best picture.
And the best actress too.
But I remember we clicked on it thinking, oh, this is just going to be some goofy.
And it's not.
No.
Well, I do want to watch it.
It is funny, but it's also kind of dark at the same time too. It's an interesting spin on the story.
I will definitely be watching for sure.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Michigan and Michigan State going in different directions. March is here. It's 97.1. I am still laughing at the imagery of your house on Sunday, John.
Yeah. What was that?
Michigan and Illinois?
Yes, it was an internal battle, one that I didn't really want to participate in because I kind of, especially after the first, 5 minutes of the game, kind of felt like I knew where it was going to go. So I acted like I was not paying attention and tried to keep myself busy.
And another Illinois missed three leads to an offensive rebound and points for the Illini. It was painful for the Wolverines.
Well, and I kept thinking to myself, even though teams are what they are, right? And Illinois was coming in as hot as anybody else in the Big Ten because I think they had won 7 in a row, 8 in a row. They had gotten healthy, all that stuff. But that they pull within 1 at halftime. All right, they didn't play great in the first half, and neither did Illinois. But then I kept thinking to myself, second half, they're at home, right? And then you start thinking about, Vlad Golden's parents haven't seen him play college basketball.
Oh, they made sure to remind us of that.
Oh, yeah, in 5 years. And we saw the hug at the airport. Oh, they meet his fiance. Oh, they can't possibly lose. Oh, wait, no, they lost by 20. Yeah. I mean, could there be any worse timing for him where they lose to Michigan State and then he proposes to his girlfriend? His parents haven't seen him in 5 years and he loses by 20? It's not going well for him this year.
No,
he's playing fine, but yeah.
He himself.
The moments.
Played all right, but
not going his way.
So here we are. We're into March, and we want to get into this a little bit here. Expectations for your team. Michigan State's on the other side of this. They've won 5 in a row. They've gone through a gauntlet. John, if you have all the teams up in front of you, I know Illinois is in there, Wisconsin, Maryland, Michigan, and Purdue.
Yep.
Some of those on the road, including Maryland on the road, Michigan on the road. MSU's turning the corner. And stop me if you've heard this before. But I think the difference now is Jace Richardson. He gives them something that can extend their tourney run. There's always the danger they go cold and get bounced. But Richardson gives them a guy who can create his own shot. He's a smaller guard, but he rebounds, he creates, he defends, and most importantly, when you get in one of these lulls, he can create his own shot. You know MSU's going to defend. You know they're going to shut your water off. You know they're going to hang in every single battle, and they've got enough depth to all they need is one of the guards to go off. So it's Akins, or it's Holloman, or it's Richardson, or Fears may have a game in here at some point. They're a deep team. They're built for a run, Final Four, maybe more. Michigan feels like a team built for a first weekend exit.
Sure. I mean, their characteristics say that there's nothing you can rely on. They're just not a very tough team. And it's when you look at it, and Dusty May, and I'm not saying anything derogatory towards them because Dusty May has said that over the past couple of months. They just don't seem like a very tough team. And when you look at Michigan State and you watch them play, one of the things that comes to mind is toughness. And the fact that they have options. You already mentioned it, right? It could be any number of guys that get a hot hand, and it doesn't have to be for an entire game. It needs to be for 4 or 5 minutes here. And then all of a sudden somebody else picks up the hot hand for 4 or 5 minutes. And they just don't ever seem to go flat out cold for 7, 8 minute stretches where Michigan does. And then you look at the past, 5 or 6 games. They take care of business against Illinois, coming off a tough loss to Indiana. They take care of business in Champaign. And then it's 13th-ranked Purdue, win. 12th-ranked Michigan, on the road, win. 16th-ranked Maryland, on the road, win. 11th-ranked Wisconsin, at home, win. Like, they just simply, they play tough defense, and they have options offensively. I think they're built for a really nice run in the tournament.
And it's different guys that spark them. Like, I think Izzo said Cohen Carr dunks should be worth 6. Just because, I mean, they're wow plays, right? They wake you up a little bit. Like, if you're in the crowd and you're a fan, you're on your feet. If you're on that bench, if you're on the floor, they do that they box out on defense, the thing Michigan refuses to do. Michigan has the things that get you beat in the tournament. As long as you guys have been watching March Madness, you can kind of pick out the things that get you beat. If you give the other team extra possessions with offensive rebounds and turnovers, you're begging to lose. And Michigan is one of the worst free throw shooting teams of anybody who's going to make the tournament. That's the other thing. You're going to leave points on the table. Yeah. MSU rebounds, they shoot free throws, they're deep. They've got their flaw. They're not a great shooting team, but they are finding ways to win. Exactly.
Yeah. And here's where I think Michigan State really gives themselves the best chance to be the team that makes a run is because they play really good defense. And if you're going to go cold, then you better turn up the heat defensively to at least keep it close until one of your shooters finds a rhythm. And for Michigan, like, they lost Illinois, and it wasn't even really much of a game. They've got a ranked Maryland team, and then they're at Michigan State on Sunday to finish out the regular season. They may have seen their last regular season win. There's also a world where they may have seen their last win. I don't know who they're going to face in the Big Ten tournament, but if you're going into the tournament on 3 losses and you can't find a way to stop the bonehead turnovers and keep forcing things and make any big baskets, you could be an early exit in the tournament, and they're going to be in the NCAA tournament.
Oh, yeah.
But again, same characteristics will cost you at that. They could be a first round, if not just simply first weekend out.
I don't think Michigan fans are going to fight us on this, but it's interesting when you think about it. They're ranked. They're currently a double bye 2 seed in the Big Ten tournament, and we're going, I don't know when they're winning their next game, because
you don't trust them.
They'll play Maryland at MSU, and then if they're a double bye, the first time they play a team in the Big Ten tournament, it's either going to be someone rolling or another really good team. And then when they get to the big dance, and they'll be in, and they'll, I don't know, be 4 or 5 seed if they keep losing. They're ripe for an upset. I mean, a 12 that comes in, that's maybe a mid-major, that's got a clear identity. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be licking their chops to face the Wolverines. Think about it. We got a team ranked, 20-plus wins, among the leaders in the Big Ten, and we don't know if they're going to win another game this season.
And it's just and part of that is maybe it's an overreaction on my part, because I just don't know what I trust about this team to win when it really matters. What is it that's going to show up? Defense? Again, it's not something that I really trust. Rebounding? I mean, if you can't shoot, then there's some things that you should be able to hang your hat on. You can always rebound. That's effort and just, awareness. It's playing defense. Same thing, effort and awareness. And it's being able to pass. But one of the things they do least of all is pass, because it always seems like in a turnover.
They haven't played well against the good Big Ten teams, especially lately. I think they're getting grinded out a little bit in the Big Ten. Like, I think it's eating them up a little bit. And I have seen teams recover from this. Do it now instead of do it in 2 weeks, But I think Danny Wolf's getting locked up, and it's just it's making them sputter. He might be on fumes and need a reset because he's not used to the Big Ten.
Yeah.
The length of the season in terms of the quality of play day and night and every single night versus coming out of the Ivy League. They got to unlock him a little bit, because I think teams are forcing the ball out of his hand. Teams won't be ready for him in the tournament right away. I think they can get back to the way they were playing. So the question is how quickly does a team figure out that you really got to get the ball out of his hands to frustrate Michigan's offense? Like, Michigan's got to have an answer to that, and I don't think they do right now.
By the way, was Lisa piling on as that game got out of hand?
Oh, she's
watch a game with
relatively
her.
respectful
Is she?
Of my fandom for Michigan, but yes, as she should, right? It's her team came into Chrysler and they won by 20.
That second half, man, when they poured it on.
Yeah,
that's why I was wondering, was she just laying it on thick? Like, oh boy.
Well, no, it's more subtle, because it's just more subtle. She's in the first half. It was, why do they keep shooting the 3? They can't make one, which was true, right? They were, I think, 3 of 11. And then I said, well, because that's what they do, right? They're shooters. And then the second half, they're banking them in. All right.
248-539-9797. We're into March. You want to know the expectations you have for your team. Spartan fans, Wolverine fans, will make some room for you on the phones. 8:02, we get into the Red Wings. Bad call. Is March going to repeat itself? You guys let us know. I'm in denial. I'm not there yet. It's 97.1.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in. It was a cold weekend. It's going to start warming up a little bit, but if you woke up and it's cold inside, or you need your furnace service today, do what I did. Call the experts at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. And I'll tell you this, the customer service, I had them out recently to talk about a generator, and they are kind on the phone. They are prompt, as I mentioned, same-day service. Plus, there's a 5-year warranty, so you know that you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle Up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for more details, or you can visit them online at mastercraftheating.com.
Got some ticket texts coming in. We got phone calls, open lines, Michigan State. We're into March. Expectations you have for your team. 802, talking about the Red Wings. Bad call, back-to-back losses to the Blue Jackets, this fear that March is going to repeat itself. I'm not there, and people might think I'm in denial. It's a good conversation with the Wings coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get to the BMI, step on the scale.
Oh.
Do that in the 8 o'clock hour as well, plus some combine buzz, the storylines. All these guys start talking around the combine.
Never been a big fan of the BMI stat.
No?
It's never really fit me very well.
Doesn't really...
Doesn't agree with my...
It's not kind to offensive
physical
linemen.
makeup, yes.
All right. Some responses. This one says, I'm super hopeful about MSU's run. I wish we were better shooters. I feel like that can come back to haunt us, but we can make a deep run in the tournament. I just tuned in, so I don't know if you've talked about this, but Izzo needs to tell his team it's okay to use the backboard. They don't have to try for a swish on every shot. It got painful watching so many missed jumpers. They're better than that.
Oh.
I don't know they've won 5 in a row in a gauntlet stretch.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Does not using the backboard cost them a game in the tournament? I don't know.
Michigan basketball.
What was that?
I don't know. Michigan
What is
basketball.
this, 11-year-old hoops?
I know, right?
So I tell
Yeah.
Sam, you need to use the backboard more down there.
Oh, you should hear me on from the scorer's table when Ruby's playing basketball. Would you use the backboard, please? They put the square there for a reason, right? I'm not going to sit here and talk about Tom Izzo's team about using the square.
This one's not high on Michigan. Nobody is. Michigan basketball sucks. Who cares? It's hockey season.
Wasn't State better in hockey, too?
Big Ten
Michigan
champs.
State?
Yeah. Same old MSU. They're hot now, but they will drop out in the first round.
See, this is a year where I've got more faith that Michigan State makes a run, and I think the floor is Sweet 16.
Yep.
I think the ceiling could be Final Four. And is it going to take some things to go their way? Possibly, but I do think that they have Final Four potential. And some of it will come down to matchups, seeding, and who they end up playing.
And I understand MSU fans who've looked at the last, 7-8 tournaments and really since, and said, we haven't made those deep runs. They had the Final Four run with Cassius Winston. Then the next year was robbed because of COVID. You never know how it would have gone. But then it's first 4, second round, Sweet 16, second round. Like, they're not making those deep Izzo runs. It's now been 5 straight seasons without a deep run. This team, though, is doing everything you could ask of them.
Yeah.
Well, what's at stake now for them is seeding. If they can win the Big Ten regular season and the Big Ten tournament, or get to probably Sunday in the Big Ten final and even lose, they might be a 2 seed.
Oh, I think they will be.
Yeah.
And if they, somehow lose to Michigan on Sunday, which I don't think is going to happen, and then lose early in the Big Ten tournament, they jeopardize that into 3 and potentially a 4.
Oh, I don't know if they drop all
4. I think that's probably not going to happen at this point. And so you avoid the ones. So you avoid Auburn, you avoid Duke. Until the regional final.
And someone may beat them along the way and help you out.
And that's what they've captured here in the last couple of weeks, is probably no worse than a 3 seed, which means you avoid the ones until the regional final.
Well, and if you go back to that matchup against Michigan, where Michigan at that time, some of the projections were that they were going to be a 3 seed, and Michigan State was just out of that. They have done, Michigan State has done everything that they've needed to do to put themselves in position to possibly move up, not just into that 3 seed, but to a 2 seed because of the 4 ranked wins that they currently have. And they're looking at going to Iowa City, which should be I'm not going to say easy win, because winning on the road in the Big Ten is never easy, but that's one I feel very confident that they come away with a win. And then Michigan at home. Again, that should be a confident win, but it's going to, again, boost Michigan State not because it's Michigan, because it's another ranked win.
Look, they'll be favored the next 2. If they win them both, that means they're 17-3 in the Big Ten. I don't know that the Big Ten's good, and maybe that's they get exposed in the big dance, but to go 17-3 in a major conference,
it's the big time.
248-539-9797. Quick little pit stop here. You see the Debo Samuel trade?
I did. And I'm always kind of amazed at what the trades return. Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick. Now, I know he's been banged up, and his style of play, because he could be used in the backfield, obviously as a receiver, he's an angry runner. Angry runners are going to get nicked up, dinged up. They're going to miss a couple of games here and there. But to give him, Jaden Daniels, more weapons offensively, be careful, Detroit, because number one in the NFC is obviously the Philadelphia Eagles. They're not going anywhere. They're going to return as the favorites to go to the Super Bowl. But don't be surprised if Washington, who still has a ton of cap space, creeps into that, projected as the number 2 team in the NFC.
On ESPN, they were showing highlights of Deebo, and it said, chasing the champs. Right? It's a move the Commanders are making, having played in the NFC title, to help their young quarterback to get a little closer to chasing a championship. I mean, that's what we're going to be talking about this offseason for the Lions. You got to keep up with everybody else. It's not enough to just be healthy. Everybody else is going to go out there and try to add players too. Washington lands Deebo for a 5th. I think that says everything about his contract.
Yeah.
They wanted to move that deal and get it out from under them. But it also gives the Commanders a boost. Look, it's going to be part of the conversation when we get to the bold move index, the BMI, in the 8 o'clock hour. And we'll get into the combine buzz as well, because there are stories about Carlton Davis and Myles Garrett and Sam Darnold and some key dominoes that impact the Detroit Lions. So we'll get to that in the 8 o'clock hour. Red Wing Talk next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Michigan State basketball taking control of the Big Ten standings after beating number 11 Wisconsin 71-62 in East Lansing. Got a 19-point effort from Jaden Akins, holding the Badgers to just 5 of 32 from beyond the arc. MSU now 15-3 in conference play, and the Spartans got a little help from Michigan. U of M falling to Illinois in Ann Arbor, 93-73, fell a game behind MSU in the race for the Big Ten title. The Illini outscored them by 19 in the second half, and Will Cheddar of the Wolverines noticeably unhappy with their performance afterward. Out to the ice, Michigan State hockey able to capture their second straight Big Ten title with a 5-2 win over Notre Dame. They did it on the final day of their regular season. And in spring training, Jackson Jobe with another showcase of why he may deserve a rotation spot with the Tigers, consistently hitting 99 with his fastball. He went 3 innings of 1-run ball with 3 strikeouts against the Pirates in Bradenton. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, it's time for the Red Wing conversation. 8 o'clock hour is here. Wings dropped 2 in a row to Columbus, including the Stadium Series on Saturday night. And the way they lost the game has people upset. Okay, high stick that's missed. Critical juncture of the game. It's the game-winning goal. And it was clearly a high stick. They call it. Detroit gets a power play in a tie game. They had been rolling in that third period. And the fact that they lost, we're into March, starting to skid a little bit here, has people wondering if the collapse will happen again, if we're going to be doing this again. John, maybe I'm in denial. I don't think this team is about to collapse. They're still in the playoffs. I really liked their third period against Columbus. They were the better team on Saturday, should have won that game. You play like that most nights, you're going to take care of business and get in the playoffs. Are they flawed? Yes. They don't have a legit number 1 goalie. They're not a good 5-on-5 hockey team. And the penalty kill, it probably will do them in a playoff series. But they should make the playoffs still. And Yzerman needs to act like it at the deadline this week. But yes, this team is good enough to make the playoffs. So I'm not panicking yet.
So is the panic because of who the Wings are? or because of the competition that they have for that final playoff spot? And I ask that because if you go back to last season, now I know, hey, completely different situation and a totally different team. But last year, going into March, or February 29, which we didn't have that day this year, so they had a 9-point buffer above the cut line. And then they went on a 7-game losing streak. They won 3 out of 4 after that, and then they continued to lose 4 in a row. We know what happened at the end of the season. And I say that with the context of we are at the exact same time this year. They don't have that 9-point buffer. It's only 2 right now. And February 27, a couple of days earlier than last year, they lost their first game to Columbus. Saturday, we saw they lost their second game to Columbus. What do they do over the next 4 weeks? Because they play Carolina, Utah, and then they're on the road twice to Washington and Ottawa. 4 teams that are in relatively the same position as the Wings are right now. They're not gimmies. And they're not necessarily games that they shouldn't win. Mm-hmm. What do they have to do in the next 4 games? But what specifically 2 games at home against Carolina and Utah leading into the trade deadline. Like, this is a very pivotal time for the Wings.
I bet you they split this week, and I just hope Yzerman kicks it into gear here. I don't want this, the prices were too high. And okay, you got to invest in your hockey team. You're 6 years in. You've drafted the foundation. If you're not adding at the deadline, aren't you admitting to us that you've stalled out? Aren't you looking the guys in the dressing room in the face and saying, I don't believe in you?
So let me put it this way. I want to ask you some tough questions.
Okay.
Since you're a hockey guy, you're season ticket
let's
holder.
do this.
I think you asked the question, or you made the statement that if he doesn't invest at the trade deadline, doesn't make a move, that Steve Yzerman doesn't believe in this roster, that he constructed.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's a fair statement.
If you can take off the fan hat, sit where Steve is, is this roster one that you would invest in? Not because of where they are 2 points above the cut line, but is this a roster that you, Jim Costa, general manager of the Detroit Red Wings, would feel comfortable investing in?
They're not built to make a deep run in the playoffs. They're not. They don't have a great goaltender. They are not good enough 5-on-5, and the penalty kill is a problem. Like, those are the areas you win in playoff hockey.
Right.
So I understand if his observation is this team is not built to make a deep run. The issue is you built a team that's not ready to make a deep run 6 years in, and you should do something about it. Because, John, the players we've discussed, adding a center right there without Kopp and Rasmussen, some gritty defensive forwards, adding a real center like a Dylan Cousins on a multi-year deal, makes you better now and in the future. Bowen Byram, same team. Buffalo is a defenseman who makes you better this year, and he's a restricted free agent moving forward. Does that make you a better 5-on-5 hockey team? Does that make you a better penalty kill? Does that give you a more competitive hockey team to not just make the playoffs, but be a little frisky when you get in? I mean, in hockey more than any other sport, you can strike lightning in a bottle. We've seen McClellan come in and author 2 different 7-game win streaks. I would just hate to not reward what this team did digging out of that hole that Derek Lalonde put them in, to not give them a chance come March, April,
Derek Lalonde was
and
a part of the equation that dug that hole.
Yeah.
This roster is also part of the equation that dug that hole.
But Steve said they were better than the roster was playing, so then act like it. Right?
So you would say, and you're kind of hedging your bets a little bit, and I get it, right?
They're in a bit of a no man's land.
Right, but if they're able to add guys that are either under contract, you're not just making them better for this year, you're making them better for next season to be able to, hey, whether it's, draft picks that are developing and they're on the roster, a goalie that's developing that he's on the roster, and future picks that are going to develop that are on the roster, it makes you better moving forward, not just for this playoff run.
And look, if they can't get a player long term, doesn't mean they have to sit out the deadline. They have an extra third. Are third-round picks NHLers? I mean, the hit rate on that is so low. Yeah. Does Yzerman have a third-round pick that's played in the NHL yet, 6 years in? Will he at any point? I mean, I'm just telling you, the numbers are very low on it. Would you add a guy who may only be a rental, but helps you on the blue line and gets Sider postseason experience, gets Lucas Raymond postseason experience, puts Dylan Larkin back in the postseason, and gives them a real lift. Like, I don't know that getting in and getting eliminated is going to make anybody feel good, but it's progress, right? Isn't that the point here? You have to get better. You have to improve. You're held to that as a general manager, as the architect of this hockey team, that you have to get better.
Yes.
So then he is tasked with doing something here in the next week. But the conversation is whether or not you think they're going off the rails. 248-539-9797, and I'm not there yet.
There's no reason to think so after the way they play, especially in the third period.
I was just going to highlight that third period.
They played a good game the other night. They got screwed by a bad call. I don't know if they still would have won with that, but I mean, when you just look at what's happened in the last, after both Columbus games, is they had a chance to separate themselves. They could have gotten 3 out of 4 points in those 2 games and gotten up to 69 points instead of sitting there with 66. And you're like, well, that's like a huge deal. Well, now you've made yourself vulnerable at the bottom of the conference standings in terms of getting in. I mean, the Rangers have won 6 out of 9 games. They're 2 points now behind. Even they've played the same amount of games, and we've been saying all season long, are the Rangers that going to wake up? Because they're the team that's out that everybody thought would get in. A lot of people thought Boston would still make it this year. They look like they're just going to kind of sputter. They've got 2 games in hand on Boston, but they've made themselves vulnerable.
Yep.
So now it just creates that, here we go, just like the last 2 seasons. And
but you know what the difference is?
Forget it or not, the main players here, it's in their DNA. Show that you're not chokers, right?
But here's the difference, Todd McClellan. What I mean by that is, after the game, they get hosed. Terrible no call, right? That's a high stick 10 out of 10 times. The ref's looking right at it. You can't convince me that shouldn't have been called. And then the stupid rule where if he's not bleeding, we can't review it. They got hosed, right? The difference is you're getting at least a point in a tie game. You may get a power play and get 2 and hold them to 0, which would be massive in the standings. And it'd be really easy. And fans, we're all guilty of it, complaining. What does Todd McClellan do? I got 2 back on defense. We shouldn't give up that goal anyway. As soon as the goal was scored and there was some confusion on TV, would they review it? Could they review it? McClellan is telling them, keep your head up. Game's not over. That's what's different this year compared to last year, right? They should have made it last year. And if McClellan was here versus Alone, are they 1 point better? I'd like to think so. I think he's made that case. I think they'll still get in. Whether that does something for you or not, I still think they're going to get in right now. I think the third period showed a lot of fight.
What you're saying here is Yzerman making a move by no means will guarantee them still getting in.
Yeah.
But make some sort of move to add depth to this team so that you give them a shot.
Yeah.
And the one thing that makes me a little concerned about potentially making a trade is like, he really hit me in the face last week when, 44+% power play?
Unbelievable.
Since McClellan had the job. That's unsustainable. And if that's unsustainable, what does that do to this team?
You fall off.
Because you're 5-on-5. You just went through the list of things that suck.
Goalie, 5-on-5, penalty kill, basically anything but power play.
And what has saved them is that ridiculous percentage. That's what's made them so good under McClellan. You find me a season that somebody went 44% on the power play since December 26th.
Yeah.
It's just not sustainable.
What are you guys thinking? 248-539-9797. Get some thoughts from Red Wing fans as they lost both games against Columbus. They lost on Saturday night. That call's got everybody heated. But big picture, how are they positioned moving forward? Right? They're still in the playoffs today.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
McClellan is the coach. We have some belief that he can keep this team from falling apart like they did last year. And honestly, even the year before that. Is this March different? It's 97-1.
March is here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting spot in the calendar. Right now, new customers on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. It's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from, hey, we've got conference tournaments coming up. We've got, everything coming up in March and April, and you might even want to put that $150 extra bucks on who's going to ultimately be cutting down the nets. Whatever you want to bet on, it's all there for you in the app. And if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's absolutely no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action before March is come and gone. Must be 21 and over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now travel bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a horse bleep play. Ken Kell on the call. It's a clear high stick at the end of a really good game.
With all eyes on those three guys.
That's where the puck is. It's where the play is. You see on the replay, there's a ref staring directly at the stick as it goes into the skull of Simon Edvinsson. And there's
That's
no
a
call.
long ways up, too.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no call. And then the broadcast points, oh, hold on. They might review it. But unless the player's bleeding or injured, you can't review it. Could you imagine that? There's a touchdown in the NFL, but we can't review it because no one was concussed on the play. That's effectively what just happened. Game-ending touchdown, but no injuries, so we can't review the play.
So last night, my wife went to a concert, and so I had the kids, and they were doing stuff. And I just was kind of flipping around, and Unrivaled came on, which is the Wings Avs. And so I watched the first hour of it again. Oh, it was so good. But you just remind me, they've done this for the history of time. Like Brian Burke is getting interviewed in that. He was the disciplinary guy. Oh, somebody didn't draw blood, so they didn't suspend Lemieux for more or something like that.
You know what needs to happen?
It's like, what kind of rule? Who made these up?
Hockey players need to start acting like WWE wrestlers and have like a ketchup packet or something they can rip off at a key moment.
Razor blade.
I'm bleeding.
They used to,
or flop like soccer players.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they do that. They actually get the diving call or whatever.
But it's just,
Edvinsson goes down and is holding his head, and
the Wings gave up a bunch of soft goals in the game, so you can't sit here and go, that's the only reason they lost. But that's the critical juncture of the game. They came back in the third period. It kind of felt like it was now or never, and they scored 2 in the third. They were out shooting them 20-5 when DeBrincat tied it up. They were taking care of business in that game. It felt like it was going to be this statement moment for them.
Well, Saturday,
instead of they losing, get 0 points.
Saturday was a goaltending game.
Yeah.
That's where you just need the big saves, and you need to win that game. You need to, because they played well outside of that. I mean, you can make the case, you go back before the season, maybe that's where the ad should have been. You know, what does a true number one good goaltender do on this team?
Yeah.
Is that necessarily available? Well, why would you wouldn't want anybody long term because you can't block anybody there. Sorry.
What's silly about that too, by the way, is you're going to need 2 goalies. Like most NHL teams realize this. Like you're not going 65 games with one guy. They could have traded for Markstrom. I know the Devils are more aggressive. They want to win now. And then Ullmark was traded from Boston to Ottawa. There were names available. Both had been injured, and I think Markstrom's still injured right now. But there were moves to be made this offseason. They chose not to.
Right. So he just keeps stalling.
Right. And if they've stalled out, that becomes a frustration for the fan base. That was our question. Like, do you think they're going to start to skid now again, as we've seen in back-to-back marches? Ticket Texter says they're 20-6 in their last stretch. I know it's 2 in a row, but the world is not falling. You don't have to be so dramatic.
That's not quite accurate. I heard a 17-6 recently. So,
This one says you guys are right. They need a goalie. It showed on Saturday. The Wings weren't about to make a move. Then why did they clear the cap space by moving Ville Husso?
So, I mean, that's kind of it's almost it's eerily similar to what we saw last year. There were a bunch of tiny moves, and we thought, oh, these tiny moves are leading up to something on a grander scale, and then it didn't happen. It does feel like some of these other moves are leading up to a much bigger move, but the clock is ticking, and it doesn't have to happen today. The sooner the better.
Yeah.
It just has to happen by 3:00 on Friday.
They got 2 games between now and then. They'll play Carolina and Utah.
Both at home.
Odds would tell you Carolina's probably better than them, and they're better than Utah. They'll split. They'll likely be in a playoff spot on Friday morning, and it will be about whether Steve Yzerman makes the phone call. Are you willing to trade a first? Not for a rental. No one's saying do something stupid. Trade a first and get a guy who can help you 5-on-5 or on the blue line, some areas that are holding this team back.
So you're going to both games,
I'll be there. Yeah, I'm excited.
If they get 4 points, car flags.
4 points in an addition on Friday, and you're at full car flag.
CFJ, car flag Jimmy.
Oh, boy. So let me ask you this question, because I like to ask you these questions.
Yeah.
I already made you the GM. How much
I'm honored.
Does it matter in hockey for the Wings to pull off a trade with somebody in division? Because both guys that we're talking about, both Cousins and Byram, are with the Buffalo Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
They're the last team in the Atlantic, but will they have to overpay in division to get Buffalo to agree to something?
I don't know. I mean, we've seen it in other sports. Like, I mean, Brad Holmes traded with the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, like, I think
that was a draft. That was a draft trade, though. This is
in season.
It's in season. It's also a proven player.
Yeah, and Buffalo's already looking to the future, though. I mean, like, to your point, they're dead last. I'll be very fascinated to see how this picture materializes because the Rangers traded away a defenseman, and they already have Adam Fox hurt. They're a team right behind Detroit. I don't know that they're aggressive buyers. Boston, they're missing McAvoy and Lindholm, so they're down a couple defensemen. Right. Like, it's there for Detroit. Just go seize the moment.
The reason I asked that question is I do believe that Yzerman is kicking the tires on some of these deals. And you mentioned, is he going to make the call? Obviously, he's not going to wait till Friday to make the call. He's going to try and do that now and work something out by Friday. But is it possible that they just want more than Steve Yzerman is willing to pay? We won't necessarily know what that is or what the details of it could have been, but it takes two to make a deal happen.
It does. Ticket Texter says the Wings might be better than Utah, but Utah used to be the Arizona Coyotes. And you remember what happened last year with the Arizona Coyotes, John, in Lake Orion. It is coming back to some people out there. And I'm not willing to go there
yet.
Not yet. And why, right? They're not very good 5-on-5. Why? The goalie's not going to get solved overnight. Why? There are still issues defensively. Todd McClellan's my answer for why. He isn't complaining about that call the minute it happens in the post game. He's buttoned them up. He's helped minimize losing streaks. He's extended win streaks. I'm not doing the panic routine yet. I still think they're going to make the playoffs. We got the BMI coming up end of the hour. We'll step on the scale. We've got the combine fodder from over the weekend. Teams are talking. Carlton Davis, what's his market look like? Sam Darnold, is he staying in Minnesota? And the latest on Myles Garrett. All of the scuttlebutt from the combine. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, in the days after Gene Hackman, his wife Betsy, and one of their dogs were found dead in their Santa Fe home, investigators still have more questions than answers. So on Friday afternoon, there was a brief update on the investigation. And I guess the most notable details are that they both tested negative for carbon monoxide, right? And according to the last events on Hackman's pacemaker, he died on February 17th, which is 9 days before their bodies were found. So that's big key pieces of information, but still that does leave way more questions, right? Authorities are also saying, you know what, there's no cameras outside, no cameras inside to give any more details as to what might have happened.
Yeah.
So we don't think it's carbon monoxide. The gas company had been out recently, so there wasn't a gas leak.
No, and they tested before even first responders or anyone went in the home. They tested it to make sure it was safe for them to be there. And that all tested negative for any sort of gas leak or carbon monoxide, which is what I instantly thought it was when you hear of this, that it would be this silent killer,
house.
right? Yeah, that's kind of what happened. But
do we have an autopsy, cause of death?
Not that they are doing one, but that's going to take weeks before we get the final autopsy.
It just doesn't add up.
But what could it be? What was it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can start making wild guesses, right? But then looking at the details, it's still even in a wild guess, let's say it was you know what? He knew he wasn't going to last longer, so they wanted to go out together, but they weren't together. If you fantasize what could have happened, and then,
why is the dog dead?
But not the other two dogs that were alive and well.
And the other 9 days with the pacemaker.
Yes,
I would think someone would notice sooner, right? If you had died suddenly, I don't think it would take 9 days for someone to realize.
Yeah, but his wife also died. I'm guessing around the same time, based on her body and what it looks like.
Yeah.
9 days isn't they don't live in a typical neighborhood where you can see your neighbors and see the coming and going, right? They lived in this palatial state. Yeah, they had neighbors, but they weren't directly like our neighbors, right?
Yeah.
Also, I don't know. I know he had 3 kids, but 9 days isn't that long to not talk to your dad. I mean, it seems a little crazy, but it's not. It's not that long.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Questions.
A lot. It's crazy. A 75-year-old Troy woman is out thousands and thousands of dollars after falling victim to a PayPal scam. Just another warning. Here's what happened. According to Troy police, this woman got an email, right? And she didn't realize it was a scam until she sent nearly $36,000 to these scammers. So the email said it was from PayPal, said, you know what? You've had an overpayment. You need to call this number right away. And they told her she'd accidentally been issued a refund of $36,919 instead of $369.19. And so she started sending, she needed to pay it back, right? So she sent $3,000 in Apple gift cards, $900 in Bitcoin, and a cashier's check for $32,000 before she realized it was all a scam. So now she's trying to at least stop the cashier's check, but most likely she'll be out.
It makes you just sick.
It does. And they're just, police are saying, hey, if you get an email saying you owe money, don't click on anything. Don't call any numbers. Go to that website directly. If you are a PayPal user, go to PayPal's website, check your account first.
Don't go through the link in the email.
Go directly to that particular website. It's just sad when you hear those.
And anybody that wants you to make a payment with gift cards from a store, it's immediately a red flag.
I know, but they can sound very convincing, especially to certain people who aren't as aware.
Oh, sure.
That's how it happens.
Very threatening.
Yeah. The Detroit mother who recently lost 2 of her kids while living in that van has been given a new home. So thanks to the city of Detroit and Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries, the mother and her 2 other children will now stay in this home for a year. So a brand new house for them. They will continue to receive some help, creating a long-term housing plan during that year as well. So that's some great news. Listen to this. An American Airlines flight from Arizona to Texas was forced to return to the gate. Another airline issue. They had to return to the gate before even getting into the air, and it was all due to a passenger's excessive farting. Yeah.
How bad does it have to be?
My gosh, it's going to be really bad. So witnesses say that before most people even boarded the plane, this man was just disgruntled, right? Like complaining about something under his breath.
Obviously wasn't feeling well.
No, that's what they said. Maybe hungover, which, whatever. Ooh. And then I guess when more people boarded, he reportedly exclaimed, "You thought that was rude? Well, how about this smell?" And then.
Oh, so he was like
on command. Yeah.
It was chemical warfare.
Yeah. I guess this fart man continued to just disturb everyone on the plane, and the pilot made an announcement that they're turning back, and he was kicked off.
Oh my goodness, sir, we're gonna have to ask you to leave. Why?
That's kind of what he said.
You stink. Oh my goodness. You thought that was bad. He's calling his shot.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. All right. Coming up next, some stories from the Combine. Everybody talks during the Combine. Carlton Davis, what's the market look like for him? Will the Lions bring him back? Big story, Sam Darnold in the division. What about Myles Garrett? We'll give you the latest coming up next. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you need help, and you need someone who cares about you. It's KG Law. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter. He built his business with the idea that you aren't just a number. He and his team are going to look after you when you need it most. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Check them out online, kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's KG spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. We got the latest buzz coming out of the Combine. Jeremy Fowler, Dan Graziano have some notes after talking to the teams and personnel at the Combine. John, I've distilled it into a handful that I think are most interesting to us and Lions fans.
Okay.
And I want your reaction to some of these storylines. The first, Sam Darnold. The Vikings are not expected to franchise tag Sam Darnold this week. They do want him back. They're open to a reunion, but they are not willing to franchise tag their quarterback. What do you make of it?
I don't think he ends up agreeing to anything with Minnesota, knowing that J.J. McCarthy is there. I don't think they're going to give him as much as another team that is just desperate for a quarterback. There are plenty of teams that are simply just desperate for a quarterback. The Raiders not getting Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Stafford going back and signing a new deal with L.A. puts them in the market. Is he the answer for a guy that, can take you to the Super Bowl? Probably not. But they won't have to give up any draft capital for him. Now the question is, does that make a team that's looking for a long-term quarterback solution, does it put them out of the market for a quarterback in the coming drafts, not necessarily this year?
Well, that's what's interesting. So there's three teams that are brought up in connection with Sam Darnold. If he does not return to Minnesota, the Giants, the Raiders, and the Titans. All of them have a top 10 pick. What I'd imagine would be you don't love one of the quarterbacks, so Darnold's your Band-Aid, and then next year's draft is probably when you get your long-term guy.
The question that, if he goes to the Giants, that's not going to be a quarterback issue. That's an O-line issue.
Mm-hmm.
And they may just be as bad. They may get better quarterback play, but still not result in any more wins or marginally more.
Well, that might be the thought. Well, they want to keep their jobs, but I would argue some of these teams should say, we're not a quarterback away. Beef up the O-line, the defense. We'll get our quarterback when we're closer. In the meantime, we still have to put someone out there and enter Sam Darnold.
The question then is going to be, where does Sam Darnold want to go? Does he want to go to the Giants and die? Or does he want to go to the Raiders and possibly win 8-9 games? Yeah. Then that might be on the very high end, but it's better than anything they have on the roster right now.
Tennessee?
Possibly. They can't possibly go with Will Levis and think that he's the long-term answer.
Yeah, it's fascinating what the Vikings are going to do. They won 14 games, and they're going to lose their quarterback and plug in a rookie who was injured.
And here's the thing about this year's quarterback draft class is if you put any of these guys in last year's draft class, they're probably all second-rounders. Somebody's going to they're going to take a shot on Sedeur or Cam Ward or, insert anybody, probably not Will Howard after the combine he had, but they're going to take a flyer on somebody, but it's probably not going to be a guy that will end up being a franchise quarterback.
I bring up no franchise tag for Sam Darnold. The Jags will gauge the market on veteran corner Carlton Davis. John, Lions aren't going to use their franchise tag, right?
No.
Would this be an option, a consideration to protect him from hitting the open market?
I don't think they will. And, he can hit the open market. The question for Carlton Davis is going to be third contract. Is he going to want to maximize his earnings, or does he want a little bit of both, where he can come close to what maybe Jacksonville would pay him, but compete for a title and stay in Detroit? And Detroit's not going to be the only team that will be in the market for Carlton Davis. There are going to be other teams as well. But if he goes to Jacksonville, I don't think that they are anytime in the next year or two are competing for a Super Bowl.
Explain third contract. What does that mean for people?
Well, so the second contract's where you want to get paid. And the third one is if you feel you got the money in the bank that you want, and you still want to be able to make a bunch of money. That's the whole entire goal, is make as much as you possibly can while you're a professional athlete. But some guys also look at this, okay, what is my legacy going to be having played in the NFL? Am I going to ever have a chance to win the ultimate prize, and that's a Super Bowl?
He already has.
He has one. Does he want two?
Right.
Because
he was a really good fit here in Detroit.
And here's the other thing. When you have a Super Bowl ring, your ability to make money after you're done playing goes way up. And it goes way up even at the more Super Bowl rings you have. So now he could go down to Tampa and do autograph sessions and do that whole thing and make money. If he's able to win one in Detroit, now he's got two different markets that are saying, we want Carlton Davis to come sign some autographs. We want Carlton Davis to do this appearance, and make sure you bring those Super Bowl rings with you.
he was such a good addition for this team last year. He's a corner who can play the man coverage and be their number one when they have young players. He wasn't shy to step up in the run game. I thought he was very underrated as a tackler, as a physical corner on this team. I don't know how many long-term commitments they want to hand out this offseason, and Brad has already discussed some of the cap crunch that looms. A franchise tag would be an overpay, but it'd only be 1 year. If they're worried that he may sign a 3 or a 4 year deal somewhere else and they're unwilling to hand that kind of guaranteed money, that's the decision they have to make like in the next 48 hours here.
Correct.
You don't think they'll tag him because it's too much of an overpay?
Yeah.
Okay. Myles Garrett, speaking of the big fish, this is the latest. I believe Cleveland is very dug in and willing to wait him out and show resolve. It's not just a no to any potential trades, but an emphatic no. The Browns haven't received many trade calls in part because teams know it makes no sense to trade him. Continues this idea that he's not being dealt.
Well, I mean, some of it is, if he's dealt, it makes their cap situation even worse. And they're in a horrific cap situation because of the Deshaun Watson contract and some other things that they've done that have been not smart. So part of it is just in terms of, the decimal point and where that goes, and how many commas are in this is the hole that we're digging out of in the next couple of weeks to get to, under the cap, which they have to be by the time of the start of the new league year, which is why, yes, it's an emphatic no now. But come end of July, beginning of August, they may be able to revisit that situation a little bit more.
And they should revisit it, because if he doesn't want to be there and they're not winning anything and they have the chance to supercharge a reset with a couple first-round picks, they should.
Right, but okay, so if he doesn't want to be there, Myles Garrett, and I don't know Myles Garrett, all I know is what we see in interviews and what you hear from different guys. If he's still in Cleveland, it's not like he's not going to go out there and play hard. He's still going to go out there and be a badass. And so they're still going to get that from Myles Garrett for the next 2 years. There also can be a little love in how Cleveland is paying this. In regards to Myles Garrett wants to go out, wants to win a championship. He also doesn't necessarily know that they're going to trade him to a contender. They could trade him to the Giants. They could trade him to a lot of teams that have absolutely no hope of winning a championship, because that's what's best for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, but does he throw a stink at that point? But does he throw a stink at that point and threaten not to play and become
again? I don't see Myles Garrett doing that.
Well, that's where the real leverage comes in if you're willing to play dirty.
Okay, but then if he goes to a new team, does he? It's not, I'm not going to play here. I'm just not going to play under this contract, because he is underpaid.
Correct. If the Lions don't get Myles Garrett because either he's not dealt or they don't make the move, Khalil Mack's a name that you've brought up. The latest on Khalil Mack, quote, teams agree edge rusher Khalil Mack played lights out last season, and the only real concern is his age. He's 34. A few people that these guys talked to have made connections. Tampa and the Bears appear to be some early front runners. John?
Well,
should the Lions be at the top of that list?
They should, because of his age. You're not going to have to make a long-term commitment. He's probably only going to get a 2-year contract. Maybe there's a 3-year, but the last year is voidable. And you're able to pay for a high-quality, dependable, reliable, healthy Khalil Mack and not have to pay Myles Garrett, type of money for him. So, yes, they should be at the top of that list.
6 sacks a year ago doesn't sound like much. He had 17 the year before. He's good against the run. And, John, the durable point, he's missed 1 game the last 3 seasons.
Yeah. And Chicago seems like it would be a fit because he's been there before. He knows the situation and knows the city.
But the idea of if you have Hutch on one side and then you go to Darius Smith and Khalil Mack and like this, they're both in their 30s, but kind of put them together and make a competent pass rush with the two of them combined opposite Aiden Hutchinson. That's one way to pivot if you're not going to get Myles Garrett. All right, 248-539-9797 if you have reactions to any of those big NFL storylines. But we really want your participation coming up next, because we're going to step on the scale. It's Detroit's BMI, the Bold Move Index. Make a case for any of these teams to make a big move. And I think you can. I think you can make a case for the Lions, the Red Wings. I think we've done both this hour. The Tigers with the injuries that have hit. The Pistons as they continue to win. So we'll get to that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you've been thinking about joining Planet Fitness, there's no better time to do it than now. Early in March, they've got a great deal going on right now because the Black Card, their premium membership, is $1 down and your first month is free. There's no long-term commitment, so you could go in there, you could test everything out, and if you travel around the state, you have access to every Planet Fitness location. And if you don't like working out alone, the Planet Fitness Black Card, not only does it get you into the spa and all the ways that you can help recover from a great workout, you also have unlimited guest privileges so you don't have to go alone. And if you're like me, I always like working out with somebody else. They can help push you. They can help motivate you. And it's just nice to take a friend along with you. Here's the other reason I like working out. I want to be able to play all the sports and do all the things with my kids. So find out what it is that you want to do, what you want to get out of it, and Planet Fitness is the place to do it. You could find more information online, and you can always, make sure that you get in on the action. Find your nearest club and join today, in-club, online, or on the Planet Fitness free app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
He's on a tear. Team lead, 9-game point streak, and that goal tied things up in the third period. Had to dig deep. They were dominating play. Felt like a statement, only to have a high stick go uncalled the other way and the Wings lose. In a game where they didn't play very well on their own end, but probably should have won. John, we got a ticket texter who raises a very good point. Should we really be determining Detroit's BMI the day before Fat Tuesday?
Ha! No, I definitely don't be doing my own BMI the day. Well, maybe the day before, just not the day after.
I was going to say, you want to do it today.
Yeah, today's the day you want to do it.
The day before, yes.
Yes, the day of, day after, not so much.
Detroit's BMI. We're going to step on the scale.
Hold on. I just want to know, Heather, have you reconsidered at all the question of the cookie jar? It had to be a bit of a conversation between you and Colin.
When I got home, there was a donut waiting for me. Emily was very fast to tell me, Mama, we got you a donut. We got you a donut. No, it was definitely a topic of conversation quite a bit.
Yeah.
I haven't reconsidered.
No?
No, I mean,
Mommy, I could go to college.
She's going to go to college one way or the other. She might have some student loan debt one
Mom,
way.
You're gonna
Mom
start
won't eat
me
a
off.
donut.
Yeah, I'm going to start my life off buried in student
we've
debt
got
when
some-
Mom could have just gained 10 pounds and got us $100,000.
We've got a great college fund set up for her. She's going to be all right. For both of them, they're going to be just fine.
I love it that the donut was waiting for you.
That's well done by Colin.
Nice job, Colin.
Donuts aside, punchkis aside, weight aside, stepping on the scale in this case, the BMI is the bold move index, okay? And you could make a case for all 4 Detroit teams to make the big move. Do something bold. I'll lay out the case for each of them. And you let me know and let us know and participate and sell us on one team in particular that needs to go out and do something. The case for the Lions, I feel like it's pretty easy. They're the closest to a championship of anybody in this city. Proximity. Should be ready to go, add a piece, chase this thing down, go win a championship. The case for the Tigers. They missed out on Bregman. Meadows and Vierling are both hurt. They made the playoffs a year ago. They won a playoff series a year ago. They're in a wide open division. Make a move to add a bat to solidify yourself as AL Central champs. Don't waste what looks like another great year of pitching from this baseball team. The case for the Red Wings. You're on the playoff bubble. Can't stall out. Want to see Yzerman invest in this thing 6 years in, give them a little oomph. Well, they're not good enough 5-on-5. Well, chip away at it. They're not good enough defensively or in goal. Chip away at it. Don't let this season go to waste. The team dug out of it. Make a move. Be bold. Be aggressive. Make the playoffs and improve your hockey team. The case for the Pistons, they can't do anything right now. The deadline's gone. Right. But they're a playoff team, and they may make some noise in the playoffs. And the bold move for them would be adding a Robin for Cade Cunningham. Right? And that might be something like, I don't know, is Devin Booker happy in Phoenix?
Right.
Would you give up now that your first-round pick's going to go away? You can trade future picks. Would you trade 3 or 4 firsts and Jaden Ivey to get disgruntled Devin Booker? Like, that's a real bold move to pair him with Cade Cunningham and Beasley and Duran and chase a championship.
Well, and part of that bold move would be to re-sign Beasley as well. Yes, I would love to have him here. I think he'd be a great 3. If you're able to bring Booker in to pair with Cade, I mean, sign me up now. That seems like a no-brainer, especially we've heard him talk about what it would mean to come and play in Detroit. And play for, in the same state of which he grew up in.
He reps Detroit. He wears Red Wing stuff, Lions stuff. He grew up a huge Pistons fan. Tigers games. Look, if Phoenix blows up, kind of feels like it already is, Devin Booker should want out, and he should want to come home, and Detroit's right at the best spot they could be. Young, improving, draft capital. Maybe the case is the Pistons. Let us know. Make the case for one of the teams in Detroit to make the bold move. And you can rank them 1 through 4, 2, 4, 8, 5, 3, 9, 97, 97.
And I ranked mine simply because of how close they are to winning a championship. How close is one of these 4 teams to bringing a championship parade to Detroit? We all know the Lions championship parade would be epic. And I do think that they are one piece away. It's a pass rusher. And no, I'm not going to say Myles Garrett. We talked about that just a little bit ago. And it's not going to be anybody from Vegas. It's not going to be any of the top line guys because, yes, it is. Brad Holmes is not wrong. To add one of those guys and to have what they're going to end up paying Aiden Hutchinson along with either Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, insert any of the top 3 or 4 guys, it's not really financially feasible. What is financially feasible is a guy that we talked about in the last segment, and that is Khalil Mack. You're going to get a high-level edge defender for rushing the passer to be paired with Aiden Hutchinson to make Aiden Hutchinson even better, and to whoever that ends up being, but I think it should be Khalil Mack, and you're not going to have to break the bank for him. Can you pay $20 million a year for Khalil Mack? Yes, it would 100% fit under the salary cap. Can you do it for 2 years? Hell, you could even give him a 3-year with a voidable at the end and still make it a 2-year contract. It fits the window, it fits the need, and it instantly puts you back in the conversation of competing with the team like the Eagles or the Commanders.
Well, and bring up the Commanders because they added Deebo Samuel. They were in the NFC title game. If Myles Garrett gets moved and Brad doesn't add him, he'll go somewhere else who will be a roadblock for the Lions. I'll give you my 4. I'll rank them, but everybody is involved in this. Lions, Tigers, Red Wings, Pistons. All of them are winning. All of them, as of right now, are in the playoffs or made the playoffs. Sell us on which team needs to make the bold move. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Michigan basketball suffering just their second loss since January 24th. The Illini came into Ann Arbor, overwhelmed them 93-73. It does not take U of M completely out of the conference race, despite MSU's 71-62 victory over Wisconsin. They could still be playing for a title split if both teams win before their eventual clash in less than a week. The Wolverines face Maryland on Wednesday. Michigan State will be at Iowa on Thursday night. Some young guys looking pretty good in exhibition ball down in Florida for the Tigers, including their slugging catcher they received in the Jack Flaherty deal last July. Tyron Lorenzo goes deep. Dan Dickerson's call on the Bet 1270. Jackson Jobe was touching nearly 100 on the radar, and today will be a Tarek Skubal day down in Lakeland this afternoon. As cool as the event was, the Wings came out of this weekend's Stadium Series disheartened by a second straight loss to the Blue Jackets, gaining no points in either for their wild card race. Dylan Larkin did acknowledge they still control their own destiny. He thought they played well in Columbus on Saturday, and Patrick Kane thought that they deserved better the way that they did play. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, I'll take a stab at this, but we got open lines. We've got ticket text pouring in. We want to hear from you guys. Detroit's BMI, step on the scale ahead of Fat Tuesday. And let us know, bold move index. Everybody's included. Everybody's winning. Everybody could use an addition and a boost. Lions, Red Wings, Pistons, and Tigers. Here's how I would rank them. John, like you, I put the Lions number 1.
Okay.
Debo's being added to the Commanders. Myles Garrett, I believe, will be traded this offseason. And if it's not going to be here, it's going to be somewhere that's in the way. Detroit's chasing a Super Bowl. Brad Holmes doesn't have to believe in windows, but he acknowledged a cap crunch is coming. You won't keep everybody. Win while you have all these all-pros that you've drafted and developed. I put the Lions firmly number 1. They're the closest to winning a championship. It's right there on a tee for them. Got to be bold. Got to be aggressive. What would Howie Roseman do? What would the best general manager in football do? He'd trade a first to go get A.J. Brown, right? He would go out and pay a running back at 27 years old. He would go out and trade and move and be bold. Number 2 for me, the Detroit Tigers. Again, They were in the ALDS, a win away from the ALCS. They should have a loaded rotation again this season with Jack Flaherty back. The issues? They could waste it. They're going to be struggling at the plate. They already needed a right-handed bat, and now Matt Vierling's hurt. Not going to be there on opening day. Matt Vierling would be a great option to throw into center field with Parker Meadows injured, but again, now it's starting to build. When you miss out on Bregman, you're missing Vierling, you're missing Parker Meadows. They need a bat, so I put the Tigers number 2. Number 3 is the Red Wings. The case for them being they could use the boost. This is year 6. You got to start to knock some things down here. Some of these benchmarks, making the playoffs, getting your young players in the playoffs. Yzerman doesn't have to do anything ridiculous, but he traded a first for DeBrincat. He could trade a first for a proven player, and if that guy's not available, they have an extra third. Give this team a little help on the blue line. Help this team out that's missing Kopp and Rasmussen, maybe another gritty forward. Give this team a little bit of a boost so that they can solidify themselves as a playoff team. And I put the Pistons 4th, and it's just because it's the furthest away, the offseason. But I'd love to see them trade multiple firsts and Jaden Ivey and make a run at a Devin Booker. That level of player. For any Pistons fan who's mad at me, and I've seen some replies, they have a Robin. They don't. They don't. They currently do not have a number 2 to Cade Cunningham. No other team is going to say, we have Giannis and Duran so we can chase a title. Or we have LeBron and Beasley, therefore we're a title team. They don't have a Robin yet. And that's okay. Beasley and Duran and Asar Thompson are key players, but get Cade a number 2 this offseason. They're 4th, but it's not because they don't need to make a move. It's right there in front of them.
Right, and I get some of it might be 4th because you just simply can't do anything right now for this year.
It's not pressing.
And it is exciting to see what they're going to do following this year to be able to add. Do they go out there this year and win a playoff series? Because they've got a 5-game buffer. Looks like they're going to be in at a minimum that 6th spot. And do they go from just being a team that gets into the playoffs to a team that could possibly next year, if you add a Booker and you keep Beasley, you got Cade, you got Duran, you got Thompson, you got Sasser, you got all these different players. Could they be in a year's time, dare I say, competing, or the expectation, the ceiling be the Eastern Conference Finals?
It could turn really quickly.
It really could. So that's where I think you're looking at. For me, even though I understand the time of year we're in, I've got the Pistons at number 2.
Okay.
I've got the Lions at 1, and I already talked about Khalil Mack, adding that edge guy. For me, 3 is the Tigers, and part of it is because of the injuries to Meadows and Vierling, the fact that they need to add a bat. We knew it before the injuries.
Yep.
They need to add a bat, a right-handed bat to insert in the line, somewhere in the top of the lineup, not a guy that's going to come in and bat 7, 8, or 9. They need somebody that they can plug in at that number 2 spot. So when Parker Meadows is healthy, and hopefully it's for opening day, that he's able to get on base, he could steal second, and a bat can knock you over to third, or you might even be able to start a lot of innings 1-0. And that would be unbelievable for this team, that even if they add a right-handed bat, it's not like they're going to be a huge threat at the plate. You still have everybody else, but it will make the rest of that lineup a little bit better. You might be able to protect Riley Green. You might be able to protect some of the younger bats.
Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Ticket texter says, go get Mike Trout. Signed, Freddie.
Still, okay, not going to happen, but it's still, you want to talk about a guy that's been banged up. He's moving to, moving to right field?
Yeah, one of the corner spots.
Yeah, one of the corner spots. He still doesn't address the situation at center.
Right-handed bat, but yeah, look, we asked people to text in. Eric Carlson for the Red Wings on the blue line. That's Big Ken in Waterford. Look, he's a productive player, but I feel like they're already really good on the power play and already generate enough offense. Carlson is not the kind of player I'd like to see the Wings add. If they're going to add on the blue line, it has to be a defensive defenseman.
Yeah.
Someone more responsible on their own end and can protect the front of the net. Texter ranks the teams for us. Tigers 1. Less people excited. Baseball's here. Clear, obvious need. Wings 2. Lions 3. Pistons 4. And their note on the Lions, their bold move will simply be health.
Well, so I get that. Yes, they're going to be a better defense when they get Aleem McNeil, Aiden Hutchinson, and it depends on what they do with some of the guys that are currently up. Derek Barnes, what are they going to do with him? Are they going to re-sign him? Are they going to let him walk in free agency? There are some decisions to make, but yes, health will make a difference. They still need to add.
Well, they do, because as this ticket texter puts it, guys, if we don't add Garrett, another contender will. So if you're just going to stand pat, but another NFC team, maybe in your division or Washington or Philly, adds Myles Garrett, you can't go, we're healthy.
I'm still on the Matthew Stafford program that we talked about last Friday, and it ended up coming true that he went back to L.A. with the new contract. I still think Myles Garrett plays next year in Cleveland.
Just too much financially, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost like they'd have to pull off like some miracle of including Watson in the deal, and there'd have to be the right taker. I just don't understand. Like, some people are speculating it might happen after June 1. I don't know. I from the Lions, for me, I need I need them to add a pass rusher that's not on the level of Marcus Davenport, but I don't have to have them hit a home run. Like, I'm intrigued by Mack. I'm intrigued by Bosa, but not as much. But I don't have to have that home run. Like, I think people are like, some people are Garrett or bust. That's why I don't think the Lions are number 1 on the list, because I don't think they have to make a bold move. Garrett's bold.
Yes.
And, I don't know if Mack's bold.
You mentioned after June 1. June 1, obviously, it protects the team that they're trading from. So Cleveland would take a half a hit this year, half a hit next year on what his cap would be. They could also designate him that now. I think it's more likely that he is traded in August to a team maybe that suffers an injury early in camp. But I also think there's a possibility that he's not traded until the trade deadline.
Couple more ticket texts. I never thought I'd say this anytime in the near future, but the Pistons are the team that needs to make the bold move. I don't know what's going to happen with the Wings of the Tigers. We know the Lions should have won it last year, but fell short with injuries, and now are down a couple coaches.
I could get behind that argument because the Lions, like Tom said, it's. I don't necessarily know that they need a big, bold move to be a Super Bowl team, a Super Bowl championship team next year, whereas I do think the Pistons probably need it more than the Lions need it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And having this conversation right now, the Lions are in the offseason. They got a lot of time. Look, this answer changes if Hutch is struggling to come back from his injury. Mm-hmm. McNeil's having a tough rehab. We just don't have answers to these things. So I'm going to assume for now that because Hutch and McNeil will return to form, and therefore I don't think the need is as big as maybe some other teams. Like, I mean, Steve Yzerman, if he doesn't make a move and they miss the playoffs, people are going to want his head. They are. Well, and
someone addresses it. They say, it bothers me that Steve's teams, when he played, they won cups built through blockbuster trades and free agency. They need help, signed Matt.
It's a different league now.
It is.
Most of that was no cap.
Yeah.
In fact, the hard cap, he only played one more year, I think, after that. So, I mean, you don't want anybody to force a deal. Like, right now, I think the forced deal that would be bad is actually the Pistons. Don't get the wrong number 2. That would just totally disable this thing long term. I mean, because you're talking about paying a guy a pretty big contract, and then down the road, Cade's going to get the supermax, right? So you can't handcuff yourself with the wrong number 2. I think a great example of that might have been Philly here. The Sixers, and paying the wrong people. That derails this thing.
Yeah. That's fair. They added Atlanta was an example of doing it wrong too, though. They tried to go and added DeJounte Murray, and that was the wrong number 2.
Atlanta, when they made the conference finals with Trae Young, and they won at the Garden, the Pistons, that's the blueprint of the script not to follow.
Yeah. Some texters, Pistons have multiple young Robin options already for Cade. Another one says, stop pushing Robin for Cade gimmick. They have enough. I don't. Like, Ivy's hurt this year. We didn't see it. Thompson isn't even playing 30 minutes a night. I think these are good players who will help the Pistons, but I don't think they have a true number 2. We're talking about a 1 and a 2 that win you an NBA championship.
You got to realize, like, I don't think most fans do, because they're fun to watch. They're playing as a cohesive team. Their team chemistry is great, and they all funnel it around Cade, who's a superstar. But, like, I think Beasley can be a 3 in this league and reliable that way. But I want to throw something else in there. Just the Tigers' urgency here, potentially. And I don't even know if they should make a move, because I'm just kind of still letting this season a little bit. But if Meadows and Vierling miss significant time, this outfield's a mess. And what Parker Meadows provides defensively to this team, like, I honestly think if Meadows and Vierling have 60-day DLs on them, and that's a worst-case scenario, right? Mm-hmm. I think it might be a lost season.
Well, it's an issue. It's an issue because the schedule right out of the gate puts you in a bind. 7 of the first 10 series are against teams that made the playoffs last year. And offense notoriously starts slow. You already didn't add a bat. Now you have another injury, and now it's hurting your defense too. Like the Meadows thing is a big deal for their defense. They're already not going to be very good infield defense. Now outfield becomes a question.
I think his impact is more defensively, obviously, than it is offensively.
Yeah. Well, the offense is kind of like the dessert. Or the defense, if
the cherry on top.
Cherry on top, yeah, the candy or whatever it had. No, defensively though, like he made plays that won games that don't show up in the defensive stats. Like he robbed a home run in Seattle last year, a huge win early when they started turning the corner. I know in Baltimore when they won those games, he robs. I think it was Santander in center in the gap. They would have lost the game, And so those plays, yeah, they show up in some defensive metrics, but it doesn't. 54 and 28 with him in the lineup last year. That's way too much of a sample size to say how much he doesn't matter to this team. And Vierling's an everyday player, and I know he's got his people in town here who enough with Matt Vierling and all that. But you lose both, and then what are you going to do at center? You really going to put Riley Green back there? The reason you moved him is because you want to try to maintain his health. He missed time last year, remember? So I just think, and the big thing is the infield's a little bit of a mess right now. Colt Keith's he's going to boot a ball this year.
That's going to happen, yeah.
At first base. Torres, he's got his knocks at second. Well, you better have a good outfield behind that.
Yeah.
Let us know, 248-539-9797. We got all the teams in the mix here. Want to hear from you. Open lines, BMI, the bold move index for one of our Detroit teams. Who needs to make the move? You can rank them. 9:35, we'll talk combine crushes. We did defense last week. How about offense? John, your specialty. Which offensive lineman makes sense for the Lions? It's 97-1.
Hey, we're in spring. We're starting to talk about everything that has to be done with spring, and one of those is you need to start thinking about your lawn. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is the company that you need to have out. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is going to be assigned its own specialist, and you need to call them before the end of the month because you can get their early bird discount. Get green, stay green. Save some green when you prepay. Natural Way's offer is for the complete season. It includes free grub control. And despite the snow and cold that we have right now, you need to start thinking about it because if you don't like crabgrass, the first application is the most important. If you see it, it's going to be too late to fix it. And it's time to make those repairs now. You want to have that great green lawn? You got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call at 888-GET-GREEN, or you can find them on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Purchase a full lawn program, get that free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
All right, some good text coming in on this. The BMI, Bold Move Index for Detroit sports teams. Everybody's winning. Everybody could use a boost. Who could use it the most? Ticket Texter says, in order, it's the Lions 1, swinging big for a Crosby or Garrett. The Tigers' bold move would be Vlad, Bichette, or Bohm. The Pistons chase Lauri Markkanen in the offseason, and the Wings last says pursue a goalie like Binnington or Cousins and a defenseman before Friday's deadline.
What's your thoughts on Vlad?
I'd love Vlad. Love Vlad.
Be willing to pay for him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably a $500 million player.
Yeah.
But he's a right-handed bat, hits for power. He's a good bad ball hitter, too. You can't really pitch him. He draws walks. Yeah, I'd love Vlad.
It's one, too, where, I mean, we've been enamored with pitching recently, right? And I love being able to watch Skubal on the mound. I'm excited about Flaherty. I'm mildly excited from what I've seen from Mize so far. He's been good. I've got hopes. I mean, he's never going to be Flaherty at his best. He's never going to be, obviously Skubal. But to have the excitement every time somebody comes to the plate, and Vlad would be that guy, that you just think he could go yard or he's just going to be on base. We haven't had that in a long time.
He's an electric player.
Yeah.
With flair. This city would love him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Would you put Clark and Job in the deal? That's something we did when you were gone.
Yeah, proven player versus prospects. I think we get caught up too much in prospects. We've been in rebuild so long with all of our teams. Take the proven player.
Some people balked at Job.
Oh, okay.
But again, I kind of go to this is a guy that you would be able to see go to the plate every single game.
And he's not 28 or 29. Isn't he like 25, 26? Like you'd be
No, I
getting
think he's 27.
He's right turning, I think. So, no, I mean, you're right about the prospects. If you want to,
he's 25 right now.
Everyday electric player, you gotta just do it, and no regret with the prospects.
Texter says get Nolan Arenado. Jack Flaherty knows him. Big bat, could play third, proven winner. They're trying to get rid of him. Might actually be able to get him on a decent deal if he's willing to come here. Pistons need time. The playoffs are a ladder in the NBA. How is Ivy not a Robin to Cade? Is Jaden Ivey the second best player on an NBA championship team?
You are so annoyed by this take today.
It's very defensive Pistons guy.
Yeah.
That's blowing us up on Ticket Text. What do you mean they need a Robin? Stop with the narrative.
This isn't like St. Brown to Sewell. Okay? Don't let the grit carry too far and brainwash you.
Ivy's not playing. He's
Just
been
let him
injured.
cook.
It's also not you hate Jaden Ivey. It's just Devin Booker's a number 2. You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about.
Trajan's just cooking.
Yeah. Okay. What else we got? Lions fans forget we have Zadarius Smith. He was productive opposite Garrett. He can produce on the other side of Hutch.
I agree with that. But I would like to have a bigger threat over there.
I'm fine with Brad slow cooking a pot roast. I want the Pistons to go get their filet. We'll get to Heather's news here in a second. Heather, I imagine you're going to have this 696
I am.
deal.
Oh, boy.
How you feeling?
You guys have been needling me about this because it is my commute that's going to be impacted by this. Just a quick note.
So, yes, it is your commute
And
that's going to
many
be
others.
impacted by that. Tom, our commute over the past 4 years, whether it's been 275, 696, Telegraph, Southfield, every single way we could come to the studio or try and get to the east side. Now, obviously, if we're going to the far east side, the 696 would affect us. But our impact over the last 4 years has been tremendous.
Yeah, we're over it now, though, and I got used to it about 2 or 3 weeks into that at first. I mean, you'd have your days, but you learn. Humans are creatures of habit. You will get used to this, but it's going to suck the next 2 weeks. And I also think the timing of potholes, seriously, the thaw is coming now. They're saying mid-60s next week potentially.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be beautiful.
And I've already noticed some potholes opening, and then we froze back up here. I think the potholes are going to be awful, and it's going to add to unexpected closures. So you basically aren't going to be able to go east.
Cool. Right?
My issue is not that they're closing down the highway on my commute. I could be the whiny bitch and like you guys expect me to be and go, oh, my commute. My issue is with Oakland County also having issues with the mile roads. So it's like what brainiac in Oakland County is like, hey, while 696 is being shut down, let's also have 12 mile down to 1 lane or no lanes and 10 miles shortly thereafter. That's just stupid planning.
They did create a nice detour, though.
I can't wait to join with everybody else in that.
Just follow the signs.
All right, John.
Richard.
Wow, that escalated.
You're not the only one whose commute's been impacted, Jim. I know, John. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, that is the story I was going to start with, but you've basically filled in the gaps. But it is official as of 9 a.m. today. So 25 minutes into it, the eastbound lanes of I-696 are closed, which will, of course, leave drivers searching for alternate routes. Roughly 200,000 drivers use the freeway each day, so expect some major delays. There is a detour already created. They say it will take about 20 minutes longer.
Oh, good.
So that's cool. But it's
You
there.
commute at 4:30 in the morning.
I'll be fine on the way
And
in. It's the way
10
home.
No,
a.m.
you leave at 10. The morning commute is already done. Like, we have the best drive times for traffic because there is none during our drive times. Officials are advising drivers to rethink using those mile roads, not just because they're going to be closed too, but because they expect those to have actually heavier traffic than the detour provided. So again, like Tom said, these first few weeks are going to be the worst, right? And then you're going to figure it out. You're going to get used to it. It's going to become, your routine, and it's all going to be fine. But yeah, starting mid-March, the eastbound lanes of 12 Mile Road will be closed until October. In April, 12 Mile Road between Northwestern Highway and Telegraph Road will be reduced to 1 lane in each direction until August. There's more. Orchard Lake Road as well. We'll have some closures, whatever.
Why all the east and west lanes at the same time?
Because they did the other ones last 2 years.
I remember doing that like last year. I went to go turn left on Middle Belt because I had to go the back way to try to get to 275. And all of a sudden they had something closed on Middle Belt. I'm like, what are they doing here? So I've had the same thoughts as you.
It happens. You might have seen images of this or the video of the FedEx cargo plane that had to make an emergency landing at this busy New Jersey airport on Saturday after a bird strike caused this engine fire that you could see up in the sky. Pretty scary. 3 people were on board, all made it down safe and sound, which is great. A spokesperson for FedEx is praising the training, the expertise, and the professionalism of their pilots. Also thanked the quick action of not only their crew, but also first responders. Everyone was safe and sound. But, a scary thing to see from the ground when you see a plane on fire flying through the sky, especially after all of these incidents we've been hearing. Fresno State and the NCAA are investigating the Bulldogs men's basketball team after 2 players allegedly bet on games in which they played in this season. Yeah, there was several players, like I said, that were betting on games. I could be saying this player's name wrong. Michael Robinson.
Sure.
Sounds good to me. I don't know. Anyway, he's a forward.
Malachi.
Yeah, exactly. Malachi. Yeah, who knows? Some bets were on the under on his points and rebound totals. ESPN reported that at least one major sports book received increased betting interest on his props this season. He was removed from the roster after playing his final game. Anyway, there's another player, Jalen Weaver. He was dismissed from the team after betting $50 he would score more than 11 points against New Mexico on December 31st, and he scored 13 points. Yeah. Everyone's shaking their head. Not good.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Last week there was a youth hockey game in Taylor that sparked some major debate online. I don't know if you guys heard about this.
Oh, the blowout?
Yeah, the top ranked team in the country ended with a score of 43-0. So it happened last Wednesday. The Little Caesars 14U AAA team just demolished the Bell Tire 14U team. According to the rankings, the Little Caesars team was ranked number 1 nationally in its division, and the Bell Tire team was ranked 301st. So obviously there's a big discrepancy there. But now, anyway, some people question, the sportsmanship of running up the score, and others just argue that this is just the consequence of playing competitive hockey.
Yep.
Look, you could put a mercy rule in, but then the kids aren't playing a full game.
Right.
You can bench your starters, but the backups should try hard, right? I mean, that's the point is you never want to tell young players to stop playing hard.
Yeah, I mean, we've ran into that with baseball on both sides, and you can't tell a kid to go to the plate and not try to hit the ball.
Right.
How are you going to try to the kid that doesn't play much to not shoot? You're going to just tell him to dump it and then retreat? Because that would be what you'd have
Those
to
are
do.
bad habits.
And some people get mad at that, too. On the reverse.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're
laying it easy on us.
Showing us up, so it should never get to 43-0 in
No.
hockey.
That's outrageous.
That's unbelievable.
I would assume some of the no-name kids, lessers, probably scored when it was in the 20s.
Yeah.
Finally, did you hear about the annual Florida Man Games that were held over the weekend?
Oh, no.
Yeah, big success again. This was the second year they were held. And they're basically what the Olympics would be like if a drunk person was running them, right?
Yes.
Because you've got the
drunk lawnmower driving.
Yes, that's one of them. You got evading arrest obstacle course where you have to escape from handcuffs. You have to throw an alligator through a drive-through window, steal a catalytic converter, doing it all while being chased by actual police officers. You've got the weaponized pool noodle mud duel.
Oh,
Yeah, that's sweet. I mean, the list goes on and on. There's
Is this televised?
human beer pong. I believe that it might have been. Yeah. So, and if you missed it, they're going to do it again next year. It's going to happen again. So,
yes. What was the beer pong one?
a human beer pong.
Okay.
It says you're in a big inflatable bubble and you have to get past someone, then jump into a pool that looks like a red Solo cup. The loser has to chug a beer, whiskey, or bong water. Awesome.
It's amazing.
And yes, there's the best mullet competition, mechanical gator instead of like the mechanical bull.
Right, yeah.
yeah.
You ride a gator.
I like that they've embraced what they are.
Gator here yet?
Yeah, step away from the mic there. Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's Combine Crushes. We did defense late last week. Who stood out on the offensive side? It's 97-1. Guys, let's talk about your smile. Let's talk about the dentist. If you need a new dentist, if you've moved recently, you've started a new job, you got married, had a kid, had 4 kids, whatever the case may be, if you're in need of a new dentist, Brightside Dental is accepting new patients for you and your family. At Brightside Dental, there's no judgment, just care. They take the time to get to know you. They don't care if you have some bad dental habits. They want to get a treatment plan that works for you. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton, so there's got to be one near you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care.
Hey, do you avoid being in pictures? Maybe you avoid being in the front of the picture. And I'm always in the back just because I'm tall, big. And every once in a while, about 3 years ago, my daughters would send me a picture of me standing on the sidelines. And they would circle me, and I thought, who's that guy? I was almost unrecognizable because I was so heavy. I partnered with Ideal U. I was able to lose 50 pounds in 40 days. And if you want to move from the back to the front, maybe you just want to actually be in pictures again, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost, like I mentioned, 50 pounds in 40 days, and you could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. If you book today, Ideal U is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free, and here's what you're going to find out. And some of the numbers you might not like, but you always have to know exactly where you're starting, set your goals, and they're going to help you get there. But you're going to find out how much you weigh. You're going to find out how much fat mass you have, bone mass, muscle mass, water weight. All of those different things are going to be on that stat sheet. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy having your picture taken again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Hey, you look down at the calendar and you will see it's March.
It is, and I know it's March, but it's madness for you because of the drive, the commute that you have to suffer.
You're making me out to be a bigger whiny baby than I normally am.
I don't know. I'm doing it that much.
You looked over at Heather. You think she's playing into this?
No, I think she's going to confirm that you're doing it yourself.
Yes, it's you.
Yes.
It's probably much worse off air than it's been on air. In your defense, it's going to impact everybody. My frustration is not that they're fixing the damn roads. I knew this is how it was going to go. I just don't like that we're also closing the mile roads that run the same way, making it worse. Like, you could alleviate some of the issue by keeping the mile roads open. Anyway, this is going to impact people starting today. 696, the construction is underway. 12 miles down to one lane and is going to get shut down at some point. 10 mile, much the same.
Yeah.
It's March, which means college hoops. That's where I was going with this.
Yes, madness on the hardwood. So it is going to be interesting to see where teams are ultimately seated because, as we saw over the weekend, we've got one team, Michigan State Spartans, that are clearly on the rise, playing really good, consistent basketball at this time of the year. We have another team, Michigan, that their trajectory does not seem to be in the same direction. And
putting it nicely.
Well, it's clear that it's not, and they've got a tough final two games. If they want to share the Big Ten championship, they have to win out. Now, they still obviously can do that. I think it's unlikely, and I think it's more likely that they don't win another regular season game. They've got Maryland, and they've got Michigan State. Maryland's at home, and Michigan State on the road.
With Michigan, two things that stood out to me. One, you saying, and I don't know if this is just in the moment in a text, they might not win another game this year. And then you telling the story of watching with Lisa, your wife, who is an Illini, which has made this so much funnier to me.
Yesterday was a tough watch. It was a very tough watch.
But I don't think it's like a knee-jerk to suggest they might not win another game. Maryland and MSU are likely losses. And then you talk about Michigan still getting a bye or even a double bye in the Big Ten tournament, depending on how it shakes out. They'll likely face a good team again, and then they are a team that feels destined for an early exit come the big dance because they don't rebound well, which gives the other teams offensive rebound opportunities. They turn the ball over, which gives the other team extra possessions, and they're not a good free throw shooting team. So these are all the little things that get you beat in March. They're going to be ripe for some underdog team that has a clear identity. A mid-major team is going to love facing Michigan.
Sure. And I mean, you look at the wins that they've had. Penn State, Rutgers twice, Oregon, and they've been some close wins. Now, a big win against Purdue, and a nice win, I guess you might say, down in Columbus against Ohio State. But again, it's not a top-ranked team, and I think they mentioned it yesterday on the broadcast. It was 11 wins by 4 or fewer points. Now, obviously, they won those games, so you do get credit for those wins. But it doesn't give you a lot of confidence when you lose to Michigan State and you lose by 10, and it didn't really even feel that close. And then you lose to Illinois by 20, and it didn't feel close at all.
Yeah, they made the note that Michigan, they hadn't trailed many halftimes, like only 5 halftimes all year. But then it points out how many times they blew leads in all their other losses in the second half. Contrast it with, and I don't want it to get lost in everything while we're dogging Michigan, what Michigan State's done. The Spartans have gone 5-0 in a gauntlet. Mm-hmm. I know the cold shooting night could end their season down the line, but the reality is they defend so well, and they give themselves so many chances, and they're deep, and if it's not one guard, it's the other guard or the other guard or the other guard, and the latest is Jace Richardson, who I think unlocks another level for them. He can create his own shot, he rebounds, he's a good passer, he defends, and he's a future NBA guy who's just scratching the surface.
Well, they've created options. And they don't have to have one guy carry them for 40 minutes. They can have one guy do it for 5-6. They can have another guy step up, but their defense is what keeps them in the games to allow them those opportunities.
So we talked a little bit about the madness that is upon us now. Expectations for both Michigan and Michigan State. We got Gator in studio.
Can Jace stay for another year though? I mean, I'm just don't get hot right before the tournament and then leave. Like what happens?
Yeah, but Gator, if I give you a Final Four, is it worth it? If I give you a real shot at the national title,
give me a Final Four and go where you want to go. But it'd be fun. It'd be nice to actually hang on to one of the stud players when they become studs. What's really nerve-wracking is when they leave before they really should.
Yeah.
But
How mad were you on Saturday night at the end of that Red
I
Wing
was
game?
pissed.
I could picture.
Really pissed. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't I be? It's a ridiculous missed call where the official's right there. He clearly swallowed a whistle. And because you swallow a whistle, then not only is it just a bad call, but then now you get the conspiracy theorists out there with the Goudreau stuff and Columbus and this streak that they're on and everything. It's like, just make the right call. It's right there to be made.
Well, and then you get the conversation that we stumbled into, and I don't know if you guys will get into it, the idea of, they lost a couple in a row, this time again. I'm not willing to panic. I think McClellan is much different than Lalonde. Immediately after the game, McClellan's like, listen, we got 2 defensemen back. And immediately after the goal, he's like, we can't dwell on it. Like, I think that's the key, is not spiraling
I
here.
think he's a great coach, and I think it should work out for them. But no, you can't help but get a little PTSD when they've dropped 2 in a row to a team that you shouldn't be losing 2 in a row to because you're competing with them.
And the calendar lines up almost exactly
it's awfully
as
familiar.
it did last year.
It's awfully familiar when you didn't get wins against teams like Washington or Philadelphia, when you
Buffalo.
needed 2 of the easy wins against Arizona that you bypassed, and then you ended up losing on a technicality. So you don't want that. I don't think this team's there. I think, fortunately, they've got the trade deadline coming up that can improve themselves. I hope they do.
Yeah, me too. Nervous. Doug, what's going on? What do you guys got coming
We'll
up?
discuss it right out of the game.
Oh, perfect. How about that? Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Monday, everybody. Sun's out and shining, but it's construction season. And I don't even want to get into my deep-seated depression over that fact. I swear my commute, it's been good for about 7 months, and now it's right back at it. There's going to be construction everywhere. And I guess that's how you fix the damn roads, but I feel like they keep fixing the same ones over and over and over again. Scott, how are you today?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Anything exciting this weekend?
I mean, just it's depressing on Saturday.
Yeah.
With the game.
Yeah, and frustrating.
lots else went right over the weekend, but that was one thing that I wanted to go right that did not. And beautiful setting there to see the 95,000 people, whatever they were there. That was really cool. Glad the weather cooperated. Remember earlier in the week, it looked like it was going to be like 45 to 50 on Saturday. And then they obviously got a different model that came in, and I think it was like 20 degrees by the time they dropped the puck, which was great. Did my taxes yesterday. Got that done.
Did you?
Yep.
Good.
You know me. Want to get them done quickly.
Yeah, I got to tell you, based upon your personality and what I know about you, it is like the most prompt thing every year. Taxes, you are way before we are ever done.
Let's get it done.
Yeah,
get it on, get it over with.
He is on top of it, people.
That's right.
He is on top of it.
So that's always exciting, Doug.
Is it?
When you're doing that scramble through the house to find your tax information that you need, property taxes and everything else, W-2 forms and whatnot.
Yeah. There's invariably a form you have no idea what it is.
Oh yeah.
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 Oh, I've got to get the 3535I. Oh.
Right.
I don't know what a 3535I is.
Yeah, when the tax forms start looking like BMW models, then you're concerned about that, right?
Not good.
Yeah, but I got it done, so that was good. And then obviously Michigan State with a big win. The Tigers they're giving you something to listen for or to look for in a box score to watch if you've got time to watch on the game.
Yeah.
So I filled out the weekend nicely.
You know, that call at the end of the Red Wing game, which got a lot of attention for obvious reasons. The way you look at it and the way I tend to look at these things and say, all right, do we have a legitimate beef? Because it seems like the most obvious thing ever that we have a legitimate beef. Had that been called, okay? Had that been called a high stick,
yep.
Would Columbus be outraged today?
I don't think so. Well,
how could they be?
They couldn't be because it's absolutely flat out a high stick.
Yeah, it's not. Nobody would be talking about that call had it been called.
And the fact is that they called one earlier in the game was almost the same thing.
Yeah.
So you got to call it, and the referee's looking right at the play, and he doesn't call it.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yep.
And now the Red Wings are in the second wild card spot with 66 points. And I mean, it's only like every team left in the conference is in contention, it feels like. I mean, you go down to 61 points. So the Wings have a 5-point advantage over the Islanders. Between the Islanders and the Red Wings, you've got the Flyers, the Canadians, the Bruins, the Rangers, and the Senators. But that's all.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Columbus is now 2 points ahead of the Red Wings for the top wild card spot. And Tampa's put some separation because now they're 6 points ahead of Columbus in the Atlantic for the third spot. So they got work to do. And there's only 22 games left, which means there's 44 points available. What's that point total that you feel comfortable with? That, okay, if they get to this point total out of the 44 points, how many do they need to take to make you feel like they've got this?
It is stunning how similar the situations are to last year and, quite frankly, the year before. And here we are again. And we can talk about the zeroed in on this season, the short-term ramifications of what happened over the weekend. And we can zoom out and say, how are we back in this same situation? And look, I still think that the big move gets made, but the context of being back here again is a little bit bothersome. I don't want to come across in any way with this discussion as saying, I don't think Yzerman's going to work but it's okay to question why we're here again. Like you believe, I do believe that there are successful slow builds. You can slowly be building, making prudent drafting, waiting for your guys to populate your NHL roster, the guys that you've taken and invested in. But you also want to be going a step up the ladder every chance that you get. And we're here again. And that's sort of the big picture. The smaller picture is, do I think this team is going to make a move this week that propels them toward the playoffs? I do. I really believe that they will. I think a lot of it has to do with swinging and missing, coming close in previous years. And it's whether the sense of, I don't want to use the word desperation, but in the big picture, this hockey team been playing so well before undermining confidence with back-to-back losses to Columbus, where last year they went on, I believe it was a 6-game losing streak right around the trade deadline and undermining confidence. And the year before, they lost back-to-back games to Ottawa right before the trade deadline to undermine confidence. Again, right? and so it's just frustrating to be back here. We all want the same thing, and we all could see how this could work as far as a team that can make the playoffs. And once you're in, anything can happen. But man, the one thing that I wish, it'd be great to have an elite goaltender. And that's where you really become a factor. No matter what your record is or where you're seated, if you can get elite goaltending. And there are times where you think that the Wings goaltending is outstanding, but they're kind of in a tough spot again right here, right now.
Yeah, they are in a tough spot. And with the deadline, what is it, Friday? It's looming. Other teams are starting to make some moves. The Red Wings, I think, will make a move or moves. And I also think that they've got – keep an eye on what's happening a little bit in Sweden with Axel Sandin Pellikka, the defenseman. He's really, really good. And if their season comes to an end, do they want to take a look at him? Or is this a guy that they just, okay, we'll worry about it next year? Or do they want to take a chance? Because he's played awfully well for that club in Sweden and also in the international competition with Team Sweden. He's done well. So with the junior championships, he was outstanding. He's an offensive type defenseman, but get the puck out of the zone kind of guy, right? Is that something they could use? I'm just curious what they're going to do.
I feel like they have to be a little bit more risky, a little more daring, a little more aggressive than they've been in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So could that be a move? Yeah, that could be a move. But it also feels like, this trade deadline week, we'll get into the details of it and get to some of what Yzerman said a year ago. So people can maybe understand the context and run down some of the names they might be going after. Of course, there's a lot going on. Disappointing result on Friday night between the Pistons and the Denver Nuggets. Bounced back Saturday, which was nice, and took care of business against Brooklyn. They've got Utah tonight. You also have the Michigan and Michigan State games from yesterday. Spartans now in command of the Big Ten chase with 1 week to go, and they'll be hosting Michigan on Sunday. We got Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. We'll have ours today at 10:35. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, how do you define reliable? Well, here's how you define it. Somebody that you pick up the phone and call, and they're going to help you out. That's what happens when you talk to the great folks over at Precision Garage Door. Years ago, I needed some garage repairs. I called them up. They came out immediately and fixed the problem. And when I needed to get new garage doors altogether, did the same thing. They came out and walked me through the entire process. I felt ultra comfortable with it. They showed me all the options, and I've got beautiful garage doors now thanks to Jackie's team. They were just a breeze to work with. And right now, in fact, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. That's nothing to sneeze at, folks. That's a $499 value, and the sale ends at the end of the month. Plus, you mentioned 97.1 The Ticket. They're going to waive your service fee. I mean, that is awesome. We still have some cold weather that can still wreak havoc on the parts of the garage door, and make sure everything is working properly. Give them a call today. They're available weekends, available at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7, even on weekends and on holidays. So give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com today.
NFL Draft Combine over the weekend. We'll have thoughts coming up at 11. Standouts, guys, that right now look like they could be Detroit Lions. Who would you like to see be a Detroit Lion from the Combine? Again, we'll get to that at 11. If you want to jump the gun and have that discussion, feel free. Like we said, we got open lines at 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. We'll have ours today at 10:35. In the meantime, okay, so we've got Remy's dropped these back-to-back games to Columbus, and there was I think it was a 6-game losing streak a year ago, right around the trade deadline. There was the back-to-back losses to Ottawa 2 years ago, right around the trade deadline. Steve Yzerman, the man in charge, this build, okay, which has been slow. I mean, it has been a slow build. And they were one of the worst teams in hockey, and they're no longer one of the worst teams in hockey. The question becomes, with this slow build, is it a slow build or is it something that's just not working? How do you distinguish the difference? How do you instill confidence that this truly is a slow build to a better place versus it's just not working? And what is my confidence? Where would my confidence be in this team, in this rebuild? Like, are you confident in the rebuild right now? Or is this a slow build, or is this just not working?
I still have some confidence here. I'm not going to lie that losing that game, to me, it wasn't how they played. It was, so that's what's going to help me with the confidence. The result is what kind of has it shaking, because they lost the back-to-back to a team that they need to stay in front of, and now they're behind. And that's what hurts.
Yeah. I'll tell you what my confidence is centered around. My confidence is centered around that this could work and that this is still part of a potentially successful slow build. Is the Red Wings have one of the higher-ranked organizations in hockey in terms of depth, in terms of their young talent. Sandin Pellikka, who you just mentioned, and Marco Kasper, who's making plays, and Nate Danielson, Carter Mazer, like where people respect the Red Wings organization as far as their organizational depth. And so that's part of the slow build. If you're going to draft and hoard prospects and not make win now moves, in theory, you should be accruing a lot of young talent. And they seem to be, the respect from people in the game seems to be there for that. But here's the issue I worry about. This is year 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like a carbon copy of the last couple of years in terms of edge of the playoffs, not playing well right before the trade deadline. And, I think Yzerman probably wants to give this thing gas. He's always been patient and said, we're not going to do we have the soundbite. This is 1 year ago. Okay. The trade deadline comes and goes and they don't make a big move. They don't do anything significant. And here's what Yzerman said a year ago. That's what he thought 1 year ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has anything changed? The context of where they are, has anything changed?
Not really.
Because wouldn't that imply that I'm sitting here predicting a big move this week But that's what he said 1 year ago, and everything. You know what they were last year when the trade deadline hit? They were in the number 2 wild card spot. Where are they this year? They're in the number 2 wild card spot. And so I think you either have to say, okay, after 6 years, I got to give this some gas because I got to show some progress. But when you have that attitude, sometimes you make a bad trade.
But a year ago, guys I think that he was like, I'm not going to get rid of because, these are prospects, are guys like Simon Edvinson and Marco Kasper. Fast forward a year, Simon Edvinson and Marco Kasper are 2 key pieces to this team. So thank goodness he didn't trade away those guys because these guys are going to be studs for the future. And, okay, now they have these guys that are playing in this team. So where are the prospects now? Yeah, they still have some pretty high-end prospects, and they still have draft picks. I don't think he's keen on giving up his prospects.
No.
Would he be more keen on giving up draft picks? I mean, obviously, everything depends on the player that you're getting involved with. And there might be some pretty good players that are just on bad teams right now, and maybe those pretty good players have big contracts, and the price to acquire them isn't as big as you thought because of the contract. So what you're getting is the contract on an underperforming player, which doesn't sound too attractive. But the change of scenery aspect of it, does that matter?
Well, I'm pretty amazed at some of the names that are getting floated out there with trade rumors here. And we'll run down some of those names coming up in a minute because it just surprises me. I always hesitate at ripping GMs for trades that aren't made. And the reason is because you can't make somebody give you their good player.
Exactly.
You can't make them do that. You can try to acquire said player, but then if when the curtain is lifted and you find out why no was said, usually it's like, oh, I wouldn't have done that either. But I also feel there's got to be a little bit more sense of desperation and aggressiveness here in year 6 because you're not guaranteed year 7. Like, I don't think Yzerman gets fired after this year, but the clock is ticking a little bit on a slow build where they're in the exact same place as they were a year ago.
Yeah.
And I don't want to come across as trying to run Steve Yzerman out of town. I'm not. But this is sort of the reality of where we are. If I said anything that you think is inaccurate, I'm willing to accept it.
No, I don't think anything's inaccurate at this point. I think the scary thing is like what you don't want to do is miss an opportunity, miss a chance to take a big step forward, and if you miss that, do you become Buffalo, who's missed, I think, 14 straight years of playoff hockey that they've been without? And they're drafting at the top of the draft every year, and they've done nothing with it.
Now, there's a few points to be looked at. Like the Red Wings had to respond in that third period on Saturday night, and they did. And did they get robbed because of a ridiculous no call? They did. Is it a team that had been really, really playing well leading up to the Columbus series? They were. There's a lot of other reasons to not panic here over 2 losses. What came up a point short last year? Is McClellan worth a point where Lalonde wasn't? He is.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of reasons to feel confident that this year's going to be different.
And the field was tight last year at this time because that's what happens when you have this many teams make the playoffs. It just the competition is there for it. This is an important week. They got to win their games. They play tomorrow night against Carolina. It's going to feel like they've got a playoff series against Carolina because they play them 3 times in the last 20 games of the season. And they got the trade deadline on Friday. We're going to find out this week which teams actually think they're going for it and which teams are not. And I hope the Red Wings are one of these teams that are going for it because they should. It's time. And I don't think the cost, and I could be dead wrong on this, but I don't think that the cost to acquire a player that could make a difference for this team that would be an upgrade over what they have. Otherwise, you're not making trades. You're not making trades just to do it. You're making trades to get an upgrade over what you have. And when you've got open spots because Andrew Kopp is out for the year, and because, okay, we're going to be careful about players coming back from concussion, or because you've got fourth-line players that you could clearly find an upgrade over, you got to take advantage of it.
The clock isn't ticking down to 0 on Yzerman, but it's ticking. And I feel like it's time to get aggressive and take a risk. And there are risks out there to be taken We will get to that today at 10:32. Our Champ and Chump nomination and the players' names. Who are some of the guys they could go after? Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. We got combine stuff. We'll get to draft combine discussion. Who stood out and you like as a potential future Detroit Lion? That at 11:02. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, your family deserves the best water. Contact CGC Water and save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Do not be the filter. With warmer weather and melting snow, make sure your basement is dry. Save 10% now on a new Zoller sump pump from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242.
Sounded like Paul smacked Kenny. Did you hear that at the end?
Horse crap is what it was. But anyway, look, the Red Wings are in an interesting situation. Okay, so I do feel like Yzerman has to be feeling we got to show some progress. Builds can be slow, and that's okay when they are. But you can also easily say it's just a sign that something isn't working. They're definitely better than they were. Got it. Yep, that wasn't hard to do. They were one of the worst teams in hockey. But you turn around a few years later and you go, wait a sec, a year ago at the trade deadline, number 2 wild card spot, Eisman said what he said at the time, wasn't willing to give up top prospects and didn't feel like they were close enough to make a move, a significant move. What's going to be different a year later? Well, another year has been hung on the timeline. And I think it's time to get aggressive. And Gator, there's some young names out there that I still question the accessibility to some of these players, but their names are floated out there. And I think it's time they take a chance or two on young, talented guys who've gotten the job done in the past or haven't lived up to their expectation that might be shopped around. The Dylan Cousins thing, the center from the Buffalo Sabres, has been talked about forever. And he's still a young player, and he still did score 30 goals a couple of years ago, and feels like, a roll the dice at, if he is truly being shopped around by Buffalo, and it appears to be the case, that seems to be a guy that going after makes all the sense in the world. Quentin Byfield, 22 years old from the LA Kings, former top 5, 6 pick, whatever he was, coming up just short of a Team Canada spot, is a talented player that the Kings, who are in a playoff hunt, his name continues to be floated out there as a possibility of a player that could get traded. Yes, please. Ryan Donato's a little older. The Red Wings have shown interest in him in the past, and Chicago isn't going anywhere. He's 28. He's having a career year. I believe his contract situation has him more of a rental, but these are some of the kind of moves that the Gator, it feels like it's time, and they can be justified as, hey, this isn't a player that wins now, but a guy that we want to have be part of our core moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I like the 3 players you mentioned. The younger players, Byfield would be, the guy I really liked coming into the draft the year that he was drafted. He's got great size. It's like 6'5" and 225. That's huge. Love to have that, although he doesn't necessarily play as big as what he is, and maybe that's one of the reasons that the name is out there. Cousins is the name that most people recognize.
Yep.
And you mentioned the Donato's having that career season like that too. And the other name I throw out there is Jonathan Marchessault. He's not young. He's 34, but he's got a contract that seems like that's one that the Red Wings could absorb. I think it's $5.5 million a year for the next, I think it's 4 or 5 years. It's doable. And a guy who's not having a good season with Nashville, but he's, last year he had 42 goals. This year he's got 18. So does he just need to be on a better team?
Right.
And this is just forwards, let alone defensemen. I'm not sure I think they need to find a way to improve both the scoring and the defense, which is something every team wants to do, without having to, trade the world to get a goaltender. But you don't want to do that because you've got 2 goaltenders in waiting. You've got Kosa, you've got Augustine, they're 2 guys that everybody's waiting to see, but we're probably a year away from seeing Kosa. And, I'm not sure how much longer it'd be for Augustine, but probably several years away from Augustine too. But I think they can improve themselves in both the defense and the forward position, but just concentrating the forwards, there's a lot to like about all the players you mentioned.
248-539-9797. There are other guys out there, but Yzerman, give it some gas this year, man. Give it some gas this year. Let's accelerate here and down the stretch and be a postseason team. Now, there are also, if you're desperate and you feel like you have to make a deal, you can make a bad one. That's an easy formula for making a bad trade, right? 248-539-9797. Time for our Champ and Chump nominations. My Champ of the Weekend, Gator, is one Jackson Jobe. Another great outing. People say he looks like he is going to be worth the hype, and saw the performance this weekend. Very encouraged by Jackson Jobe.
Yeah, he looks great. Throwing near 100 already, and he's got some wicked movement on the pitching. He's fun to watch. I'm going to go with Michigan State Athletics for the champ. I know it's kind of a catch-all here, but, the gymnastics team, they're on a tear, looking to close out the Big Ten championship. The baseball team is ranked for the first time in forever. Tom Izzo's got the basketball team. Right now they're in position where they control their own destiny. They can win the Big Ten championship. And then the hockey team just captured their second straight Big Ten championship game over the weekend with a win over Notre Dame. So
Michigan State's athletics department is doing very well right now.
My jump of the weekend is the officials for missing one of the most obvious high sticks ever.
Yeah,
terrible.
Same here. And the referee swallowed his whistle, the blatant high stick at the end of regulation. It's embarrassing. And the other thing is awful about that, Red Wings would have been on the power play with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
One of the best power plays in hockey.
Yeah.
I like their chances
to
close that game out with the extra attacker for 2 full minutes before you'd have to go to an overtime period.
Well, with that said, get your Champ and Chump votes in. Champ and Chump, it's the People's Choice Award. You select him. We will tally him up and post on our website on Tuesday. Brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet. 248-539-9797. Open lines anywhere you want to take it. But feedback coming in. My champ of the weekend, this from Bob, is Alex DeBrincat. Jump of the weekend is the NHL for ignoring an obvious penalty by Columbus ahead of the game-winning goal. Nice job ruining the end of an otherwise great nationally televised game. So the thing about it is, if that doesn't take place, right? If that goal is disallowed because they call a penalty, there is not a topic on Columbus Sports Radio about the terrible call at the end of regulation that cost the Blue Jackets, right? There's no discussion.
No, they would be discussing how they blew a 2-goal lead.
Yep.
In front of 95,000 people.
Yep.
And a national audience.
Unnamed texter Duggan Scott.
And how they're stuck in Ohio.
Only the Pistons, Lions, and Tigers deserve any time this week. We don't need to talk about the weak-ass anti-Detroit grit Red Wings. Well, look, I mean, there's time for all of major food groups. It's trade deadline week, which can be an exciting time. They've got to give it gas.
I don't know. I thought coming back from 2 goals down showed some grit.
Yeah, it did. This mini skid doesn't get Stevie to make a big move. If this mini skid doesn't get Stevie to make a big move, I'll officially lose my faith that he is what it takes to finish this. He has what it takes to finish the rebuild.
Well, make a big move, but at what's the cost? And that's always the other shoe, right? Okay, hey, great. Look who they just acquired. That's awesome. Oh, what did it take to get him? I'm curious. I don't know what it would take to get some player.
I feel like to get a player, like the ones that we mentioned, Cousins, Byfeld, Donato is a little bit older. Alex Tuck is another player out of Buffalo that is scoring a lot of even strength goals that would be useful. They don't seem to need to add to the power play the way it is right now, but he could be available. If you start getting into some of those younger players, yeah, it's going to be costly, but pay the price.
Yeah, but it's not like they're going out and asking. I mean, with these players we've brought up, who knows what Steve Eisman's picking up the phone and talking about. But it's not like they're trying to acquire a Kachuk, where it would cost you an arm and a leg. Right? I don't know what the cost is on any of these guys. I don't know if any of these guys is a first-round pick in return.
I don't think this is somebody shopping Torkelson, right? I think this is somebody shopping some players that it's still going to cost. I think if I were in LA, I'd be saying, okay, if we're going to trade Byfeld while we're still trying to make the playoffs, given the potential that he has, we're not doing it for nothing. And I would think, Buffalo may do it just for future assets, although people are saying that's not what they're after. 248-539-9797. This wing situation is simple. If they don't make the playoffs, Yzerman and Larkin need to be looked at harshly. Larkin because he's the leader of this team, and it doesn't give the vibe. And it doesn't give the vibe that he knows how to win. He doesn't give the vibe that he knows how to win.
Now, one card the Red Wings do have in their hand, if they wanted to play it, is the goaltending card, because they have the 2 prospects that look like dynamite prospects in Sebastian Cossa and Trey Augustine. These 2 guys are awfully talented, and they're young. Now, if they wanted to go get and make a big splash, that would be a piece you could use to get a monster player. Again, I'm not saying they're going to go out and get some monster player.
Well,
I don't think that's the case. I think they're probably just going to find an upgrade on the roster.
Do you tell someone pick your goaltender, or do you say you can have this one? Are the Red Wings dictating to other teams which of the 2 are available?
Well, that's the other thing.
Because goalies, I was once told by someone in the league, goalies have a long runway. You see them sometimes in the minors for a long time.
Yeah, of course. Particularly when you're drafting them as 18-year-olds, and that's what they used the first-round pick on Cossa. And I don't know, what is he, 21 years old right now, 22? And okay, he still hasn't really played in the NHL yet, but he will.
and hopefully has a great career.
248-539-9797. Draft combine over the weekend. Guys that stood out that we liked. We'll get to that today at 11:02. It is Carson Anderson. Get your champ and chump votes in here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you don't need luck this March to find the right HVAC team. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're everywhere. They're everywhere for a reason. You want to call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm the rest of this winter. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, water filtration, schedule an appointment online. BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Look, we all want Steve Eisner to be successful. That's clear. And he is a Detroit legend. And this has been a slow build, and we talked a little bit about some of the moves that haven't worked, and it feels like Yzerman, you try and reach out to people in the league, and I've talked to on a number of occasions people who weren't exactly impressed, were kind of raising the eyebrow at some of the free agent signings, and look, they've drafted reasonably well to the point where people think they have one of the better organizations in hockey, but if those guys aren't ready yet, then is it time to move one of them to help the current group? How much would it help the current group to say, I believe we can do something. Here you go. Here's a Ryan Donato to help. Here's an Alex Tuck to help. Here's a Quentin Byfield that's going to be here for a long time. And, I ask people, are these guys truly accessible? Like, can you really, really get them? Because I'm not sure that that's the case. And the response I got was, yeah, they are, but it's not like you're going to get them free. And we played that soundbite from Yzerman a year ago, and he was like, I'm not ready to give up first-round picks. I'm not ready to give up our highly coveted prospects. 1 year later, nothing's really changed. They're in the same spot as they were a year ago, but maybe this time he has a little bit more sense of urgency because where we are on the timeline.
Well, there might be more of a sense of urgency. And the only thing that has changed is that some of those prospects are now with a big club. So if he's not going to trade the prospects that are on the roster like Edvinsson and Casper that are making a big splash right now, but would he be willing to trade a prospect that isn't on the Red Wing roster? Might be. I think it's more in line probably with the draft picks at this point. But it really everything depends on who are you looking to acquire. How much of an upgrade is that player going to be over what you have in your roster? Is it simply an upgrade for the fourth line, or is it getting a number 2 center?
Dwayne from Pontiac says, chump referee Steve Willis for not calling a knockdown when Tank Davis took a knee. Is that fight?
I didn't.
Yeah, it was a big fight this weekend.
Yeah. Did you see it?
I saw the highlights, and I agree with Dwayne from Pontiac. What was that about? But then again, Gator, this, boxing is like the most shady sport ever, so it really doesn't matter.
Champ the Detroit Pistons for bouncing back Saturday after Friday's loss. That was kind of a big deal. Like, that's a team that, the Red Wings, like we're talking about the disappointing of the Red Wings, they lose at home to Columbus, come back Saturday and lose again. Now, there was some stuff they did in that game would lead you to believe, and stuff that happened in that game would lead you to believe they were worthy of winning. But, yeah, the Pistons bouncing back was a nice bounce back.
Yeah, it helps that you get, you're going to take on Brooklyn, but you beat who you're going to beat, and they beat them soundly, not even close.
Champ flag, golden chump, everyone else on the roster. Michigan's picking a bad time to play poorly. They've got a couple weeks here before March Madness starts, so that's the good news. And their poor play, they were winning some games even while struggling, but I think you can make a case that their last 7 halves of basketball, they've played one good half, and that was the second half against Rutgers. They have not played well the last 7 halves. They don't look like themselves. Now, they've been dealing with some injuries, but still, it's not like injuries to Golden or Wolf or Trey Donaldson, the guys that typically are their lead dogs. They've been injuries to mostly bench or role players, but still.
And Michigan State just continues to dominate in second halves of games. Games can be tight in the first half. They can be trailing in the first half. The next thing second half happens, and they just take care of business.
Sure helps when Jace Richardson isn't on the bench with 2 fouls. Draft picks means 0 for the Wings. Trade them all away. We don't need another guy that'll be ready in 5 years. It's time to turn the corner here. And now, am I crazy to think if the Wings don't make the playoffs, Larkin could be traded in a blockbuster deal this offseason? I think the Larkin story is intriguing because I think he came away from the Four Nations thing. I think Detroit was energized about their guy. And quite frankly, he got...
You have some Riz?
I don't know if I would use the term Riz in this particular case.
Okay.
No. Excellent effort.
Try it out.
Excellent effort.
It's going to try it out.
But I don't know that Larkin's performance has him, one would say he has more Riz, which is one of the terms the kids use for like charisma and the ability to speak with the opposite sex.
Pick up chicks, Doug. Pick up chicks is what you're looking for.
I don't know. I thought after that Four Nations Cup,
Isn't he married? I think he's good.
Oh, actually, the word you'd be looking for was more aura. Not Riz.
aura?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Riz would be like picking
Aura?
up chick. Yeah, aura is more like just a vibe. You know?
Fair enough. I'm not trying to break any families.
Yeah.
If we don't make a move this trade deadline, fans will turn on this team, especially season ticket holders. How can you, in good faith, sell and not make a move to be a playoff team? I don't know that they would sell.
Oh, I don't think no. By no means would they do that. I think they're going to be buying at the trade deadline. I'm just not sure how big a purchase it's going to be. Is this one where you hide the credit card receipt from your spouse? Or is this like, hey, help me unload the car?
Well, if you're not going to get somebody that is
toilet paper, great.
a major difference maker, and look, we can discuss at great length who we go get. You can't make other people give you their good player. And if you are determined to make a move at any cost, that's how you end up overpaying, and that's how if it doesn't work, it can basically sink your career. Champ of the week, the WWE for turning John Cena heel in what nobody saw coming. Champ of the week, John Cena for turning heel.
Uh-oh.
Okay, this warrants further explanation, Gator.
Well, the professional wrestler John Cena. You familiar with John Cena and his work?
Yes.
Great guy off the outside the world of wrestling. Does all the Make-A-Wish stuff. He's awesome. Getting into acting. He's kind of funny, very personable, and has been a fan favorite or babyface for most of his career. And then all of a sudden, Saturday night was the Elimination Chamber. Kenny, is that what it was?
Yeah, the Elimination Chamber premium live event on Saturday. He turned on Cody Rhodes, turning himself heel for the first time in his career since he's been, there.
So
was
he
heel
teamed
once.
He teamed up with The Rock, and they beat up on Cody.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
If it comes as a complete shock, it's awesome. When that happens in wrestling and you do it right, it is the greatest thing ever. When Hulk Hogan turned heel and turned on Randy Macho Man Savage 30 years ago, it was stunning and amazing. It's wrestling has these moments in time that happen every 10 years or so that are just awesome.
Yeah.
And this would be this might be one of them. Well timed.
Yeah, I was thinking it was on par with Hogan.
How did you feel about it in comparison to like when Larry Zbyszko turned on Bruno Sammartino?
That surprised me more.
Yeah,
I didn't expect that out of Zbyszko. But
And then remember they solved that at Shea Stadium in front of 43,000 fans in a cage match?
Of all places, at Shea.
At Shea, right. And that was like in the early 80s, like 81 when that happened.
Yep.
So.
No, that was a stunner.
And the crowd was chanting, "Remember Larry's chair. Remember Larry's chair."
Oh, Doug knows.
Yeah.
Who amongst us could forget? I got a shirt.
I remember Larry's chair. That was Team Sammartino. Still is.
All right, well, there you go. Champ is John Cena, turning heel. So wait, he got a chump vote for turning heel, and now he's got a champ vote for turning heel?
When it catches you by surprise, man, it's awesome. It's like a reveal in a movie that you don't expect. Like, oh, great.
Chump is the Wolverines for that loss to Illinois. John at work. Another vote there. Champ is DeBrincat. He's playing like Marcel Dion. Chump is the refs from Saturday night.
Yeah, DeBrincat's kicked it into high gear again, huh?
Yep. From unnamed texter, Champ Jace Richardson had 11, 6, and 5 despite missing the 16 minutes of the first half against Wisconsin and carried MSU. Chump Michigan rebounding. How does a 6'2 Illinois guard get more boards than Wolf and Golden? What were their final offensive rebounding numbers in that game for the Illini? I didn't get a chance to look this up.
Offensive rebounds, they had 19 offensive rebounds.
Okay, how many shots did they miss?
They missed 39 shots.
So they missed 39 and rebounded. So Michigan got 20 rebounds and Illinois got 19 of their missed shots.
This is correct.
Think about that. Now, continue to see. Michigan gives up the most amazing thing. This is like the third or fourth game in a row, and it was multiple yesterday. Banked three-pointers. They gave up 2 more banked three-pointers yesterday.
Oh.
Let's see. Nick and West saying Champ is Jalen Duren for stepping up as teams have focused on Cade. Chump is NHL officiating for forgetting they have a job to do. I mean, it's just, it was egregious. It's not even a call that takes a whole lot of thought and interpretation. It's a simple high sticking penalty that somehow nobody saw.
Did you see the end of the Pistons game on Saturday night?
I did not.
Kang, were you watching the end of the Pistons game?
No, I was out of town.
Asar Thompson, I mean, the game's a blowout, right? They were just trying to run the clock. There's 5 minutes left. Asar Thompson just took over. And he has that ability where I can't wait to see this guy in like 4 or 5 years. I think he's going to be a star. He can take anybody one-on-one.
That's what we've been getting a lot of feedback since the Pistons are becoming, more relevant and winning. Like, people are enamored with, he's got something, aura. Right?
You can say he's got Riz.
He got Riz.
Right?
He might have Riz too, yeah. But no, I did see him do something like behind the back, like all of a sudden take it to the rim, with ease.
He's knocking down shots, like open jump shots. Like, okay, I got this. Boom, drains it. At one time, they showed his like over/under total. The game was like 13, and at the time he had like 9 points. Comes up and down the court in the next 3 trips, and now he's got like 15 points in the game. He just turned it on.
All right, right now, let's hear from you. Did you fall in love with a draft prospect watching the combine? Is somebody you're like, I want that guy to be a Lion? Who did you see, Lions fans, NFL fans, that you want to be a Detroit Lion right now because of what you saw at the combine? We'll give you some names coming up. We want yours. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes. Get them in. Of course, it's open lines. Take it anywhere you please. Here on the Carson Anderson radio program on a Monday on 97.1.
Well, the next big stretch is here for the Pistons, who have only a single loss in their last 10 games. They'll be out west for this next week, beginning in Salt Lake City tonight. Cade Cunningham knows this team is motivated and talked about what's driving them during their climb up the standings. Detroit favored by double digits for this game. The Jazz only have 3 wins since the beginning of February. They're last place in the Western Conference. 9 p.m. start time with Mark Champion's Call on 97.1 right here. I'll have your pregame at 8:35. It may be a while before Parker Meadows returns to the diamond for the Tigers, or not. Dealing with a nerve injury in his arm that has him out indefinitely. No timetable. They say they just have to wait for Meadows' nerve to wake up, which could be days or months. In the meantime, the team will have Tarek Skubal on the bump today. He'll spin it for the fans in Lakeland. Ty Madden and Jason Foley also will be getting in some work. A 1 o'clock game over on the Bet 1270 against the Blue Jays. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Can't wait to let you all know where Kang went this weekend. We'll get to that today at 11:35. Yeah. Great excitement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. This is going to be fun.
Well, he missed the Pistons game, so I hope it was worth
Must have been important.
Yeah, must have been really important.
Yep. Okay. So, look, we're looking for your favorites from the Combine. The Combine is a fascinating window into basically the raw athleticism of the players that will be available in this year's draft class. And there are things that we can see and can help shape the opinions of of what we think the Lions might do, and then there are things we can't see. We can't see the interviews. We can't see that stuff that seems to be a huge part of the Detroit Lions vetting process. What we do know is that behind closed doors this weekend, a lot of guys probably endeared themselves to Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and their staffs, and a lot of guys probably talked themselves out off the board as Lions, as possible Detroit Lions. And, we've seen that in the past with what those behind inside the den results have for those documentaries they do after the draft where they didn't
They're
do
fantastic.
Yeah, they really are.
And and frankly, we're still pissed they haven't done one from the previous draft.
Yeah, and it did. We were waiting for it, and then we got word it wasn't going to happen. We're like, well, damn it.
Maybe they'll do a reveal before the draft this year.
Before the draft?
Yeah, what they did last year, maybe. It just needed some extra time to edit. I don't know.
Oh, you mean they'll put together last year's? Yeah, I don't suspect that's going to
probably
happen.
not.
But, you go through and you go some of the higher RAS scores. So these are the relative athletic scores.
Not Riz.
No, not Riz. That's a completely different thing. But James Pierce Jr., for instance, from Tennessee, edge rusher, had a high RAS score. Jihad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama, had a high RAS score. Sorry, King. Jay Higgins did not, the linebacker from Iowa.
I knew he wouldn't. He's not a Raz guy.
No.
He's a football player, Doug.
Well, and that matters. And I know that's one of those things that people laugh at, but if it somehow is oozing from your DNA, the Lions like that.
How was Armand Membu's RAS score?
Armand Membu,
who's the offensive tackle from Missouri, who ran really well.
I'll have to go find the offensive tackles. Other guys that did well. Terrence Ferguson, the tight end out of Oregon, had an exceptionally high RAS score. Let's see here. Top offensive lineman. Ariante Ursare did pretty well. The tackle from Minnesota. Membo did well. Membo had a good RAS score. So these are some of the stuff that's measurable.
Well, this was an incredibly fast combine for all positions. I'm just looking at offensive linemen, and there looked to be 25 guys that ran 4.92 or better.
Yeah.
Not that 40-yard dash time matters too much for an offensive lineman. It just goes to speak on the athleticism of some of these players. at all positions. But I came away from the combine thinking that there is an awful lot of depth on offensive line, defensive back, and wide receiver. I think there's a ton of depth. So when I'm thinking about how do you go about the draft? What do you do? You can treat it a couple ways. You can treat it like, okay, I'm going to go and try to maximize the depth in this draft. Can you trade out of 28 and trade back a little bit and maybe get an extra pick in the top 3 rounds to do that? So you maximize it, or we've got all this talk and all this distraction about Myles Garrett and stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And you talk about giving up draft capital to go get him, and how much would it take to move to entice Cleveland? Is there a player in this year's draft that you would look at and say, you know what, that guy I think is can't miss. I want to get him, and all I have to do is maybe give up my first round pick this year, and let's say a second round pick next year to move up and get this guy. Is that type of player available? Because that way you're not having to sign him to some monster contract because he'd be a rookie. He'd be a first-round pick. You'd have him for 5 years. Is there that player that dazzles you so much that you think that you can move up and just really cost you a second-round pick to move up 10 spots or whatever it is?
You're talking about an impact player.
Yeah. Somebody you think might be impact, because it looks like there's, like I said, there's some depth in there, some high-end players here.
Okay, so you're talking about moving up, not moving back.
I'm talking about if you wanted to do both. If you want depth, you could go back. But if there's a guy that you love, why not move up?
Okay, so you're talking about two
totally different scenarios.
All right, gotcha. I'm like, how are you going to move up and move back?
You can't, no. But I'm saying you can pick either way.
I mean, I tend to be a go after the depth. I would probably prefer to move back and hoard, even though they aren't as upper crust. Look, there's 2 guys that have been mocked to Detroit, but like Terrion Arnold, for instance. So you're talking about a Terrion Arnold kind of move where you move up 6, 7 spots, 4 or 5 spots, whatever they did.
Willing to move up higher, but yeah.
Yeah.
And what did it cost him to move up that? Was it a 3rd-round pick or something?
Look, yeah. I remember exactly what they did to move up. Trade up for quick Google search, sorry. It was apparently a 3rd-round pick, yeah. Lions card number 24 from Dallas. They moved from 29 to 24 and gave up the pick at 73 and a 7th. They got a 7th rounder back. So they end up with the same number of draft picks. Okay. There are 2 players in this draft that we have seen mocked to Detroit that I like them both very much. And if they were getting close to the Lions pick and they could move up to secure one of these 2, I would not have an issue with them moving up for them, even though I'm preferring to fall back. But since you brought up the move up scenario, and before anybody says, wait, they've been mocked to Detroit, I'm not sure they're going to be there on the board when Detroit picks. But the 2 players are 2 players we have great familiarity with, and they both play the same position. Derek Harmon at Oregon, the defensive tackle, and Kenneth Grant at Michigan, the defensive tackle. Would you be mad if they moved up 4 or 5 spots and got one of those guys?
See, defense, I think there's so much depth. I want to get the elite guy. If you think he's elite, then go do it. You know?
Who would you move up for? Obviously, you brought it up for a reason. So who would you move up for?
I wondered, did Jihad Campbell,
the linebacker?
Yeah, from Alabama. Pass rusher guy who is quicker than Will Anderson, is big, and plays the position pretty well. Guy who didn't have an injury issue a couple of years ago, so didn't really play, and then this year he was really coming on. And has this guy done enough where I might be the top half of the draft? Is that a guy that you could go after?
Jihad Campbell had a good RAS score, and he formally met with the Lions. And if he formally met with the Lions, that tells you that he was enough on their radar. Now the question is, did he kill it? Did he say the right things? And again, we don't know that. Jack Campbell got rave reviews a couple of years ago for his RAS score of 998. I think Jihad Campbell had a 995, he had a 9.95 RAS score, which is pretty highly regarded. And so, that is, he's close to that.
6'3", 235, ran a 4.52. Broad jump of 10 foot 7 inches, which is pretty good when you look at the explosiveness. The 10-yard split, which everybody's looking at, was pretty high at 1.53. And he was a terror by the end of the season.
248-539-9797. Who were your favorites at the combine? Well, I'll give you a couple of mine that could be depth guys if they were to either just stand pat, get in the second round, third round, or move back, get them both. It is Carson Anderson here on a Monday. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. 97.1 the ticket.
Well, the time's now to start thinking about it. The snow is melting. We're going to get some rain the next couple of days. It's really going to take care of the rest of it. You got to start thinking about Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase that full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, in the station 97.1 the ticket. Look, you want to get green and stay green and also save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, and you get the early bird discount. Here's why it's important. Despite the snow and the cold, you got to start thinking about it right now because everyone hates to see crabgrass in the summer. And by the time you see crabgrass, it's too late to fix it. So schedule early. Give them a call right now. Natural Way is awesome. You find out what the Natural Way difference is all about because they use certified applicators and arborists that custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. And it's a locally owned company for the last 35 years. They really love the community. They take care of everything for you. 100% satisfaction guarantee. Again, give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
It's on Car Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Did you fall in love with someone at the NFL Draft Combine? Who you got? 248-539-9797. I'll give you two names here, Gator. One is a converted wide receiver, moved to cornerback this year, and that is Iowa State corner Darian Porter. Had a pretty good year, then went out and ran a 4.3 40 at the Combine. I've actually seen his name associated with Detroit, so there's a player that I would not hate to see them pursue, and he too visited with the Lions formerly. And then another player is one that I saw with my own eyes, very much impressed me. He went out and had a really good Combine, and that is defensive tackle C.J. West from Indiana. He ran a 4.95 40-yard dash, had a 33-inch vertical leap, both tied for fifth amongst defensive tackles. He was considered a mid-round pick. That would be a player that I would absolutely love to see the Lions call out his name.
Yeah, Friday, I was scrolling a lot on Twitter and catching updates when I was out and about, and Darian Porter stood out to me because the 4.3 40 time. How does it not? Yep. But then you go and see that he's 6'3",
yep,
and almost 200 pounds, and that has you going, okay, yeah, that looks pretty solid. I like that. The other player that stands out because of height and speed, wide receiver Dante Thornton Jr. from Tennessee. He's kind of way under the radar in terms of scout sync. Doesn't even has him among their 37 receivers that they rank. But he got invited to the Combine. He made the most out of it. He ran a 4.30 40, and he's 6'5". He averaged over 25 yards per reception last year with Tennessee.
Interesting.
He might be a train wreck running routes. I don't know. I didn't get to see him run the routes, see if he's got hands or not. But when you're 6'5" and you run a 4.30, yeah, that's going to stand out.
Yeah. I mean, what was DK Metcalf's 40 time?
I think he was 4.29 or something like that.
That's really close to 4.30.
It sure is.
Well, obviously, DK Metcalf is one of the best guys in the draft, so just interesting to compare that. Feedback coming in. Jalen Walker's going to be such a stud in the NFL. The Detroit Lions need him. Jalen Walker, linebacker from Georgia. He did not meet with them, but that doesn't mean that they, at least according to our updated list.
Is Nick Amanawari, the safety from South Carolina, is he on the list of guys that the Lions talked to at all?
With?
Yeah.
He is not.
Because this is the guy who really lit up the Combine with a 4.38 time as a safety, but he's 6'3" and 220 pounds. He's a massive individual. And, oh, by the way, a 43-inch vertical leap. That's insane. That is freakish. What's his RAS score has got to be in the high 90s.
Give me a moment here.
But
Amanawari amongst safeties. Sorry, this isn't the RAS score stuff isn't listed real easy to. Yeah, he put up one of the highest RAS scores that's ever been seen.
So this is a player that I look at and I wonder, okay, is this going to put to the test the best player available type thing?
Yeah.
A lot of people think he's played the Combine did well enough, plus his film is pretty good too. Does he work himself into the first round? How far into the first round does he go?
Yeah.
Because they're not sure, is he a safety? Is he a linebacker? Is he a jack of all trades? Because he's got corner speed with linebacker size, and yet he's a safety. Where does he belong in the NFL? And it just screams to me that's just talent, and you take him if you can, and you figure out where to play him. But it doesn't seem like corner's a position, but it's like safety or linebacker. Is that necessarily what the Lions need? But that would be like best player available.
Well,
right?
Remember what they need to, and that's why they go best player available. What they need to starts to get addressed 1 week from today when free agency opens.
Oh, is that a week?
Yes. 248-539-9797. Sean's in West Bloomfield, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sean.
Hey, guys. I watched the Combine. I was looking at, RAS scores and vertical and all that stuff, and I got two different players in you, Doug, that I want with that 28th pick. That's either Myles Garrett or Max Crosby. That's what I'd like to see them acquire with that pick right there.
Understood. It would be awesome if they could land one of those kind of guys. Without a
I mean,
doubt.
28, it's almost like a second rounder. Like, what are we talking about here? I mean, let's go. We need
so
more than that.
There's a few things about it. Like these come with costs, right? I don't know that I would say it's probably unlikely that 28 alone gets it done. If 28 alone gets it done.
Pretty sure it does not.
I'm pretty sure it does not. And then the other cost is what else does it cost you on the cap in terms of other moves you can't make or your own guys that you can't re-sign because you're taking on $20+ million worth of salary. But if they could sort things out, those would be elite players to match.
Add more picks. Go ahead. Cost only matters when you look at the return on investment, and I think those are very safe return on investment guys. Add more picks. That's fine.
Yeah. If it's
3 first-round picks, you do that, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
3 first-round picks, and you can't re-sign Carlton Davis, and you're going to lose Kirby Joseph.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah,
Cap
see,
keeps
right-
going up, but
yeah.
no, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm saying I don't know that's not a realistic cost with the cap continuing to increase every
Actually,
year.
I think the cap increases for everybody, so it's all relative to how much money everybody else has. If I have $10 million in cap space and the Raiders have $14 million in cap space, and we both get $7 more million, the Raiders still have more money than me to bid on the same players that we're going after.
Yeah, but we have more money to sign our own player.
3 first-round picks is really like almost.
And they have more money to
second-round
sign our
picks,
player.
Really.
No, but we have the ability right now to sign Kirby Joseph.
Yeah, but
because he's currently our player.
But that player sees more money in the market. That if he wants more money, he gets to the market and signs with a team with more money. But
you can't think of it like 3 first-round picks anyway. It's almost like 3 second-round picks where we're picking.
Well, right. That's the other side of the point is that, okay, that's why a team that drafts well ahead of the Lions has a better opportunity to land a player like Max Crosby or Myles Garrett because they have better draft position.
But Max wants to go to a contender. Or Max, what am I saying? Or Myles Garrett.
Okay, well, he's got the 11th. He's got the 11th pick in the draft. San Francisco.
Yeah, are they really a contender anymore? Come on, we're
actually probably they're still a contender.
I don't know. I tend to think if you think San Francisco would consider themselves contenders if they were to land Myles Garrett and have Bosa and Garrett on the ends.
Let's be clear here. We all would love Myles Garrett or Max Crosby as an addition to this team. Can we all agree that it would cost way more than 1 first-round pick?
Yes.
And the total cost includes what you can't do with the money that you assume. We can debate what that is.
Can we all assume that it would cost more than 2 first-round picks if you're the Lions?
Probably because
where they're picking?
In theory, they would be one for sure late first-rounder and another one most likely. 248-539-9797. All right, more feedback here. I was already smitten with Landon Jackson, edge from Arkansas, before the draft. Now I think I'm in love. We could probably get him in the second round, but would probably have to move up a little bit to do so. That's from Tim and Lapeer. Or you move out of the first. You move back into the early second. But if you love a guy and you're smitten with him, then he's a second rounder and you don't pick till late second round and you truly love a guy, take him at 28.
He's a big guy, 6'6", 264. Massive vertical leap of 40.5 inches for a guy who's 6'6" and 264. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And he looks like Nate Cornejo.
Does he?
Yeah.
Wow, that takes up space.
The no body hair thing.
Is that right?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, straight ahead, we'll get to more of your feedback. Who'd you fall in love with at the draft combine? And wait to hear where Kang went this weekend. We'll get to that at 11:35. Here on 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well on a Monday, recapping the weekend, taking your phone calls and feedback. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. So, talking about the NFL Draft Combine going into the break, players that you fell in love with, players that you want to be Detroit Lions. And look, there's a lot of them out there, and you see guys go out and crush it, other guys that don't crush it. Can't you fall in love with anybody?
Well, just real quick, you mentioned the guys that didn't crush it. That's what stood out to me the most this weekend. I felt actually bad for Will Howard.
Dude.
Like, it's being called the worst combine in the history of combines for a player.
There were, to be fair to Will Howard, right, is you aren't used to these receivers. Maybe he's used to his Ohio State guys being way faster than everybody else. But he would make a pass, and I would be like, well, that's significantly west of where it's supposed to be, right? I mean, you know, nowhere in the neighborhood.
Well, the wind, Doug. You got to account for the wind.
Yeah, I mean, I always joke that Will Howard looked like a bad guy from an 80s rom-com. Like he was the guy that tortured Anthony Michael Hall's character in the movie, and you know, that he would be good in Pretty in Pink 2 as the bad guy. But long story short,
it's like James Spader.
I did feel bad for him because
I don't feel bad for a guy that won a national championship.
Yeah, like,
he doesn't. I don't think it matters.
I don't feel bad,
he
but
wants to play in the NFL.
It was
sure.
some pretty harsh.
But the criticism is what I felt bad about Gator. Like, they're calling it the worst performance in the combine history. Like, when Doug says just west, like, these receivers were doing everything they can. He's not even in the radius of anyone's catch radius, it seems like, on many of these throws. See, you're laughing now. You see it.
I know. I was watching some of it with it, and then there were nobody consistently stood out to me from the quarterbacks. Like, I thought some guys made some beautiful throws, but they were inconsistent with it. Like, some were just too flat, but somebody threw a beautiful deep pass. It was flat, a line drive. It was perfect, and 45 yards downfield. It was awesome. But then it tries to do it again, and it's 10 yards past the guy. Or if they throw with a loft, the receivers are slowing down to a stop to catch it. There was a lot of, I don't know, not necessarily inaccurate. It just wasn't consistently
great. It could be as simple as Doug said. Like, you're just not used to these receivers.
Exactly.
And that's why a lot of the top guys, they don't throw at this because it can only hurt them. You know, if all of a sudden Cam Ward went out there and looked like that, they'd be like, oh, my God, he's broken.
He goes to the Ohio State Pro Day, and he's got his receivers to throw to.
Yeah, he'll be much better.
He's going to look a lot, because you'll have Ibuka is going to be there and other receivers.
The other one that stood out that wasn't in a good way either was Tez Johnson, weighing in 154 pounds. I don't even know if that's real. That's like a freshman in high school.
He's tiny.
I knew he was small. We all knew he was small.
But he's
154?
Yeah. I mean, look, but someone's going to get a playmaker later in the draft then, because teams are going to shy away from the size, and you play him until he gets hurt, right?
Which could be the first game.
Could be.
Yeah.
But a positive standout, Doug. All right, so I think Brad Holmes, we all know that we all think we know how he operates at this point, grab the best football player available. Mm-hmm. So I think you always got to be on the lookout for a surprise pick. And I thought to myself, what would be a kind of shocking surprise pick like they did with Jahmyr Gibbs, right?
Yep.
Terrence Ferguson.
Yep.
Do you think a tight end is something that's even feasible at 28? I thought he had a good combine, really good combine, and his stock rose. If the other tight ends go, he might be like the third tight end taken off the board.
That's a great call. And the guy Gator brought up, Nick Manwari, the safety from safety or tight end would be a little surprising, but these are high RAS score guys and kind of falls in line with, hey, I'm just taking the best football player.
I got my eye on a tight end to take later in the draft.
Let me think. Who would you like? Luke Lachey, tight end, Iowa.
Oh, I like Luke Lachey, but he's not the one I was thinking of.
Harold Fannin, tight end, Bowling Green.
No.
All right.
C.J. Dipper.
C.J. Dupree?
Sure.
The dude from
Dupree, whatever. Dippre. Yep.
Okay.
From Alabama.
Yep.
Good size. 6'5", 256. Good size.
Yep.
Big hands.
Yep.
He ran a 4.69 40. And 34.5-inch vertical leap. It's almost 3 feet straight up in the air. But he's powerful. He had 32 reps on the bench press, more than anybody else at the combine. So he's strong, good size. You know, the Lions like their tight ends be able to block. I'm assuming he's able to block. If he's that powerful and he's that size, wouldn't be surprised.
Dude,
I do think the Lions will look at a tight end. I don't know if they'll take one.
So many
but
good
look.
tight ends. There are so many good tight ends available. So
This would be, I mean, to me, 4th, 5th round type thing.
yeah,
If he's available.
yep. I've seen him twice in the last 13 months.
You got anything in the bucket on Dupree?
I do not. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. You know what the funny thing is I know I did. Because he was a transfer from Maryland, and I remember I don't off the top of my head, there was some Maryland story I had ready to share, but he didn't really make
Won the crab cake eating competition in 2001, something like that.
It was something ridiculous that it was entertaining, but he didn't do much in those games to warrant more CJ Dupree discussion. But yes, he was a guy another one of the guys that, or one of the reasons why I think that is a very deep position. Okay. I'm almost tempted to have Kang tweet out a picture he showed me this weekend, but as many people know, Kang is the host of the Kang Collects podcast.
Download for free on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcast.
Where your motto is,
if you can collect it, I'll talk about it.
Right. So he's card show guy,
collectibles guy, memorabilia, bones. No, I don't collect bones.
Oh, okay.
That was just a movie.
Okay.
With Denzel Washington, wasn't it?
Bone collector.
So Doug saw it.
Well, I did not.
No?
But I have heard of the
But
star.
if we had said, do you know who the star of the Bone Collector is, what would you have said?
Denzel Washington.
You would have been right, yeah.
Yep.
If you asked me who is the star of The Notebook, I'd say Denzel Washington.
Bingo.
Who is
Nailed
the
it.
star of Honora? Denzel Washington.
Oh, he's getting updated here.
Yeah. Because I don't see a lot of movies. And we will talk about the Oscars later in the show. But, so Kang goes to card shows. Now, you mostly go to these card shows to buy cards, to collect cards.
Yeah, I'm
correct?
just a collector at heart looking for stuff that I like,
Yep. Now, you got word that there was a good show somewhere, but this included an overnight trip.
Oh.
Yeah, it was out of state. I don't normally go out of state unless it's the National, which is a big one that's usually in Chicago. But this one is, they consider this one like one of the best, if not the biggest, in the Midwest.
He went to an Amish card show, Gator.
It
Did you go to Lancaster, Pennsylvania or something?
The other way. Try westbound.
Are you familiar with your big
yeah,
Western
I know
Amish communities?
Is there one in Ohio? I know that, but I don't know where in Ohio it is.
So this was in Indiana. Do you know any of Amish towns in Indiana?
I do not.
Have you heard of the town Shipshawana?
I have not.
Isn't that in the jingle for the Amish Direct commercials?
It might
Don't
be.
they mention
Is it?
Shipshawana?
Oh,
I think they do.
I
He
wouldn't be
went to an
surprised.
Amish card show.
It wasn't all Amish. The town was Amish.
Guys hiding cards in their beard.
Dude.
First edition Jebediah?
Yeah, running low on sunlight. We better end this thing quickly.
All deals are good till candlelight.
The picture from the parking lot that you showed me is buggy after buggy after buggy after buggy.
They collect.
No, well, what happened was, first of all, we're driving there.
Amish collect.
You guys are really churning out some cards here.
By the way, Amish Direct has great furniture. I swear to God, go there, you'll see the stuff. It's amazing. It really is amazing.
Look into the camera.
It's amazing. It's truly amazing stuff. Beautiful.
No, but so, you drive out there, there's a lot of farmland. You expect that. But this was like Amish farmland. And so we're driving down these roads. And they're all numbered, right? It's not like it's a regular street names. And I just see, horse and buggy. And then horse and buggy. And, I'm like, what? Are you sure there's a card show here? Because I was driving with a buddy who had, he put it into the Google Maps. I'm like, I got to tell you right now, there's no way I would believe you that we're going to a card show. Like, we're in the middle of nowhere. And we pull up into the event center, and it's horse. And I showed Doug, like he just mentioned, the parking lot is getting filled. One side, it's like two different huge parking lots. One side's getting filled with horse and buggy along the grass.
And by the way, I think they feel like they have perfected the buggy because each one was exactly the same.
Oh, yeah, that's
like, there's no Lamborghinis.
They don't get better than this.
Like
They're all Escalades.
They're all the same.
Yeah.
They're all
One
exactly
horsepower,
the same.
all of them.
All the same trim package on what's
One
yeah.
horsepower.
This one has 2 horsepower. Oh my God.
Oh, what is that? Oh, look at him. Abram showing off again. Anyways, so what had happened was I found this out later. So I did see a couple Amish people inside the card show, and they were working at like the stations, like for food and things. And I don't know the rules, by the way, with the Amish people, whether electricity, not what kind of electricity they can use, whatever. But apparently on the other side of the event center, I think was like a horse trading night.
Okay.
Or a horse auction night or something like
Gotcha.
that. So they were like, there was a reason why there was so many that day, that night.
Come for the Jordan collection, stay for the horses.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay for the stallions.
I mean, should I do a podcast on horse collecting?
Maybe.
If you can collect them.
Yeah. Call
But
Travis from Yellowstone. See what happens. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it was I'd never been around
Did you get anything?
card wise. Yeah, definitely got.
Here's what's crazy. Why is there a great card show in the middle
Yeah.
of Amish country?
I wondered the same thing. I mean, this thing started smaller, and now it's grown. This is like the biggest one they've had. Maybe that's just the closest.
Maybe it's
center.
less expensive
Yeah,
to
all
use
that
that event
stuff.
center.
Mhm.
Centrally located. You get, I mean, how far was it? 4-hour drive? Something like that?
Well, from me 3.5, from like Canton 2.5 hours.
Okay.
You ever been on the road 12?
US 12.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, Telegraph? Or,
No.
that's not Telegraph.
No, that's not
Is
Telegraph.
It's
Michigan Avenue.
Michigan
Yeah,
Avenue.
it basically runs.
Doug's been.
Yeah, it's been a lot. It's a great way to get to Notre Dame.
Is it?
It's a great way to get to Notre Dame.
I mean,
Now,
Doug,
it's back roads,
Yeah.
but it's one back road that you can.
Just straight shot.
But it's centrally. It's probably not too far from. It's not far from Chicago.
Yeah,
it's not far
Illinois.
from Indianapolis or Cleveland or Detroit
Michigan, Ohio,
or
yeah.
maybe even Cincinnati and,
No, it
and
was-
St. Louis and.
So you took US 12 the whole way?
Yeah.
Or most of the way?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The last city that we left from Michigan was Sturgis. You ever been there, Doug?
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
great
yeah,
way to
you
get to
drove by.
Sturgis.
Yeah. But Doug, you being a parent of like sports kids and all that stuff, you've driven through some small towns or
Without
been in
question, yeah.
tournaments where you didn't know there's not a Chipotle. I don't know.
Yeah, look, you got to tell them you went and asked for where could you get a quick bite to eat?
And the guy at the front desk of the hotel we're staying at, like, he was
The chicken is fantastic.
well, that's what we're looking for. He just said he named a family restaurant down the street. Like, that's the best he could do. And we looked it up, like, we gave it a shot, and it was good.
So did you spent the night there?
Yeah, because it was a 2-day card show. So we just
Okay,
yeah,
I was
you know,
that's why.
the next morning we spent there and then left. After.
Okay, I find this interesting, and I'm total ignorance. 2-day card show.
What's the strategy?
Yeah, do you show up and walk around and
Day
go
one,
back?
you're just looking.
Go back the next day to find out what they held back?
No, see, so I mean, you're just asking for a personal opinion here. My thing is, if you see something you like, try to buy it. Like, you're taking a chance if
On
you
day
walk
one,
away.
yeah, 'cause it may not be their day two.
Absolutely. So, strategy is I try to see every table and tells me how long it takes me to get through a show. The next day, so we knew kind of gauged like it's going to take this many hours to get through the show. We know where certain dealers are, what we liked, because they get new inventory too from like buying from, collectors and things like that. So
Did you get to barter with any of the Amish?
no, but I know I can tell they're nice people because the thing about
that
the
right?
Amish is they always wave. That's the thing.
okay.
They're always
I like
waving.
that. I like the friendliness.
Yes.
All right, well.
Hello.
So thumbs up to the Amish card show.
So what was the best deal you got?
I picked up so I'm into like 90s basketball inserts, and I told Doug this morning, I picked up this pretty cool Chris Webber, kind of really hard to find card numbered Chris Webber cards. That was one. And I picked up, this one. This is my favorite one of the weekend. You guys would appreciate this. An autographed card of Larry Bird and Magic Johnson that you could pack pull back in the day. So it's not one of those like, hey, have him sign it in person. This was a pack pulled Larry Bird, Magic Johnson autograph card.
So by pack pull, do you mean it was
Yeah,
a card that
yep.
was autographed
And
that
then
you could buy
issued
at
in packs.
Circle K,
Probably not Circle K, but maybe.
whatever. Yeah.
Meyer, Target, Kmart
Yep.
back in the day. Yeah, so that was my favorite pickup. Of the week.
Amish were packing some good cards.
Well, they're not all Amish, Doug. But you,
Oh, Mr. Stereotype over here.
yeah, exactly.
That's awesome. That's a great story. I love that you were like, where the hell am I?
Dude.
Hey, this card show's pretty good.
Doug, I think you would like it because the chicken, first of all.
Sure. Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And he likes this guy. I feel
Well,
like he is.
How about this? How close was it to West Lafayette?
How
Not
close
close.
is that? No, it's not right.
close. Not that close.
Because Doug's a huge
Right,
Purdue
'cause
fan.
Doug loves Purdue.
Loves Purdue.
It's A, no, but B, it's pretty close to South Bend. I mean, it's like
South Bend ain't that far from.
It's not
That
far
looks
from
like
Elkhart.
That
You guys, I know you guys love that place.
I'm just looking up
Tater
where
loves
is
Elkhart.
Yeah, it's like a
Elkhart.
2-hour buggy ride. Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down nets. Been waiting to join FanDuel. There's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet. We do it every every Monday. So get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the Weekend. We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the Weekend. So get those votes in at 248-539-9797. Wes and Hal writes in, my Champ of the Weekend is Tyron Lorenzo, an absolute moonshot. Chump is Michigan basketball. Unnamed texter Chump Larkin gets called out publicly after the game Thursday and doesn't show up Saturday. Not what I'd expect from a true captain. Champ JB Bickerstaff for what he's done with the Pistons this year. Very impressive turnaround. Vote for JB, vote for Larkin, for Chump, vote for Michigan, and Tyron Lorenzo. Champ vote.
There you go.
Yep. It's interesting to pay attention to. I tell you, every time games I watch, you know who's having a great spring? Dylan Dingler. Games I watch.
Yeah.
Games I watched.
For me, I think it's Riley Green.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That kid might make it.
Box scores I look at.
A lot of feedback.
That's a new one.
That is a new one, yeah.
Not games I've watched.
No, not all on TV.
Box scores I've looked
box
at.
scores I've looked at.
Yeah.
Hey, Riley Green, 2 for 3 with a walk. Nice.
Games I watch can be so tricky because you just watch. I swear to God, Dylan Dingler must lead the majors in spring training doubles in games I watch.
Sure, in games you watch.
Doubles like crazy. Regarding players at the Combine, people fell in love with. Jared and Jackson writes in, Jihad Campbell's become my number one want for the Lions. It's a sneaky position of need this year and definitely after 2025 with only Jack Campbell under contract. 2 Campbells is better than 1 Campbell.
I would agree with that.
Be 3 Campbells, though, if you count our coach.
Oh! Trifecta.
Mm-hmm. Market cornered.
But it'd be 2 JCs, though.
From Will, the safety from South Carolina screams Isaiah Simmons from Clemson.
He does.
The year he came out.
And it took teams. I mean, I think Arizona drafted him. They couldn't figure out where he best fit. I think teams are as the years have gone on, there are more players like this because players have just gotten bigger, stronger, faster, more athletic. That's exactly what this guy's like. He seems that way anyway, with the size and the speed combo. Being a safety in college, but could play linebacker. And that speed is enticing, and the ability to jump straight up in the air, and he's quite athletic.
Kang, I went to Brown City for work recently. Amish everywhere. It was a little shocking. That's from Whitmer.
I shared my pictures with Gator.
Oh, did you see the
video too? I sent
the video of the buggy after buggy after buggy.
Very, very similar make and model.
Right?
They have it in black.
Do you imagine? Like, how do they find their buggy when they leave? It was the one with the horse,
right?
And it was black.
Do they just, take whatever's there?
Yeah, there wasn't different colors.
Not distinguishing.
I didn't see any different bumper stickers.
Has to be different license plates.
I was about to say,
there was no
license plates.
There was no sticker family on the back. Stick family.
Amish stick figure family bumper stickers.
There was no 0.2 mile sticker on the back either. It was all the same. All right. Make sure to count what spot we're in.
Right.
Kind of. They get there by direct coordinates. We parked at these direct coordinates. Let's see. Have you ever been, by the way, has anybody ever been to Brown City? You ever been to Brown City?
No.
Kang, you ever been to Thumb, right?
I mean, the actual
Thumb
city,
area?
right?
Yeah. Yes.
Sometimes you feel sick. Is there a number 3? I mean, you just wonder sometimes.
Base of the Thumb, north of Imlay. So, Imlay City.
We have Amish people here in Michigan?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. There's Amish community in every state, I would assume.
They actually have a buggy dealership there. A buggy dealership where? In Shipshewana? Somebody just sent that.
Or is it Brown City?
I don't know. Shipshewana, Indiana, buggy dealership. Let's see. I have a feeling I know what all the buggies look like. Let's see. Miller's Buggy Line Company. Okay. Well, there you go.
How much? How much for a buggy these days?
How many cup holders?
Dude.
That's what Gator's dad wants to know.
He would have wanted to know.
Not enough cup holders.
I don't know.
I don't know. We're getting down
How
there.
are the shocks in this thing? I don't want my drink to go flying everywhere.
You deserve it.
Brand new buggy.
I don't know how much a buggy is. They actually a buggy. Okay, 154 pounds. Dude's gonna have to be wrapped in bubble wrap like the kid from Little Giants. Des. What's his last name?
Tez Johnson.
Tez Johnson. Thank you. 154 pound NFL wide receiving prospect.
Well, I don't know. All I saw him at Oregon was making play after play after play after
He made
play
play
after
after
play
play
after play
after
after
play.
play.
Yep. Gray Zabel, North Dakota State offensive lineman. That's from Chris in Garden City as a player he fell in love with. He has been mocked to Detroit on a number of occasions.
He's also been mocked way ahead of Detroit.
Yep.
On a number of occasions. He's a very highly thought of offensive lineman.
Yep. Yeah, look, I mean the combine is a lot of the draft work. The RAS score and the interviews are something we've seen that the Lions have reacted to in the past. We can see the RAS scores. We can't see the interviews. Free agency starts a week from today. That is where they do more needs-based shopping. And then when we get to the draft, they just grab the best football player available. I think, Kang, you made an outstanding point. Expect the unexpected. Don't be surprised if they take a tight end at 28. Don't be surprised if they take a safety at 28. Don't be surprised when they do something that doesn't feel like a need, but they've made it pretty clear. That's what free agency is for. 1 week from today, things are going to be cooking in the NFL, and it'll be interesting to see what direction the Detroit Lions go. All right, next down, let's get to some basketball stuff, both college and the NBA. We'll revisit the Red Wings dropping back-to-back games. Trade deadline is Friday. If you missed, that was pretty much the entire first hour of the show. We'll get back to some of what we said, but if you want to listen, you can use the Odyssey app and use the rewind feature to go back to listen to those segments or any segment here in the last 24 hours. It's all archived on the Odyssey app, where you download that for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows at any time, anywhere in the United States. Also listen to our website, 971theticket.com, and streaming with video on twitch.tv and youtube.com. Go to the search bar on both those sites, type in 971 the ticket, and bang, there we are. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Happy lunchtime on a Monday, everybody. Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. What's up, Detroit? It was a busy weekend in sports, some good, some bad. And now we get into what feels like a big week in terms of, all right, what are the Red Wings going to do about it? What are they going to do about what just happened? What is their next move with the trade deadline on Friday? It is late in the Big Ten chase, Michigan and Michigan State, 1-2 in the Big Ten. Spartans take a leg up with a victory yesterday over Wisconsin, their recent stretch of play. Very, very encouraging for MSU fans. Michigan not exactly instilling confidence as we head into March. We shall see if they can right the ship. They got 2 weeks to do so. Spartans can win out and win the Big Ten title. Of course, there's that season-ending showdown looming at the Breslin Center. The way those teams are playing right now, advantage MSU. There is a Piston team that lost on Friday. We'll get into a little bit more in depth into their weekend. They play at Utah tonight. Detroit is five games clear of the play-in game. That's pretty amazing now. The play-in round. They're 5 games into the 6th seed.
And they're 1 game behind the 4 seed. Yeah.
There's kind of a logjam there. Those teams in the middle, Detroit, Milwaukee, and Indiana. Somebody's going to get home court. I mean, look, I suppose things could change dramatically, but out of those teams, somebody's going to get home court. And one of them's going to, right as it stands right now, face the Knicks, the 3 seed. So whoever finishes 6th, which is where Detroit is right now. We'll get into them coming up. Tigers, look, when we first saw the Parker Meadow news, we were like, uh-oh. And Mac Vealing got hurt. I don't want to do the whole injury thing again. We just went through the whole injury thing with the Detroit Lions, right?
Right.
We don't want to have another. We don't need injuries to be another one of our team stories, right?
No, of course we don't want this. It's we don't like to see it. Injuries play a role with every team, right?
Yep.
And obviously their Lions had destroyed their season ultimately because of having everybody on defense. Pistons got hit early with Jaden Ivey. Gone likely for the rest of the year. We'll see with his leg situation. The Red Wings are dealing with Andrew Kopp. He's gone for the rest of the year. And now the Tigers, even before the season starts. I don't like it, and yet I want to be calm about the Parker Meadows situation. Evan Petzold had an article in today's Detroit Free Press where he had talked to a team doctor from the Angels and the Anaheim Ducks about the specific bicep injury, this nerve thing that he's got.
Yeah.
And the doctor basically said he's just as likely to be out 2 weeks as it is 6 weeks. You really just don't know. And Parker Meadows described it as, I'm just waiting for the nerve to, quote, wake up. So apparently he doesn't have any pain anymore, but he still has a little bit of numbness in the fingertips, I believe. So just kind of waiting it out. And the doctor said it won't be a problem. You recover from this fully. It won't be an issue. So just a matter of time. But I feel like this is a guy that he can't afford. I don't want Parker Meadows to get off to a slow start because he's been hampered with this thing. He needs to hit the ground running. He's one of those guys that you didn't want the season to end last year because he was playing so well at the end.
Yeah, there's arm injuries in the spring. Feel like a disproportionate amount of them are indicative of major issues that we're just getting started with. But it's always with pitchers. Like we talk about pitchers all the time. When you hear he felt something in the elbow, that's like saying, "Oh crap, he's effed." Oh, he felt a little something in the shoulder. Never good. It's just like the worst feeling because too often those things are season enders and require surgery. Parker Meadows, right? That's good news ish.
Could be worse.
Could be worse.
And that's what Veerling kept saying. Hey, could have been a lot worse with him. Glad they discovered it early, but that he's going to miss the first who knows how many weeks of the season. But better than having injury creep up in May.
Yeah.
He's taking the high road with it and looking at glass half full type stuff, but still it sucks. And with these issues, we know the Tigers have depth in the organization, and we keep talking about a potential trade. Will it happen? I don't know if this moves things ahead. That got to get something done before the season starts. But it's something to keep an eye on that it could still happen.
Well, look, that team opens. We are now into March, and so they play baseball, Major League Baseball, the Tigers, later this month. And, things, it's not getting late by any stretch of the imagination in the spring. So hopefully Parker Meadows can be back out on the field and running around out there in center field. And, look, it's a setback because he's not getting the reps, and this might get into the regular season a little bit. It's not a team that feels like they have a huge margin for error. So let's cross our fingers that this is nothing serious. In the meantime, we do Champ and Chump every Monday. Who should be singled out for having a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that sucks? My champ of the weekend was Jackson Jobe from the Tigers. Another great outing. And look, when you have a young player that is living up to the billing, and it's just spring training, got it. But for the context of where we are, that is good news to see him have another good outing when they're still trying to round out this staff. Much is expected for this player. Has been considered, when Paul Skeens got called up, Jackson Jobe got elevated to the number 1 ranked pitching prospect in baseball because Skeens was no longer a prospect. He was up. Good to see your guy living up to his billing. I'm very encouraged by Jackson.
Yeah, 3 innings for him, and he's on schedule. There's some other encouraging outings too. Casey Mize, he had a great outing. I think 3 shutout innings for him. Kenta Maeda, continuing to work there. Keita Montero pitched well. Like to see it. I went with Michigan State Athletics just because, we talk always about football and basketball when it comes to our college teams, but we kind of ignore the other stuff. Here's what's going on at Michigan State. Their gymnastics program is really good, right? They're poised to win the Big Ten. You've got the baseball team that's ranked, which is something that hasn't happened in forever for Michigan State. You've got the basketball team that has everything in their own power to win and close out the Big Ten season and win the Big Ten championship. And now you've got the hockey team that is defending Big Ten champs because of their win over the weekend. So it's good to be Alan Haller in Michigan State.
They're in the Water Lily Cup with Farnarkling. Don't dismiss that.
No,
so,
why would I?
My chump of the weekend was the officials for missing one of the most obvious high sticks ever. And all you have to do is ask yourself, at the end of that Red Wing Columbus game, had they called that high stick on Columbus, you know what would not have been a topic today on Columbus Sports Talk Radio? What a bogus call.
Right.
They wouldn't have been doing that as a topic. It was such an obvious high stick. I cannot believe it went unchecked. And Columbus scores instead of a Detroit 2-minute power play late in a 3-3 tie. Columbus is leading. It's straight BS and hard to imagine that got missed.
Yeah, I'm echoing that chump sentiment. It's the same thing for me. It's annoying because the exact same play was called a penalty earlier in the game as it should have been because it's a high stick. It's a high stick and a hook, an attempted murder. So it should have been called. It wasn't called. It cost them not only, obviously, there was the goal that was scored. It was the difference maker. And then you have the missed opportunity for the power play with one of the most potent power plays in hockey. And anybody who was watching that game was robbed of a great finish. Instead, you get this BS goal on a non-call, and then you add an empty net goal at the end, and it's just kind of anticlimactic for a game that was really, really kind of cool to watch.
The thing about it is, when hockey opens up the window to non-hockey fans, and I think that when you have a game in Ohio Stadium, coming off the Four Nations, there were probably a lot of samplers out there, people sampling the product. Do you think the people sampling the product care about that missed call? Like, do you think that's a missed opportunity for the league, or do you think they just don't care? Only people
if they're sampling, they don't care.
Okay.
I don't think so. But I think, they don't care that it's a missed call. Would they be more intrigued if it were called? I think so, because it provides an opportunity for the team that's had just tied it up to now take a lead.
Great come from behind story.
Yeah.
I don't want to overstate the case here, but we'll get to your phone calls in a minute. If people didn't hear the story last hour, Kang went to a card show in Amish Country, Shipshewana, Indiana. We have confirmed because the Amish Direct commercial did play during that last commercial break. They do have in the jingle, it says straight from Shipshewana. So
Shipshewana must be like capital city for Amish people.
It could be, yeah. Gotham.
Wow.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Eric. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Eric.
Hello. Good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I work for the Amish community in Homer, and there's a guy, to answer your question about how much those Amish buggies cost, they run anywhere from $5,000 up to about $25,000.
Wow.
You can have them simply made out of just regular wood, but some of them are made, some specialty ones, with carbon graphite. And some of them will fit 4 people commonly, typically, but some will fit 6 or 8. So some will have glass windows. Depending on what you want, the price varies.
How tricked out do you want?
What's that?
I said, how tricked out do you want your buggy?
Do you want the true code or not?
That's exactly it. Some of them have lights and LED lights. 'Cause these Amish people will run these generators, and then they store them in these batteries. So there's a lot of different angles you can go with that.
We can learn from them.
Yep.
And as far as my camp, it definitely had to be the Red Wing fan base that was at the game. I was at the game, and it was a little disappointing. We went to the bar beforehand, and a lot of Red Wings fans. There was at least 50-50.
Whoa.
We're there near 100,000 people. 50% were Red Wings fans, and 50% were Columbus. But I think the chump is the officiating. That took the wind out of our sail. But we do need to get some physicality back in the game.
Okay, hey, appreciate the phone call. I'm going to tell you, we're going to ask for other people who were there. You think it was 50-50?
Yeah, it's maybe 60-40, but yeah, I really do. Even in the bar, we went to the art bar, which is close to the stadium, and yeah.
I don't know if even in the bar, like foreign fans, out of town fans go to bars, and fans in town have their tailgates set up, but.
I'll say this. I don't know what the split was, but it sounded on TV.
It sounded pretty good.
That, when the Red Wings scored, the crowd went nuts. But when Columbus scored, the crowd went nuts. I would imagine it was heavier in favor of Columbus, but there was a big contingent of Red Wing fans.
Would anybody else say it was pushing 50-50 or maybe more realistically 60-40 Columbus to Detroit fans? Did we really invade the shoe that much? It's kind of awesome.
The bats can go out to Cal and see what Ken Cal is.
Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tons of feedback coming in. We will get to that in a moment. Piston fans, we always love hearing what you think of your team's weekend. Sure, Friday night was a disappointment, but look, they beat Boston late last week. They lose to one of the best teams in the West in Denver. And there was a box score trend from that game that was actually, I mean, in retrospect, kind of amusing because it was so lopsided. But we will get to that in a second. Then they come back, though, and respond, right? They respond with the win on Saturday night against a bad Brooklyn team. And now they're taking on Utah. It's a Detroit team that's given us a lot of reason to stand up and pay attention. I know Piston fans have been waiting for this kind of season for a while and are loving what they are seeing, and we'd love to hear from you at 248-539-9797 if you want to include a Piston in your champ or chump vote or anything from the games you saw this weekend. It is a wide open invite. Here is the feedback we are getting. Matt at work says, my champ is the Pistons. My chump is the NHL officials from Columbus in the outdoor game, missing 2 terrible calls that cost us the game. So do you think the second call was the Soderblom hit? Is that what he's referencing?
Maybe.
Yeah. I kind of thought that'd
be a tough one to call.
Soderblom's so big. I thought that the Columbus player led with his shoulder, but it was Soderblom's height that made it an unusual hit.
Well, because when he leaves, I think he makes contact with his shoulder, but then the inertia of his body, and because of Soderblom's size, you're right. Then the player's head leans in and then catches Elmer in the jaw, because there's like a 6-inch height difference or whatever it was. So yeah, that would be a tough one for me because it's unfair in a way.
Yeah,
but yeah, another one.
Chase in Fenton said, I was at the game. 50-50 is definitely a generous estimate. I would estimate 70% Blue Jackets, 30% Red Wings, but there were a lot of Red Wing fans there.
Well, that's a lot. I mean, that's almost 30,000 Red Wing fans.
It's pretty good. Champ of the weekend, Western Michigan University hockey team, first ever league championship chump, the ref at Saturday's outdoor game. Well, congratulations to the Broncos. Are they in the old school CCHA or are they in that new NHCH thing? I should know this. I'm sorry.
I do not know, Doug.
Yeah.
But they have a good program.
I miss the old CCHA. I never thought I'd say that. I thought I would be all on board with the new Big Ten. I actually I liked college hockey more, and it's the weirdest thing. You turn on Big Ten games, all the arenas look the same. I don't know that the Big Ten has had the success they thought they would. I think the feeling was they'd roll, but they haven't, and I don't know. Western is in the National Collegiate Hockey Conference, along with Arizona State, Omaha, Denver, North Dakota, Colorado College, Duluth, St. Cloud State, and Miami. It's a decent conference. 60-40, but Jackets fans stink, sitting on their hands. 14 at the Big House was way more fan involvement. It's from an unnamed texter. Regarding the Wings and the Columbus Blue Jackets Stadium Series game, definitely was 60-40, 40% Wings in the crowd. Not an exaggeration. 50-50 is a stretch. So how would you feel if the Wings and Columbus just played an outdoor game every year, maybe with a rotating venue? But next year, the Red Wings host in Ann Arbor or East Lansing or Comerica. And then we go back to Columbus and Cleveland or Cincinnati or back to Columbus. Just, tap into that rivalry a little bit.
I don't mind it. I worry that if you do it every year, that it takes away the specialness of it, because we've seen it happen in college hockey where it's just, there was outdoor hockey? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I went to
10,000 people there.
I went to a game in Soldier Field. I think there were 6,000. It felt like it was an empty football stadium.
So I don't want to take the specialness away, but maybe every couple of years.
Yeah, so I did reach out to somebody, and the NHL has not. I know that Michigan has asked about doing another outdoor game. It is not. The interest has not been reciprocated.
I saw something on Twitter. Brad Galley had done an interview with Gary Bettman, and that Gary Bettman had kind of alluded that Detroit needs to get something special from the NHL in the next few years, sounding like it could be an all-star game.
Okay.
Or we'll see whatever they decide to do with the future of the draft. But I don't think they're going back to the old cool format with the draft.
All right, so I mentioned before, hey, Piston fans, great time to talk some Pistons, and we'd love to hear from you at 248-539-9797. Did you see the plus-minus from the box score of the starters in the Friday night game against Denver?
No.
Denver's starting five in a 134-119 victory over the Pistons. Plus 27, plus 35, plus 33, plus 23, plus 30.
That's pretty good.
Detroit's starting five. Minus 27, minus 30, minus 21, minus 15, minus 20.
So are you saying that their starters were better than our starters in that game?
Not one Denver player off the bench was plus. They were all minus. There were a couple of Detroit players off the bench that were minus, but it was basically their starters dominated the game. And so be it. It is by no, this is not a panic loss. They're playing really, really well. It would have felt like a statement week to get 2 wins over the 2 teams they played, Boston and Denver. But whatever. They're still really in good shape and good to get a bounce back game you should win, and they did win. Still very encouraged about where this Piston team is at in that game Friday night. Look, I mean, this is no indictment on the player. Cade went 3 for 12 from the floor, had 11 points. The Pistons didn't have one player score more than 16. It was Malik Beasley off the bench. And even he went 6 of 18 from the floor, didn't have the best, most consistent night shooting. It's not even like a sin. It's understandable. The NBA seasons are long. You have outings where you aren't as competitive as others. This is not a referendum loss by any stretch of the imagination. Still in a very good spot in the East. And, I'm stoked for this stretch run.
Yeah, and they play tonight in Utah. Looking forward to that. Again, Pistons are fun to watch again. And they've got young talent that's emerging. It's not just, watching Cade Cunningham turn into a superstar in front of our eyes is awesome. You got good players around him, Duran and Tobias Harris and Malik Beasley off the bench. And we always, at least I'll say for me, because I always forget to mention him too, Tim Hardaway Jr. It's another player that they acquired in the offseason. It just kind of goes under my radar and need to pay more attention to that because he's been a big part of this turnaround as well. But watching Asar Thompson and Ron Holland play, I love watching those young guys play. They want to play defense. They want to make a difference. They're athletic as hell. And every game, Asar Thompson looks better.
Yeah, it's great to see. He is playing very well, giving Detroit fans reason to be excited as this young core is competing at a super high level.
We got to go for the Utah sweep since the Wings are playing Utah this week as well.
Yep. Those bastards from Utah.
Bootah. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Utah. Get a name. Pick a name already.
Well said, Kang.
Hockey Tua? Is that what they're calling it?
Is it?
I don't know. Pick a name. I'm going to call them whatever I want until they pick a name.
Until they pick a name. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. It is 97.1 the ticket. Hey, Detroit, want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings a pro-level expertise straight to your yard. So your lawn can always look like a fairway. Step up by March 10th, and you get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. It's all part of their promise to you. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today and get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply. kind of a bit of a whoa. I think it's more than a huh. Reactions to breaking news. There's whoa, and there's huh.
It's kind of like a
It's official. The Eagles are releasing decorated veteran cornerback Darius Slay, according to a source of Ian Rappaport. He does say he wants to play one more year. Darius Slay, still a good player. Get into your mid-30s, you're losing a step. But if you're bringing in Darius Slay, you're not asking Darius Slay to be 26-year-old Darius Slay. You're asking Darius Slay to be better than what you have. Could Darius Slay make sense for Detroit? Yes, he could. The other part of this, are the Eagles war-chesting for a big move? Because they have been a team that has been associated with Myles Garrett.
Well, that is a rumor.
And that would be, I don't, if they were to trade for Myles Garrett, that is the 97 won the ticket off-season Armageddon move.
Well, the problem is the Eagles have more to offer. It's not just draft capital, the Eagles. The rumor is that they'd be willing to part with some starters on defense or a starter on defense. They are deep on the defensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised that they're actually even talking about adding Myles Garrett, considering how deep they are.
Well, they don't because right. This is one of the few teams that doesn't have the draft capital. Detroit, Detroit would be a better team for them for Cleveland to trade with, if not for a few spots. It is a few spots. You would take Detroit's pick at 28 over the Eagles' pick at 22. Although, let me see if Philly has more.
I was going to say maybe
pick.
they have a higher second-round pick or somebody else's pick, which is entirely possible. But because they've kind of stockpiled players on defense over the last few drafts, they could. Let's say they wanted to. We'll part with Nakobe Dean, or I don't think they'd part with one of the big Georgia defensive tackles, but they got a lot of players there, man. And they also may lose Zach Bond,
right,
at linebacker. He's free agent.
Well, Josh Sweat is also a free agent for them.
So they could lose Josh Sweat and replace, but they'd be happy to replace him with Myles Garrett.
Philly has their own pick the first, second, and third round. So those are all end of the round picks. Although the third round, between the third and the fourth, is the compensatory picks, right? So whatever, it's 32, 64, 96. So they do not have better draft capital than Detroit. But, I mean, didn't Darius Slay, where was the quote? There was a quote that he wanted to win in Philly and Detroit. Like he would want to win for Detroit.
Yeah, I guess those are the only two teams he wants to play for if he's going to go into a last season of football.
And if he only wants to play for Detroit, if you have a specific, I want to play with that team, well, how much do you want to play? Because Detroit doesn't, Brad Holmes has sent the message about we want to bring back our own guys, which, whether it's true or not, whether it's just, it's all, strategically playing the game and
it's lip service,
gamesmanship with we can't afford anybody else. Okay, if you really want to play in Detroit, what kind of deal are you willing to sign in Detroit?
Well, he said on the St. Brown podcast that he'd love to finish his career with the Eagles, but if it's not the Eagles, Detroit. But he definitely said, I want to play at least one more year. So
if the Eagles just released him, doesn't mean the Eagles won't try to re-sign him, but try to re-sign him at a lower cost. So the Lions are in a battle here, right? If they want to go this route. Personally, I'd rather have Darius Slay than Carlton Davis.
Well, here's the thing. The Eagles, by releasing him, they're saving $4.3 million against the cap, according to Adam Schefter. Which means if they're trying to sign him at a lower cost, that means they won't pay more than $4.3 million. In fact, they probably wouldn't pay more than about $2 million. You're not doing this to save $600,000.
Yeah, I think they're trying to trim some salary so that they can re-sign Bond.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be looking to bring him back.
But so,
and again,
what did he make last year?
12 million, 13 million, something like that. Hold on.
So could he be brought? I mean, and Carlton Davis, I think, was 15 million or 16. So can you bring Darius back? Can you bring Darius back to Detroit? But at what cost? Would he accept a 1-year, $10 million deal?
His cap hit last year was 13.78, but his base salary was a lot of that signing bonus that got spread out. There was a restructure. There was an option that was in there.
So if it's a 1-year deal, there's no signing bonus, or it could be, but it's just 1 year, not doing a 3-year deal for Darius Slay. If you're going to sign to a 1-year deal, it's straight up.
Yep.
So does that even lower the price?
Good.
But whatever, the price would be cheaper than what it is to re-sign Carlton Davis because he'd be a multi-year deal.
So, and would he make sense here? Like, does it make sense for the Lions to go get this veteran corner?
Is he still playing at a high level?
He's not playing as high a level as he was.
Still playing at a pretty high level.
Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't matter what you were. Okay. All that matters is, will he help them next year? And by helping them is he a better fit for this team than, insert end of roster guy?
No, but like if they don't bring back Carlton Davis, the question is, you're asking, is he better? Is he better than
Kendall
Rake
Vildor?
Straw? Is he better than Amik Robertson? You know what I mean? Is he better than Vildor? Whoever's on the roster still. That's
There's
what
a
you're
lot
asking.
of yeses to answer those questions. There's a lot of yeses there.
He's 34. He's coming off a season where he led the Eagles in passes defended with 13. He didn't have an interception this past year, but he is still awfully good. He's still very effective as a player.
I mean, it's not at all stunning if Detroit signs this guy.
No, I don't see him going back to the Eagles, especially with the emergence of Cooper DeJean. So they're going to go with the young guys, Quinyon Mitchell and DeJean, right?
Yep.
Slay, the question is, he was still pretty good last year, Gator, but the bottom can fall out real quick. I mean, you don't want to sign the guy, and it's like he's not good anymore, because it can happen.
It can, but it's 1 year. I think you're pretty protected on that. He's motivated.
I'm surprised they only saved $4.3 million on the cap. Like, is that really worth it? I mean, maybe they're
Well, it is when you're when you're trying to sign Zach Bond or you're trying to make
Josh
a play,
Sweat.
make a play for.
There's guys they got to bring back, and
for Myles Garrett. If you're going to bring in a $20 million a year player in trade,
they have
I guess
in-house.
it all adds up, but yeah, and they do have the replacement out. Okay, to this. Given that they're re-signed guys, they're still a long way away from this being a move that says, oh my God, they are war chesting for Myles Garrett, but that could be part of a war chest for Myles Garrett that Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles are doing. Do you want Darius Slay back here on a 1-year affordable contract? I mean, who's against it? Who says no? Who says no? He's available. He's mentioned Detroit, wants to win for Detroit. I don't know. It seems like Detroit would be near the top of the list. And he's going to be way cheaper than Carlton Davis. Way cheaper than Carlton Davis. Now, would I rather have Carlton Davis right now than Darius Slay? Probably would. But it is if you're by letting Carlton Davis walk and signing Darius Slay to a team-friendly contract, does that free up money for, I don't know, Myles Garrett? Is it a cost-saving move to maybe get worse at the corner spot, but maybe make it more affordable to go after Myles Garrett?
You're just doing one, just on a quick Google search with the metrics on them. Darius Slay passer rating against was 80.
Mm-hmm.
Carlton Davis was 85.9.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Slay is at a point of his career where every year you'd expect that to get a little worse.
Mm-hmm.
Davis, is a known commodity. He knows the defense. I think they like him. Of course they like him. They went out and traded for him. It's interesting thought.
The previous year, Darius Slay's passer rating against was 95.2.
Okay.
In 2022, it was 90.1. So it's the best he's had in the last 3 seasons.
Huh.
And this year, in 2021, it was 78.8.
When he was let go, that was not part of was it Quandre Diggs was the guy that Matt Patricia didn't like, right?
Right.
He didn't like Slay either.
Yeah, he and Slay butted heads too. But Diggs is the one they traded in the middle of the season, right?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Darius Slay, now a free agent, released, 1-year deal, affordable to Detroit. Who says no? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of a game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the time. New customers, you can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug. Then go find a heavy favorite on the money line. Just bet them to win the game outright. They don't have to cover the spread. And that means you'll get your $150 in bonus bets if that team takes care of business the way that they should as a heavy favorite. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. This wouldn't make a ton of sense to me, but there's a reporter out of Philadelphia named John Clark who covers the Eagles. Just in, it's possible Darius Slay could come back to the Eagles at a lower number. Slay has made it clear he wants to play one more season. Adam Schefter's reporting by releasing him, they're saving $4.3 million. And that is happening at this hour. He just got released, did Darius Slay. So if you're saving 4.3 by releasing him, you wouldn't sign him for more than that, correct? You wouldn't sign him for how much money are you willing to save to bring him back on another contract? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure that makes a ton of sense. Right? You don't release him to save 4.3, turn around and sign him for 4. Is it worth the $300,000? Is it worth? Or is he only going to sign for $1 million? Is he going to give him a hometown discount and go back there for $1 million and they save 3.3?
Probably not.
It doesn't make a ton of sense. So I don't know if I believe this Clark guy unless somebody's numbers are wrong.
So I mean that you kind of maybe if he really if he said that and he believes that Detroit, if not Philly, you should get him for less than $4 million for 1 year.
You should. I don't know.
mean that should be the asking price. It should be less than 4.
You know what? Any move that makes me feel like they're war chesting to go get Myles Garrett, where really the financial restriction is the thing. Something to pay attention to. 248-539-9797. Again, Darius Slay is a free agent just released by Philly at this hour. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback from an unnamed texter. I would love to get Slay back, more so as an FU to the last regime. Well, I would only look at that as sort of a funny little coincidence. Ironic coincidence, but yeah, if he's got to be able to help you. Slay had no interceptions last year. I don't want any cover corner that hasn't had an interception to come and be a cornerback 1 or CB2. Bad move, in my opinion. Maybe a depth player, but not a starter. That's from Daryl in East Point. He just won a Super Bowl.
I mean, if you're not completing passes to his side, I don't see why it's an issue. I mean, I
don't want to pick on, but are you ready to roll with Kindle Vildor?
Let me just ask you this. Has Darius Slay been one of the better corners in football over the last, his entire career, but let's say over the last 5 years?
Sure.
Yeah. And his interception totals over the last 5 years. Last year is 0. Before that, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, and 3.
I'd prefer to have a guy that has interceptions. We're talking about if this move is a prerequisite to war chest for a bigger move, like Carlton Davis walks, save some money, bring in, because what's Carlton Davis going to cost? If Slay's coming here on a 1-year cheap deal, is Carlton Davis's cap hit going to be north of 10, 11, 12, 13, whatever it is? If you save $10 million, you know what that helps with? Myles Garrett.
or other players.
Or other players. And look, Trey Hendrickson, we probably should be talking about him more. Because the reporting out, Diana Rossini over the weekend said Hendrickson would be the odd man out if Cincinnati can't afford everybody, and that would be an awesome move. But we'll see. Let's go to Greg in Detroit. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey guys.
Hey.
What a great time to be a fan in the D, and what a great time to be a fan of 97 on the ticket.
I'm glad you're a fan. Thank you.
Yes, I am. Thank you. But as far as the Slay, I would love Slay. I think it would be a great fit in the locker room and on the field. However, the greatest opposition that you have in any profession is complacency. And I think that him reaching the pinnacle, of his profession, which is the Super Bowl, I don't think he'll have the steam. And that's why I would want Davis, because he's still on the quest. He was fitting in greatly last year, the last season of what we were going through. And he was a force. And he's still yet motivated. And so I would be paying for the motivation and the heart of the quest.
I don't know if I would. I don't think it's fair to look at somebody who's announced that this is going to be their last year of football and say he's not motivated. I think a lot of people want to play for their legacy, and knowing that it's the last time they're going to set foot on a field, they leave it all out there.
Yeah, you'd have to do your homework on him, right?
Yeah.
You'd have to know, hey, I'm coming there to win a Super Bowl there. I want to go out on top. I just had a great experience, and I want to bring that experience that I had and what I learned in that Super Bowl run to a team that has come up short the last 2 years. Sure, they've been in the playoffs. Sure, they've been a 1 seed. Sure, they went to the NFC title game. Sure, they had a 17-point lead. I mean, it's not like you just put them in the context of last year's team. 2 years ago, if they had a healthy Darius Slay, they beat San Francisco. Maybe not 100%, but it certainly would have helped.
Look, they're different players. I mean, you look at Darius Slay, he's a cover guy.
Mm-hmm.
You look at Carlton Davis, and he covers just fine, but Carlton Davis is also a guy that comes up and supports the run. He's a sure tackler, and I think that is what appeals to the Lions. But, I mean, the idea of having Darius Slay in your secondary at a fraction of the cost, possibly, I mean, that kind of outweighs it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But we don't know. We don't know what Slay will want, and we certainly don't know what Carlton Davis would want. But I think Carlton Davis is he's setting up for a big contract for him. This was probably his last big contract in the NFL, and he's going to try to maximize it. I don't blame him. I'd try to maximize it too.
Unnamed texter, don't forget, Holmes loves 1-year deals. Big play Slay.
He does love 1-year deals.
Brad writes in, Slay to Detroit. Oh, no, he's not Brad. My apologies. You'll see why I made that mistake.
Okay.
He writes, Slay to Detroit makes all the sense in the world. It takes the pressure off Arnold of being a CB1 for 1 more year, and he's still very good. Make it happen, Brad.
Mm.
So he was talking to Brad, not signing his name as Brad. Brian writes in, heck yeah, I'd take Slay back for depth at the very least, better than Mosley, who was never able to see the field. I'd like to make a run at another corner this offseason as well. The Ennis Rakestraw is a real interesting player. Under normal circumstances, had he played last year, we'd have a sense for what he is. If he got a bunch of reps, we'd have a sense for what he is. We don't have a sense for what he is or what they saw in him that made him go after him. But, they're not right on all of them, every player that they draft. That is clear. But, there's something there that they loved enough that they doubled down on corners. This is, out of everybody on the board, I know we just got a corner. We're going to take another one. That's true love. True football love.
What we're hoping that is that, he's second-round gold, like they found with Brian Branch and Sam Laporta and, and other players.
Like a previous regime found in Darius Slay.
Right. I mean, that's what you're hoping that you have with Rakestraw, but we didn't get to see him play last year.
Yeah.
But they've got a pretty good record with it. I mean, they've made some mistakes, and Unzarike was a second-round pick, and that didn't pan out.
Yep. Champ and Chump votes coming in. Champ, all the high school bowlers who won state titles this weekend. Chump, Parker Meadows, Nerve. That's from Kevin in Canton.
The nerve.
What was the wording? They're waiting for the nerve to wake up.
To quote, wake up. Yeah.
Weird. I don't know what that even means, but.
Well, to be active again. Hey, hello, everybody. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, but what makes somebody's nerve to go to sleep? Is that like hitting your funny bone and it never goes away or something?
It actually is exactly.
Is that what it is?
That's the exact comparison that the doctor from Anaheim made. He said it's like, think of it, with a funny bone, different people react to it. Sometimes that the tingling or numbness goes away quickly. There's other people that last longer. That's the thing with this type of injury is that it's just as likely to be 2 weeks as it is 6 weeks. You don't know.
Can't wait to see this in the injury report. Parker Meadows, day to day, funny bone.
It's not a funny bone. There's nothing funny about this.
No, it's not. From an unnamed texter, Chump the Red Wings for dropping both games to Columbus. Champ Jalen Duren for having the best game of his young career Saturday night against the Nets. Duren with multiple votes this week. Red Wings and the officials piling up votes for Chump of the weekend. Champ, MSU won Big Ten Hockey Championship in MSU Hoops with 2 ranked wins. Chump, the officiating crew for the Wings game. Yep. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your Champ and Chump votes and phone calls. And next, it is Carson Anderson. If you're just joining us, news this afternoon, Darius Slay released. Is this the Lions' next move? And a affordable move, a cheaper move that might make a bigger move possible. And you guys all know what we're talking about. If you can save $10 million on the cap, $8 million on the cap, and bring in Darius Slay on a 1-year deal, let Carlton Davis walk, and add another big money player. Who could that player be? Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Is that what could go down here? Should the Lions get aggressive here and go get Darius Slay and then pick up the phone and call, Cleveland. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
According to Adam Schefter, the Eagles are releasing former Lion corner Darius Slay, which will save them $4.3 million of cap space. Slay vocalized that he wanted to re-sign with Philly on Amon-Ra St. Brown's podcast in February, and also said that, quote, the two spots I would love to always be at is Philly or Detroit, end quote. Michigan basketball suffered a tough setback yesterday against Illinois. Two quality matchups coming up this week against Maryland and Michigan State. Dusty May spoke about preparing for the postseason today. Hear more from Dusty on Inside Michigan Basketball tonight at 7 over on WWJ News Radio 950. The Pistons begins their 4-game West Coast road swing tonight in Utah. The Jazz have just 15 wins this season, but one of them was against the Pistons in December. Tobias Harris will miss for personal reasons tonight. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 8:35 with Chris Fillar. The Tigers face the Blue Jays and more spring training action this afternoon as well. Here, Tarek Skubel's second start now on the Bet 1270. Avi Baez will play in the field for the first time since his return from injury. He's starting at short. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Darius Slay stuff's intriguing. Breaking news this afternoon that he has been released. And there is much discussion and much speculation that Detroit could be the landing spot for an aging veteran, but still a player that could help them. And probably on a team-friendly contract, a one-year deal. If that were to happen, it could be a precursor to the type of move that they could free up some cap space to make a bigger move. And everybody knows what we're talking about, adding that edge rusher. And I think we should talk about Trey Hendrickson more because I think there might be a path to get him. In that, Diana Rossini reporting over the weekend, Cincinnati, 3 big free agents that they're trying to bring back, and that if they can't afford to re-sign Hendrickson, does he become available? If he can't get a contract extension done, his cap hit, his base salary next year for a team that would acquire him would be $15.8 million. So that's a deal that's more affordable than Myles Garrett's deal. But, not hugely more affordable. Would it be more affordable? And if he is going to be moved, then, yeah, he would be. Would you be happy with Trey Hendrickson?
Be very happy with Trey Hendrickson, of course.
Yep. It's less than the $22 million base salary that Max Crosby has. I mean, it still might be more affordable, not affordable enough, but you start saving some money elsewhere. Slay to Detroit, Carlton Davis, you don't bring him back.
No, and what happens? I mean, is Cincinnati going to be able to trade him, or are they just going to let him go? What's more advantageous for them?
248-539-9797. When you're getting a rental player, too, the other thing to remember, when you're getting a rental player who's on a one-year contract in a trade, next thing you know, you're looking at Deebo Samuel dealt for a 5th-round pick, right?
Right, exactly.
So if the cost to get Hendrickson as a rental is significantly less, just something to keep in mind. That becomes maybe the one we should be talking about more. And, oh, by the way, Cleveland continues to shout from mountaintops with a bullhorn, we are not trading him. We are not. Etch it in stone. Now, do we believe him? You don't have to, and that's what you should say if you're trying to drive up the price. Let's get back to your open line calls. Joe is in Sterling Heights, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Joe.
Hello, man. How are we guys doing today?
We're good, thank you.
All right, so champ and chump. I'm going to start off with the chump. It's everybody's chump. It's the refs for that Columbus game. That was egregious. We can't blow by that. But the champ is literally here. The champ being John Cena, finally turning heel and siding with The Rock. Gator, I know you were pumped about that, bro. Did you watch that?
I did not watch it, but I saw it on social media, and I was looking at it. I talked about it a little bit this morning with Evan. Kenny and I have talked about it on the air this morning. It's a big move in wrestling. When they play it right, there's lots of flip-flopping back and forth over the years of guys being a heel and a babyface. But when somebody has been a babyface as long as John Cena has been, and you make that heel turn, it has such a greater impact. And if you don't see it coming, it's amazing. And that's kind of how it worked out.
It was beautiful. I mean, this guy, we're talking about a guy who has, I think he set the record for the most Make-A-Wish fulfillment for kids to meet him. And then he just, the way he did it, I mean, he was beating this guy with a watch. I mean, I know it's obviously scripted, but for people who have watched it forever, it was almost as big. I can't say it's as big as Hogan turning, but it was almost as big as Hogan turning and being a bad guy. And I knew you'd be up for that, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Doug was commenting earlier that's what you thought too.
We had to get Doug to stop talking about it to move on.
The level of my shock is immeasurable.
Did Cena
I'm not even gonna try and measure it.
Did Cena turn heel? Yeah.
I can't even use the proper words to describe how I feel about Cena turning heel.
But this is cool. This is fun. Like if you're watching a movie or a TV show, and then all of a sudden you find out that what? That big reveal. It's cool.
He was Yuri.
See?
The whole time he was Yuri.
Maybe don't go back 40 years to No Way Out and figure it out. I mean, you could have gone more recent, but yeah.
He was Kaiser Sose.
There you go. That's even better, but, maybe not, close to 30 years. But, yeah, hey, I hear you.
All right.
Like that.
Okay.
We tried to get Otto to mention his update, but
he wouldn't do it.
Wouldn't do it.
Why not?
It's sports.
Sports
and
entertainment.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your phone call. 248-539-9797. More Champ and Chump votes coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Like this one. My champ is John Cena. Major heel turn. Chump, Michigan basketball.
Cena's making a run, man.
Cena is making a run at Champ of the Weekend. But he's gotten votes for both Champ and Chump.
That's what's brilliant about it. You don't know how
Is
to
this going to
feel.
be another one of these ones where the same person wins Champ and Chump?
Yeah.
My champ of the week is John Cena. I've been waiting this for 20 years. My chump of the week is also John Cena because I had to dry my son's tears and
See?
explain things to him.
There it is.
Wow.
It's like the move is like just following the storylines. That's awesome. Champ worthy. But hey, wait a minute. You're just letting down all the kids.
Can I ask you a question?
I love when you say that. Without you taking
For
a
those,
swing at
for
me.
okay, no. For those that don't follow the wrestling game, and you might be surprised I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Why would one chump John Cena? Did John Cena write the script? Did John Cena make this decision?
John Cena had to agree with it. John Cena doesn't need professional wrestling anymore. He doesn't wrestle on a full-time basis anymore. He just comes in for some big events.
Okay.
They're getting ready for WrestleMania coming up here. So he's like, oh, hey, I'll show up, do a little drive-by, and next thing you know, he's attacking Cody Rhodes.
Okay. Well, I just like
it's a shock in the wrestling world.
I understand that, but wouldn't you want to chump somebody other than him? He's not the one that made this decision. He went along.
Yes, he
with
is
it.
the one who made the decision.
Doug, what are you doing? What are you doing, Doug?
He doesn't have to agree with us.
Yeah.
Do you think it was his idea?
Don't know.
I would chump the script writers.
I think the professional wrestlers, if you asked them would they rather be a babyface or a heel, I think they'd say they'd rather be heel.
Do you?
It's more fun.
Okay. All right. I'm just asking. I'm looking to be educated, and you are helping. So he makes this decision.
Yes.
Okay.
He's got final say.
All right. Gotcha. He has to say over his own scripts.
Yes.
Okay.
He's John Cena.
I'm learning. I'm not asking. Did you think I knew this? I just think he follows a script.
He's one of the biggest stars there are. He's going to have script control, if you will.
Does he?
Yes.
Okay. So he could have vetoed it.
Sure. He doesn't have to come back. It's not like, understand this. John Cena has not been wrestling every week on Monday Night Raw or on Friday Night SmackDown for the last, few years. He's actually been away from wrestling because he's been doing his acting thing and doing well with it. So when he comes back once a year or whatever to help hype up, WrestleMania or whatever it is, or SummerSlam or whatever event he wants to hype up, it's kind of big news because, oh, look, Cena's back. But in his career, he has not been a heel. He's been the goody two-shoes guy. He's been the guy who has gone out and represented the Make-A-Wish Foundation with hundreds, if not thousands. I don't know how many he's done. He's awesome. He's an awesome guy. So this is a big calculated move to either bring it up himself or to agree to become the heel.
Let me just say, if it weren't for a certain officiating crew in a certain hockey game Saturday night, he would be making a very strong pitch for both.
Well, there you go.
But right now, this hockey officiating crew is.
Oh, are they? They're not. People aren't happy. No. Well, when you and I normally don't come up with the same champ or chump.
We try to avoid it. I didn't see yours today, so I apologize.
Well, this was an easy chump for me.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Take that, Toronto Blue Jays. That's right. Tarek Skubal, the 12-pitch first inning, 1-2-3, touched 98 on the gun a couple of times. Struck out Bo Bichette on 3 pitches. Got Vlad Guerrero Jr. to fly out to right. And Anthony Santander fouled out to the catcher. There's your first inning. Tigers getting Tarek Skubal looking good. Pitching's looking pretty good this spring.
Yeah.
It's early. A lot of time to go.
Sometimes pitching's ahead of hitting. Sometimes hitting's ahead of pitching.
Yep. So, very, very happy. Skubal looks good. Not everything's going great down there, but the pitching looks decent.
Well, the lineup they have today, aside for center field, looks like this would be an opening day lineup.
Who do they got in center field today? I know they don't have Vierlinger and Parker Meadows.
They have Kreidler in center field.
Interesting.
Trey Sweeney is the DH today.
Baez
is at shortstop. So Barrios, the pitcher, must be right-handed. That's why you have Sweeney as a DH.
I feel
and
like
Carpenter in right field.
I feel like every time we say the name Baez that we need to duck for cover. Every single time.
Yeah. I'm standing up for a while. I'll duck when it's time to duck.
Well, the reason is because it feels more like the unfortunate reality of where they are is somewhat stuck because they have this guy that they're going to pay anyway.
Here's the analogy I'm going to come up with when we bring up Javi Baez on the 3rd of March.
Please come up with a good analogy.
Okay, so it's like when. Because people are going to be screaming and get rid of him, eat the contract. Oh my God, he sucks. Everything negative in the world, right?
Yep.
It's like when you see a little kid come running at you and you're really pissed off, and
I'm pissed off at the kid, or the kid's pissed off?
Pissed off at you, and he's coming straight at you, but you're bigger and taller than he is, and you just hold your hand out and put it on his forehead, and it's like the cartoon, and his legs are spinning, but he's not going anywhere because you got control of the whole situation.
Okay,
that's the way I feel right now. If we're allowed to talk about Javi, people are going to come running. We just stick the hand out. Hold on. There's nothing for you to get worried about just yet. Shut your mouth. Let it play out. And then at some point, either I'm going to let you go and say, okay, I'm going to take my shots now because I deserve it, or I'm going to let you go and you're going to go quietly and walk backwards because maybe things might work out.
I mean,
until it doesn't work out, you're just working yourself up for no reason.
Okay. Solid approach for you if that's what you're comfortable with. I'm probably not right there. I'm at a point where I understand the kid running at me, screaming and yelling. I feel like this is something like you've got 3 more years left on this car payment that you have to pay off the car. You don't have a choice. You can't say, I don't like this car anymore. I'm going to stop paying for it.
I'm not saying there's no reason for the kid to come running.
Right.
I'm just saying I'm not going to let him tackle me until there's reason for him to tackle me.
Javi Baez is the expensive car payment on a car that you don't want or have use for anymore, but you don't just get to stop paying for that car.
Yeah, it's a car that you've leased that's in the shop.
And
you're not getting any use out of it while it's in the shop, and at the end of a couple of years, you're really not going to have any because you didn't buy it. So you can't expect it to appreciate. So it's got a ticking. It's ticking.
I guess I'd look at it differently. It's a car that I bought. I had a 5-year payment on it. And after 1 year, I didn't like the car, but I still have to pay it off. I'm not even driving the thing anymore. It's sitting in my driveway. Occasionally I take it out for a spin. And every time I do, I'm disappointed in the car.
All right. How about we do this? Let's stop making the analogy. I'm just saying, I'm not going to yell and scream about it or worry about anybody that is yelling and screaming until there's a reason to. And the reason is starting this year, because every year is different. So if he starts off the season and he can't hit, if he's the same Javi we've seen, and he shows that he's actually declined in his fielding as well, then open season on Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris to do something with this after that first month. Otherwise, let's just forget about it. Just see what happens.
Yeah. Yep.
Like I wasn't booing relief pitchers when they come out of the bullpen and get to the mound. It's so stupid to do that. Wait until they give you a reason to boo.
The booers will say they've given me plenty of reason with their performance over the year.
Oh, congratulations. But how are they doing in this particular game? Is that going to help him in this game? If he walks the first two batters or walks the first batter and go boo away, fair enough. But every time they step up there, it's another opportunity for redemption. That's what baseball is. It's great.
It's funny because I go back. How long have we been doing the show together? Is this year 19?
This is year 18.
Year 18. I remember, I think the first time you said that we were in like year 2. The Tigers put in some reliever and they're booing and Gators getting all worked up. Why are they booing? He hasn't even done anything yet. And I'm like, well, they're booing because of the 35 things he did the last 35 outings. But you
wasn't that egregious?
Yeah, Gator sets the clock to 0 every time a reliever makes an appearance.
Yep.
248-539-9797. News at this hour that Darius Slay has been released. Look, this is one that could be a move, save money. Lions could not have to pay Carlton Davis. Bring in Darius Slay. I don't even know how legitimately interested they are. It sounds like Slay would be interested in Detroit. But if you save some money at that position, maybe it frees up money at another position where you could add a ton of salary. When the GM's basically already said we can't afford certain things, well, what makes you afford them? Saving $10 million a corner, perhaps? 248-539-9797. We opened the show talking about the Red Wings and this being trade deadline week. Look, they're kind of in a weird spot. 1 year ago at the trade deadline, the Detroit Red Wings occupied the number 2 spot in the wild card chase. 1 year later, the Detroit Red Wings occupy the number 2 spot in the wild card chase. Last year, Steve Yzerman said, we don't want to get rid of our top prospects. The players that were available, we're not ready to make that big move for a rental. If 1 year later they're at the same place in the standings, does that mean the same logic is going to apply? Or has there gotten to the point here where there's starting to be some heat on Steve Yzerman? Not a ton of heat. I mean, I think people are getting a little impatient. But does he make a move because, hey, man, we got to show some progress? We got to show some progress.
I kind of think they're at the point where they've got to show that this team is, they're there, right? They're playing a different brand of hockey. Even with the loss on Saturday night, they came back, tied it, and got screwed in the end. They were playing pretty sound hockey. I like the direction this team's going. I think the difference between this year's team and last year's team is you have prospects now that have emerged into, budding star players like Marco Kasper, who's been point a game basically since he's been promoted to the top line, and Simon Edvinsson is clearly your second best defenseman. So these guys weren't playing last year. Now they're playing. So if you're going to make a trade at the trade deadline, if you're talking prospects, you're not talking about, oh, do we give them the guy we haven't seen yet? We haven't seen Ohio Kasper, we haven't seen Ohio Edvinsson. No, you're not doing that. Those guys are here. So now if you're going to make a deal, you've got draft picks that you can trade. You could trade some prospects. It's all going to depend on the type of player you want back in return. If you're going to go for a rental player, I don't think you're going to be giving up prospects to get the rental player.
One would hope not.
Yeah, and what are you looking for? I mean, you're looking for players that are just simply upgrades over what you have. You're looking for an upgrade in the fourth line, or are you looking for a second line center because Kopp is gone for the year, and you need a second line center.
So here's the soundbite 1 year ago at the trade deadline. Steve Yzerman talking about why they didn't make a big significant move. So obviously, a year later, some of those prime assets are now here, and some of that has changed. Their place in the standing hasn't changed, which at the beginning he says we're not one of the top teams. The biggest thing that might have changed here is Steve Yzerman now might feel a little bit more compelled to make a deal because I'm okay. I'll be patient. I'll accept the possibility that something's a slow rebuild. Slow rebuilds also can be confused with it's not working, right? You don't, if it's got it, they got better from being one of the worst teams in hockey or the worst team in hockey to where they are now, which is still in a playoff spot. But let's be clear here. The fact that they're in the same place in the standings a year later isn't exactly encouraging. But you also are at a point if a GM is making a move to show progress, that GM might not make the best move.
Yeah, but to go back a year ago, this team was, they were just kind of floundering the whole way. This team was awful this year to start the season. They make the coaching change and they've been amazing.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So during this stretch where under Tom McClellan, they've beaten some really good teams. So they have a better feel of where they are or they're at as an organization right now. They have a better feel for it. They're in a better place. It's rough that they lost, they've lost 4 out of the last 6, but that came off the heels of winning 7 in a row or whatever it was. So this is still a pretty good hockey team that went through some adversity here over the weekend.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I'm still on this is a slow build is they still have respected players in the organization. And look, last year they finished a point out of the playoffs, right? Does Tom McClellan, is he worth a point?
It wasn't even a point.
Right. But a point, get a point.
Yeah.
One more point and you're in. So is he worth a point? Let's be clear. Things are different this year than last. The race will be different down the stretch. But they seem to have a coach that's getting more out of the group. So why not, why not give it a run with this group? Now, I can't believe that they lose back-to-back games with Columbus right before the trade deadline at an important time. The way they got on that 6-game losing streak last year at the trade deadline. The way they got swept by Ottawa 2 years ago at the trade deadline. They get this terrible feedback right before the trade deadline that maybe isn't the most encouraging thing in the world, and it seems like a fortunate time to do it.
Well, they got 2 home games before the trade deadline to play home tomorrow night against Carolina. Then it's Thursday against Utah. And then Friday is at Washington and Alex Ovechkin. So we'll have a better idea then. And I imagine that Steve Yzerman is definitely working the phones. Will he pull the trigger? I think they will. I get a sense they're going to do something.
I do too.
And I don't know if it's going to be on the offensive side or on the defensive side or both. My gut tells me they might do both. But maybe the other move could be a Grand Rapids move on adding defensemen or something like that. But I think the forward comes from another team.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The football season may be over, but the sports action never stops at Twin Peaks. It's a great time to be alive for Detroit sports fans. Your Detroit hockey and basketball teams are in the middle of the playoff hunt. Watching their games become enjoyable again, and what makes those games even better is enjoying them at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is well beyond your favorite sports bar. They don't just serve up flat draft beer and small chicken wings. They do it right. Their draft beer system pours your favorite draft at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for at least 6 hours and is only used once a day. They boast an extensive bar with all your favorite bourbons and tequilas, as well as handcrafted cocktails that rival any speakeasy. And pair that with a scratch kitchen, serving up dishes like hand-cut New York strips, hand-breaded and fried to-order boneless wings and tenders, salmon, trout, smash burgers, seared burgers. What takes it to the next level, of course, is the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Talk about the ultimate man cave, wall-to-wall TVs, amazing food and drinks, beautiful and personable Twin Peaks girls. Why go anywhere else? Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. College basketball yesterday. Michigan State with a win over Wisconsin at home. Jace Richardson gets in foul trouble in the first half. He made a difference in the second half. And we had a Frankie Fiddler appearance in the second half of that game. Jackson Kohler, 15 rebounds in that game. I want to know what Wisconsin's scouting report was on the Cooper pick and roll, because whatever it was, whatever they decided to do to defend that thing did not work. My God, did he look like he was going to pull the rim out of the backboard on a couple of occasions.
I figured who said it last night in Sportsworks, but he had Tim McCormick and Greg Campy were on with Dan Miller, and somebody said that Cohen Carr posterized his own player on the one dunk.
The fast break where he came in from the left.
From the side, yeah. That was
who was it down there? I was hoping he would pretend to take a charge, actually, so to make the dunk even better. Like get dunked on.
Teammate, right?
Go foul him. Anyway, if you look at who Michigan State has done this against lately, we talked about this difficult stretch in the schedule. They have blown through this. Illinois, Purdue, Michigan, Maryland, and Wisconsin. 5-0.
And what have they done the second half of those games? Even go back to, was Oregon.
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, sorry. I didn't have it up in front of me.
I just have I'm not going to go through each box score.
Fair enough. But they've every second half they've stepped up and outscored their opponent by, it seems like, at least 9 points in the second half, and some of them have been quite substantial.
So they are a game up on a Michigan team that really has their last 7 halves of basketball. I think they've had one good half. The second half against Rutgers, in a game where they had to come from double digits down and hit a three-pointer at the horn. There's something, they're going through one of those stretches that teams go through in the season, and they are guaranteed 3 more games before March Madness starts. They got Maryland coming up on Wednesday. They got Michigan State on Sunday, and then they've got the Big Ten tournament. At this point, the way they are playing would make everything moot because they wouldn't go far in March. Can they address these issues now? Their defensive rebounding was dreadful yesterday. What was the math? Illinois had 19 offensive rebounds, and Michigan had 20 defensive rebounds. Of their missed shots, Illinois was pretty much just as likely to get the rebound as Michigan was. On offense, I remember watching an era of Michigan basketball where what they did on the offensive end was terrible. And it was the Tommy Amaker era. And somebody in coaching told me Amaker brought the Duke system to Michigan. The difference between the Duke system at Duke and the Duke system at Michigan is when you have 5 McDonald's All-Americans, you can run this system and get buckets. When you don't, you're just running guys to do things that they weren't capable of doing. And so you have to populate your lineup with those kinds of that's what their offense looked like. It was like, I'm going to try to dribble drive, then you try to dribble drive, then another guy tries to dribble drive. And it's so not what got them to where they are right now.
Yeah. Michigan State in the second half against Oregon outscored Oregon by 26 to come back and win that game. At Illinois, they came back in the second half and outscored the Illini by 18. Against Purdue, they came back and outscored Purdue by 7 in the second half. Against Michigan, it was 17 in the second half. Against Maryland, they outscored Maryland by 5 to win that game narrowly. And then you had last night against Wisconsin, and they outscored Wisconsin by 11 in the second half to win it by 9. Their second halves have been epic for the Spartans. It'd be nice if they got off to a good start in the games and make things a little easier for them. But they're playing, obviously, pretty good basketball right now.
Yep. And both these teams still could be 1 and 2 in the Big Ten. Hey, man, there's plenty of examples of teams that are playing well going into March, turned a corner and got hot. Other teams that stumbled into March and got hot at the right time. So it can be done for both Michigan and Michigan State. It's just obviously a lot more encouraging for MSU than it is for Michigan. They got to get their offensive problems sorted out in Ann Arbor. Michigan State's just got whatever they've bottled here. Keep it up. Just keep it up because they are playing exceptionally good basketball. 248-539-9797. You want to continue down that road. We do have Champ and Chump votes still rolling in. Alex in Ann Arbor says, Champ Tom Izzo racking up 5 quad 1 wins in 5 games. Chump Michigan basketball for that loss to Illinois. From an unnamed texter, sometimes you can just see the it factor in young players. Asar Thompson just has something different. His ceiling is so blanking high. Feels that way. The it factor. I see a guy who's so athletic and learning how to play the game at this level. The Pistons could be scary good keeping this group together. They have done the most important thing possible this year, and that is make their current core see the progress and want to be part of it. Because if you keep spinning your wheels, guys want to get out. But they have talented young players who have to be excited about this. Have to be excited about it. And Asar is really, really exciting.
He's very exciting. There's nothing not to like about him. He's developed from year 1 to year 2. He's a better player. He's dependable. There's a reason he starts. A guy who is excited to play defense and has the offensive upside that he has, where he's just getting his feet wet with that part of it. I think he's averaging double digits in points over like his last 20 games or so. He's really coming into his own. He's knocking down open shots. He's athletic enough to beat people off the ball and get to the rack. I love watching him play.
248-539-9797. More feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Bennett at Tire Shop writes in, have you seen next year's Winter Classic and Stadium Series? Tampa Bay and blanking Fort Lauderdale. How the hell is that going to work?
I don't know.
They must think they can pull it off.
Unless it's earlier in the year, and obviously they think they can pull it off.
Chris in Detroit, how did USC finish in Big Ten hockey? They don't have a Big Ten hockey team.
Not yet.
No. I'd love it if they did.
NIL.
Yeah. Never know. Actually, I'm pretty sure USC probably won't have a Big Ten hockey team, but whatever. There is breaking news from the world of football that shouldn't surprise anyone. Jimmy Johnson is retiring from Fox Sports at the age of 81.
So he's been told now?
Well,
they did the tribute, right?
They did for people who watch the Super Bowl, in the middle of their Super Bowl pregame coverage, Fox did this thing with AI Jimmy Johnson. It was, 5-7 minute tribute piece to Jimmy Johnson. And it felt like it was their tribute to a retiring comrade. A colleague is retiring. Okay. Except there was no announcement. It was a tribute to Jimmy Johnson. And then Jimmy said some things and they went to commercial break. And everybody who saw it went, wait, what the hell's going on?
So they didn't jump the gun when they went tribute? No? This was a tribute that was well planned by them.
I guess, but it was a tribute without any reason. They didn't say why they were doing a tribute to Jimmy Johnson.
It was strange.
Yeah. But now we know, I guess.
Now I know.
So good luck to Jimmy in his retirement.
The whole AI thing, too. No one. It was just weird, man. No context.
No, none whatsoever. I mean, either Fox was like, hey, you're retiring.
Right.
And here's our tribute to you.
I'm what?
I know.
Or Jimmy just didn't want to say it at the time. I don't know.
It's like the Montreal screw job all over again, isn't it, Kenny?
Yeah, screw job.
Yeah.
Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket.
Hey, let me tell you about a great experience I've had with a local company. Precision Garage Door, they're amazing. I needed new garage doors a couple years ago. I had called them in the past. They helped me out with some repairs, and the time was right to get the new doors. I wanted something that was going to look great. Guys came out immediately and went through all the options we had, and now I've got beautiful garage doors that I couldn't be prouder of. Give them a call today. Jackie and the whole crew, they're going to be super professional with you. And right now, you can get free door opener when you buy any new garage door. That's a $499 value, and the sale ends at the end of the month. Call 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule your free consultation and ask about that new opener. Also, you mentioned 97 won the ticket. They're going to get rid of your service fee. That's right. Service fee is waived. Weekends are available at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty. All calls are answered 24/7. Precision is awesome. Again, call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Tarek Skubal, 3 innings pitch, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts, 37 pitches, 25 strikes, 7 whiffs on 18 swings, according to Chris McCoskey, beat writer that covers the Detroit Tigers for the Detroit News. Good outing for Tarek. Good to see. Never too early to get excited about baseball. Great term here regarding the Jimmy Johnson odd tribute they did for him in the Super Bowl pregame show on Fox, where they did a tribute to him with no announcement. There was no context as to why they've done this tribute to Jimmy Johnson, only to find out today in the breaking news that Jimmy Johnson is retiring from Fox. It seems like they knew something at the time. Whether Jimmy knew it or not, who knows? Settle Down Beavis on Twitch called it a non-consensual tribute. That's what it was with Jimmy at the Super Bowl during Fox's pregame coverage. Love the term. So there you go. Pistons in action tonight in Utah, taking on the Jazz, team that bounced back a little bit from their loss on Friday night. Breaking news from the NFL: Darius Slay released this afternoon. Can we say future Lion Darius Slay? Can we say that? Well, he could be. He has expressed an interest. By the way, last week we brought up a name that would make a ton of sense for the Lions in free agency. That was Osa Odigizua from the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys have indicated if they cannot come up with a deal, he will get franchised. Free agency starts a week from today in the National Football League. Trade over the weekend: San Francisco sends wide receiver Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders in exchange for a 5th-round pick. That happened on Saturday. So that is a salary dump / rental player in the final year of a contract. So could Detroit get in on a salary dump rental player? We all talk about Myles Garrett for obvious reasons. That salary dump rental player might be Trey Hendrickson.
Well, the Bengals just released offensive lineman Alex Kappa, and it clears up $10.2 million in cap space. So is that done so that they can afford to not cut Trey Hendrickson?
Could be.
Sign T. Higgins and everything else?
They're in a difficult spot in that they've got multiple contracts that they're trying to sort out in one off season. So, we'll see. I'm trying to find the Rossini report I saw over the weekend, and I'm swinging and missing. But if she was the one that was speculating that Hendrickson would be the odd man out. Here's the very latest. The organization has not informed T. Higgins' side about whether or not he'll be tagged before tomorrow's deadline. An offer has been made by Cincinnati, but the two sides remain far apart on Jamar Chase. If the Bengals can't get deals done with all three, meaning Higgins, Chase, and Hendrickson, Hendrickson is most likely the odd man out. And if that's the case, they might be war chesting just to get the Higgins and Jamar Chase deals done. But people think they are cap constrained. 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter: Steve Yzerman is the general manager of a hockey team, which is an entertainment product, not curing a disease. I'm so sick of hearing all the excuses from him and from the fan base why we're not getting better.
Well, they are getting better.
Yeah, I mean, they're not. Are they any better than they were a year ago, though?
Are they better under the new head coach?
I tend to think so, yes. They're playing definitely better under Todd McClellan. But they literally are the exact same place in the standings they were last year at the trade deadline.
I think fans have the right to feel any way they want to feel. And if you want to be upset with Steve Yzerman, and I think a lot of fans are upset with Steve Yzerman because he didn't make that move sooner. Because he didn't do it at the end of the season. Did they wait too long? Was this team so bad to start the season they just wait too long? Because things turned around the second game that Todd McClellan was head coach. I mean, technically, I guess a little in the first game, to get down way early against Toronto in his first game and then scored a couple of goals late in the third period and then went on this winning streak right after it.
Unnamed texter writes in, it's time for Yzerman to make a move. There are GMs who were hired after Yzerman worked a few years and have already been fired. I don't want this to become a never-ending rebuild. Need to add a couple of proven vets. Yeah, I think you don't make a move. Okay, let's be clear. I never want a GM to make a move just to save his job. Hey, look, we're making progress. I went out and traded for this guy. We made the playoffs. We won 2 games in the first round, lost a 6-game series as the second wild card. But hey, it's progress. You wanted progress? I gave you progress. When the player you traded away, you don't want to get rid of. I do not want to see him make a move to save his job. And you don't know what deals, like if you find out what deals were on the table and the best that Yzerman was able to negotiate might be a deal we'd all say no to 10 times out of 10. But he's got to be motivated. He has to. They've come up. They've tried. Okay, they've war-chested for other moves. They didn't get. They didn't walk away with Steven Stamkos. They didn't get Ryan Donato. So what are they going to do? Have they been too passive? Has Yzerman been too protective of his assets? And I think you can make a case. He's seriously protective of his assets.
He is. And if this team were better in the standings, it's easier to go ahead and make the rental move. But because there's no guarantees of making a playoff, it's harder to convince yourself that that's the way to go with a rental player. But there are plenty of players that aren't rental players.
I think Yzerman's going to get it done this week. I think it's going to be something that helps the team. I think he is taking a more aggressive approach and perhaps not as protective as his assets. We played the soundbite earlier this hour. But, you can't force other teams to give you their good players for your cost. You can't choose the price. It'd be great if we could, but that's not the way it works. Gary writes in, while the ref is clearly the chump, Edvinsson has to step up with some physical play. He basically gave up goal number 3 in front of the net, just trying to use his stick and not the body. And on the high stick play, he was weak on the body trying to use his stick again. That's from Gary. I mean, look, there's definitely room for improvement in the way that they play. And at this point, McClellan's got enough credibility that I do think that it's a matter of getting the guys to perform. Are you a little surprised we didn't see more of an impact from Dylan Larkin on Saturday?
Well,
because he did get called out.
Yeah, he got called out, but it's not like I don't think his effort was poor.
Yeah,
I think he was out there trying to he had a bunch of shots and shots attempted, shots that actually went on goal. I think he was.
And those
flying
numbers
around
were
it.
down leading into.
Yeah, but it didn't show up on the scoreboard. But he did. I thought he was better.
Yeah,
it was a lot better.
The reason I ask is just I'm looking down and there's some chump votes for Dylan Larkin, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, look, he didn't show up on the score sheet. But what was it? He had 1 shot in like the previous 2 games. He had 5 shots on goal on Saturday night. That's more active.
Yeah.
For sure. 2 more shots that weren't on net. So I don't know. Look, team's got, I think it's 2 more games before Friday's trade deadline. I suspect that their name isn't going to show up in a lot of rumors because Yzerman runs a very, very, very tight ship. But, stuff could get out there from other teams. So we'll see what happens, but I think that this is one motivated hockey team in Detroit or hockey organization to make a big move, a move of substance this week. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rico?
Gentlemen.
How are you?
So when did we find out if Cena had a clean sweep?
I don't know what that means.
Champ and chump.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, gotcha. Tomorrow. My apologies. I didn't know if there was something going on in wrestling. What's a clean sweep? I didn't know.
That means you are both the champ and the.
Right. I thought it might have been a move.
Can I nominate Doug?
You can. Doug, write yourself down.
I'll take a vote for Chump of the Weekend. I apologize. I don't follow the wrestling game, so I'm too busy watching movies.
I don't watch wrestling either. I heard you guys talking about it.
Doug spitting facts.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We got a little bit of Wings talk, plus a player. Would you take him? Would you want the Lions to take him if he's there? But he may be a little bit of a knucklehead.
All right, buckle up, everybody. Mike Valeni is back. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The latest AP college basketball poll was released today. Michigan State remained in the number 8 spot, while Michigan basketball dropped 2 more spots to 17. Here's some thoughts on that from Dusty May on Inside Michigan Basketball, WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. Forward Michael Rasmussen was back on the practice ice today for the Red Wings. Rasmussen has not played since February 23rd after suffering a head injury. The Wings are back in action tomorrow against the Hurricanes at LCA. No Tobias Harris for the Pistons against the Jazz tonight. He's out for personal reasons. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9. The Eagles are cutting ties with former Lion corner Darius Slay. It'll save them $4.3 million in cap space. Tarek Skubal made his second start of the spring this afternoon. He went 3 innings and allowed just a single hit while striking out 3. You can hear the rest of the game on the Bet 1270. With the tournament set to begin tomorrow, the Horizon League Basketball Awards were released today. Oakland big man Alan Mukeba received an All-League second team nod. Detroit Mercy's Nate Johnson was listed on the All-Freshman team. After injuring his groin during the Four Nations tournament while playing for the U.S., Panthers forward Matthew Tkachuk will miss the rest of the regular season. GM Bill Zito says they hope to have him back for the playoffs. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
How about it? I want to say right now, you're getting top 10 Rico today. That's how we start this week. You can tell this man's basketball team is an AP top 10 club. He's in a dress shirt on a Monday, and there was no Founders event this weekend. That's right. You also got Debo out. I mean, just an exciting few days for you. So we have a lot to do. And Rico, we are going to do the hockey. We have got a question for Lions fans about your culture and your locker room. And are you strong enough? It's a lot like when Rico goes on a date and he goes, are you strong enough to handle this? So inappropriate. Oh, boy. And then at 4, the madness is upon us. We do have some college basketball to do. You want to do the hockey?
Yeah, let's do
Can we do the hockey?
Let's do the hockey.
We've got the trade deadline Friday. We've got Kenny Cott. We've got the Wings losing back-to-back games. Yes, I know it was a high stick. Here's a tissue. Here's my point.
But the Wings would have been on a power play.
No, I know, but like
won the game.
I can't do. I mean, Rico, you would have thought Kennedy got assassinated today. The way this station's talking about it, it's like let's look at the bigger picture. All right, it's March. And it's a 2-game losing streak. NBD. Except Carolina's coming. Now you go, okay, well, that's probably an L. And we know what happened last March. So I want to juxtapose this. And I want to bring in Kenneth G. Cott. Deadline is Friday. And for the Hockey Elite, for Rico, for David Hatchetman Hall, Kenny, and all of you in Metro Detroit, does Yzerman have to make a move for Friday? It's really that simple. You will still technically be in a playoff spot Friday, even if you lost against Carolina. And then you play the Utah Yetis or whatever the hell they are. The point is, isn't this the moment? Enough's enough. It's like in Roadhouse, we're going to be nice until it's time to not be nice. Right. Like, we're going to be patient until it's time to not be patient. Kenny Cott, main stage. They got to make a move by Friday.
Because I like to think we kind of seen this movie before. As a matter of fact, they were like almost in the exact same spot, same wild card spot.
You know how Utah used to be.
And
Utah used to be Arizona, who hit you with a garbage can last year when you needed the game. You got beat like 6-1.
Oh, wow.
Uh-huh. Wow. At least they had a logo.
And people, just so you know, you're getting energized, recharged, Mike.
Yeah, because I know what's coming. This is where Rico takes a chair to my spine with Aaron Rodgers rumors. I know that's coming later.
No, we had fun. No, that was Friday. And we had fun. And you weren't here? And we had enough fun for you.
I'm glad. Thank you. Kenny, please talk to me. Where are we at with this?
Yes, I think we absolutely need to make a trade. There's a lot of confidence at this station, by the way, that he will absolutely make a trade, which I'm not exactly sure where that spawns from, because if you think about it, Rico said it. We were in this exact position last year at this time of the year, right before the deadline, second wild card spot, and Steve Yzerman came out and basically said, I don't think we're good enough to trade. So what's changed this year? Well, we got a couple of younger guys in the lineup. The youth has been injected, so to speak. But we're in the same position. I am not as confident as everybody else that Steve's going to pull a move out of his you-know-what, because if history has taught us anything, I don't think he's going to do that unless he is sure we are in the right spot. We're in the exact same spot as we were last year. But yes, I think we should be making a move. Yes.
Okay. That's what this is about, right? None of us are soothsayers. We don't know what they're going to do. And I don't think, obviously, all moves aren't created equal. You know, if David goes into a breaking news thing or Rico goes breaking news and they go, yeah, they've signed Bobby Pringles. And you're like, who? That's not a move. We're talking about maybe a top 6 forward, a top 4 defenseman, a goalie, something impactful. And look, hey, I'm not going to sit here screaming, maybe Rico will, whether it's a rental or not, and how does it fit? Guys, ultimately, I want to make the playoffs. And if a guy's a rental, he comes with a cheaper price. And if a guy's not, it's more expensive. I want to win now. Mm-hmm. Todd McLennan deserves some support. These players deserve some support here. They've dug their season out of the grave, and now they're above. We got to do a little something. But here's my question: what's the move? See, this is the fun now. We don't want to be TV news where we just scream about things and we don't have any solutions. What's the move? Who's the player?
There's a couple of names that I have. One has been linked to the Red Wings to death. Dylan Cousins, Buffalo. Yeah, that's been the hot name that everybody seems to be like, oh, Detroit's in the mix with all these rumors. I'm going to go a little bit spicier, though. I like a player on Nashville, Jonathan Marchessault. Not Steven Stamkos. No. Jonathan Marchessault, 34 years old, a little bit
Golden
younger.
Knight.
Exactly. Stanley Cup experience is the type of guy you want on your roster. He's seen it. He's done it. He can score. He'd be great in your middle six.
Okay. Question for you. I want to know if this was out of line by James Anthony Costa this morning. He advocated trading for a goalie. Goalies don't get traded.
If you can. It's,
not in season, they don't.
No, not in season, they don't. It's a bit pie in the sky for me. If Jim thinks it's possible, I mean, God bless, more power to you. But
I had to ask if he was out of line.
He's not out of line in thinking that that's an idea that they should pursue, but the idea that
the goalie?
That's part of it too, is if you have a good goalie, typically you're on a playoff fringe, and if you're on a playoff fringe, you're not trading your goalie.
Listen, these are the answers I seek. I would like to hear from Red Wing Elite here. People, yes or no, do they have to make a move by Friday? And my answer is yes. It's always yes. I mean, if you're competing for a playoff spot, I think it's totally okay to go out here, and whether it's a football team, basketball team, baseball team, whatever it is, you can say, yes, they got to make a move. It doesn't mean you do something stupid. It doesn't mean you're packaging 7 first-round picks and doing something ridiculous. But the idea that you do nothing and that's okay.
See, I think he almost has to make a move, and Kenny, you can back me up on this, because the beginning of this season was all his fault.
Oh, I like this.
You could have just fired your coach at the beginning of the season, because you look at the new coach bounce, and now you're sitting here hovering. You could have been a better team. You could have had a better spot. So I think it's almost you're responsible for where this team is right now.
Like it.
Because you just kind of sat on your hands and said, well, let's give Lalone another chance. Oh, wait, he just won that game. All right, I'm going to extend you for 2 more games. And finally, around Christmas, you just decided that was it. What if you would have done this at the beginning of the year? Where would this team have been? Maybe they're a lot further along. So I do think you caused this. You're responsible to go in there and fix this.
It's like Rico to his students. You know, you were garbage the first part of the semester. It's on you. Fix it.
And also, you announced
I like it.
You announced to the world at the beginning of the season, when you did the Larkin or the Raymond contract and when you did the Sider contract, this is our window. Now we're trying officially to win. These are the core pieces of this team. Yes, you need to insulate them.
All right, here's what I want to do. Let's have some fun, and I want to get the people involved. Kenny, you're going to be responsible for the following. There are 3 levels to this.
the minimum, the realistic, and the dream. Now, I know we don't get dreams here in Detroit. Every franchise here plays it safe. Fine. But I still need Kenny to titillate the audience and give us a dream trade as if it's the spring of '02. We've just traded for Brett Hull. And you're like, what? Like, sell me this pen. The dream, the realistic target, the bare minimum. I need 3 names, though. And from you guys, if you don't want to give a name because 5% of America knows half of these players, look, just tell me, what do you want them to trade for? Blue line help? You want some scoring? What do you want? Just please. They got to do something by Friday. Can we at least all agree on that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Kenny, where would your mental state be if they collapsed again?
Inconsolable. You would see a different version of me than I think you may have ever seen before.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Is that one that works hard?
All right.
Okay. So, come on, man. I was gone for a while.
Unnecessary.
But it's fun. It's fun.
11 minutes in.
First penalty, right off the faceoff. 248-539-9797. Here's top 10 Rico. Curious.
You know what? I know it's snowing out. Believe it or not, yes, it's still snowing. But eventually, season's going to get better. Summer's going to be here, and you're going to wish that you call Koi Construction to get a Trex deck built for you. You can get started on that right now because they build year-round. As a matter of fact, I saw Brian at the MSU game. He's ready for you. He's waiting for your phone call. Give Koi Construction a call. They will design and build the perfect deck for you, just like they did for me. And they have over 40 years of experience in serving Metro Detroit, Southeast Michigan. Don't wait for the weather to warm up. Call Koi Construction today. Get on their schedule. Your weekends will be spent relaxing on your deck. Koi's experienced team will make your vision come to reality. Call Koi Construction today and get your deck project started right now.
Okay, before we get to the people, very, very simple question. Yes, the Wings have lost 2 in a row. Yes, it was a high stick. Let's move on. The point is,
But the ref swallowed the whistle.
I know. Just
Power play.
it's a yes or no deal. Do they have to make a move by Friday? You were in the same position last year. Yzerman recoiled. Do you got to make a move? And if so, what? Now, I gave Kenny an assignment. Kenny, I want to help you with said assignment. Hot off the presses of Kenny's favorite website, NHL.com. I'm just going to read you the players. I'm not going through this, 10,000 words per guy. Here are the players, according to NHL.com, that your favorite team could get at the deadline. Are you ready?
All right, let's go.
All right, under the goalie list, this is where Kenny and I are going to puke our brains out. The venerable John Gibson.
Every year. It's like death and taxes and John Gibson at the deadline,
Right.
baby.
I think he's been on at the deadline. He's in year 6 of his 8-year deal. In 5 of the 6 years, he's been available at the deadline.
Deadline.
We don't want John Gibson, correct?
No.
All right, what about Dan Vladar?
Dan Vladar.
Calgary. Vladar, Darth Vader. You want him? Anton Forsberg.
No.
Out. Why? Did he
good
insult you? Did he look?
No, he's a career backup. I'm
Give you a
out.
dirty look? Okay. Ivan Provorov.
Defenseman.
Columbus.
Don't mind it. We need help on the blue line.
Now, here's your thing.
That is getting bigger on the blue line, factually.
And here's the key. Expiring contract. Last year of a 6.75 AAV. He's 28, and he's had at least 25 points in each of his 9 NHL seasons.
So rental, add just some size. Yeah, I'm in.
Here's the problem. He's a Blue Jacket. They just beat you twice. They're competing with you.
I don't know that they're going to make that trade with you.
Okay. David Savard.
No, out. Too old.
Okay. Kenny hates old people. Now, here's one. I heard you were very mean to Stoney. So listen. Here's one. This is an oldie but a goodie, Reed.
Mm-hmm.
This is a name Kenny and I really were excited about. This is a very mean individual. I give you Radko Gudas. Again.
Yes. All in.
I remember this.
He's a mean, nasty guy that looks like he could be my cousin.
1 year left, $4 million. Not an egregious AAV.
Nope.
Anaheim blows. Any interest?
Absolutely.
All right, so we got Gudas. Mario Ferraro.
Nah.
That wouldn't be Ray Ferraro's kid,
No,
would it?
no,
Okay,
no.
then Mario Ferraro.
No,
I
out.
say yes. He's Italian.
Okay, yeah,
That's
sure.
my
He's
scouting
he's
report.
Italian. Great.
No to him. All right, Carson, what is this, Soucy?
Carson Soucy. Yeah, I don't mind
Soucy.
that. Yeah.
Why? What's he good at?
It's funny because he'd be good in your middle six. You just need depth. This team has no depth with Andrew Kopp being down and with Petrie obviously being a hole in the wall and Justin Holl literally being a hole in the wall. Is you need depth.
Here's another name. Always you hear. There's a pair of Sabres. Always. This is one. Bowen Byram.
Yeah, absolutely.
You would.
Young, talented, good.
What's cost?
You're probably dealing with actual draft capital that matters. You're probably looking at a first or a second.
Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Any fear that he plays with Dahlin and somehow that has kind of upgraded his status? You're playing next to a very good player.
No, his status was upgraded when he got drafted. I believe he's a very high draft pick.
He was top 10 pick.
Yeah.
All right. Other possibilities. I'll rifle through these. Anything? Now, this would win the name award. I've always loved this guy's name, Rasmus Ristolainen.
That was a name that I was going to bring up. He would be a great defensive defenseman for this team.
Flyers going to pack it in?
Absolutely.
Okay, they're done. Connor Murphy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go forwards.
All right, let's go.
Help me help you.
Okay.
Because this guy's going to be John Tavares 2.0 when we lose him for nothing.
Oh, Brock Nelson?
The Brock Ness monster. Brock Nelson, New York Islanders.
He'll land somewhere. It might as well be here. I don't have an issue with it. And yes, you will be very much in pain seeing him in another jersey.
It is what it is.
Kenny, don't worry. He'll get a quarterback. He'll be fine.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Yes.
Trent Frederick.
Very mid.
All right. Rickard Raquel.
Raquel. Again, same cap.
All right. Nick Bukestad.
Bugsy.
Okay, you don't get to call him that. You're not friends with him.
He's Bugsy. No, I'm not on Bugsy.
Out. Ryan Donato.
Don't mind it.
What's cost?
Not that much. He's a depth player.
Okay, but again, so that would be bare minimum.
That would be bare minimum. I think my favorite name that you've put on this list is Rasmus Ristolainen. And if you really want to get crazy, you told me make-believe land, unrealistic pie in the sky, go get Mikko Rantanen. Go do it. They're going to deal him, and I'm not sure why. I don't know what's in the water over there, but they're going to deal him. And
Look, the whole point is this. Like a guy like a Brock Nelson on an expiring, and everybody in the world apparently believes he's going home to Minnesota this offseason. Would Brock Nelson interest anybody? Would Raslov Gudas interest anybody? I just, look, there's a million names, and we can't go through every one. But, yeah, they got to do something. Fair?
Yeah, they have to make a move.
I got to ask Kenny about one more guy, but he's talking to a hockey elite, and it's a guy I think Kenny likes.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Brandon Tanev.
Yes.
I know you're a big Tanev guy.
Yes, in. Anybody with the last name Tanev, bring him in. Chris Tanev, Brian Tanev.
Okay.
Bring him in.
All right.
I love Tanev.
Out of control. Okay, then. 248-539-9797. David, I'd love to hear some ticket text. We'll get to the hockey elite momentarily.
Yeah, someone really says, I want Cousins from Buffalo, but I really want Brady Tkachuk. Read a couple things that Ottawa might want to move him. That is from Mike.
Wrong.
Wow.
You're wrong. They're not going to trade him.
Yeah,
He's the heartbeat of that team.
Dude,
There's
he's
no
been
way
like
they
the
get rid of him.
captain since the day he got drafted.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't see that.
He'd be a good rat, but they're not
Plus,
going to move off
they're
him.
not doing that deal with you.
No, not at all. I would like to see the Wings add 2 proven veterans, a forward, maybe Steven Stamkos.
Hold on. If they at the deadline added Brock Nelson and Gudas, what's the problem?
There's no problem.
There is
That's
no
a solid A- trade deadline.
So is that the kind of deadline that Red Wing fans need?
I think
Yes, that solves 2 of your problems.
That's
immediately.
Steve doing something, not waiting on the kids, and realizing the time is now.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. I wanted to see if that was Kenny's dream scenario.
What about
Plus-
Connor McDavid?
Listen. I don't know if you ever heard of this guy. Have you heard of this Mario Lemieux character? Very productive player.
Timo Solani, bring him over here.
Great hair.
Jamie Langenbrunner. All right.
David, go ahead.
Not to be an alarmist, nor bring the name Millen into the mix, but Steve hasn't gotten us into the playoffs yet. He may be in Millen territory. He needs to go all in now to save his job.
No, I don't think any of that's true. I think you can say it would be a black mark if they didn't do anything and backslid and missed the playoffs. Like you would be in a space entering year 7 of Yzerman where you're like, you know what? A, not special. B, now heat is on.
What exactly do you do?
Oh, the Bob's Office Space. Go ahead, David.
If I'm not mistaken, Yzerman should be in a better position this year. There's cap space. We have more prospects to move. If he doesn't do anything, then I have to assume there is no urgency to win. Is that correct? More cap space?
Yeah, he's right. I feel I'm turning into Don Draper every time I think of that's what the money's for, Steve.
But you never say thank you.
This is your job.
You give me ideas and I pay you money. Great scene. Good reference by you.
I thought you were going a different way with that.
Wow. Okay.
I thought you were going
Wow.
a different way with
No,
that.
certainly not.
Have
David,
you
go
said
ahead.
Thank you.
We already missed out.
That was a hoot. Seeing people get all bent out of shape about that. Say thank you.
Do you own a suit?
Well, I mean, candidly, how do you go to the Oval Office and you're wearing? Give me a break. The guy had a couple of jobs. Honestly, it's not even politics at this point. It's common sense. Wear a suit, say thanks even if you don't mean it, sign the paper and eat the lunch. Leave.
Unless you're an internet billionaire.
Uh-oh.
On that note, we already missed out on Lindgren. I'm just a casual hockey fan. So can we get possible names that we can acquire? Cousins is the name that he wants, he says.
Dylan Cousins, again, the two Sabres are constantly linked with the Wings. What's the cost of acquisition of Dylan Cousins?
Probably a mid-round draft pick. I'd go do it right now.
Yeah, see, at what point do the picks not matter? Not in an F them picks way, but in a whole why that it's going to stress you out to deal a little bit of capital and bring in a guy like a Dylan Cousins or bring in an expiring Brock Nelson.
I would have argued last year they shouldn't have mattered at the deadline, but that's just me expecting more from my GM.
How dare you?
I know. Bad person.
You should be grateful for what I'm not sure. 248-539-9797, and we go to the people. Next, do the Wings need to make a move by Friday? Kenny Gott says yes. We've given you a grand list. You tell me what you think and what you want. Paulson's, their annual inventory clearance sale right now. and they don't want to count as many boxes, so they provide savings up to 70% off. Huge savings on 4K TVs, tower speakers, outdoor speakers, amps, receivers, theater seats, and a whole lot more. Guys, whether it's outdoor televisions, music, and landscape lighting, they have it all. Stop in. You can go to paulsonsav.com. You can check a stock list if you think you know what you're looking for, and register as well for their biggest annual event of the year, the Music Matters event, taking place March 19th at Paulson's. Go to paulsonsav.com. All right, to the Hockey Elite. Trade deadline Friday. Wings have lost a couple in a row. Carolina tomorrow night. Kind of feels like an L. I digress. Do they have to make a move? And if so, what? We've given you a list of names. I don't even care if you have a name. Just tell me what they need to address in your mind. Now, again, Kenny and I, dream sequence. Look, this is why you hire a Steve Yzerman. And whether it's a Gudis, a Brock Nelson, again, whether they're expiring, not, you gotta invest in this roster. They've dug themselves out. McLennan's done an unbelievable job. If they don't make the playoffs, Kenny, you used the word inconsolable.
Yeah, it'll be an absolute failure, and I will be in a very poor mood.
There it is. Succinct. TJ, 97.1. What's up, TJ?
Mike, how's it going?
Good, brother. What do you make of this Wings thing? Do we have to make a move?
Oh, I mean, it's without a question we have to make a move, and it's funny enough that I'm calling you now. I called back when we beat Buffalo in that shootout, and it felt like Lalonde was saving his job from that. And it's just funny to see the 180 turnaround we've seen with this team, but there's two names, Kenny brought up one of them, that we have to absolutely get at whatever cost it is if we're actually going to make the playoffs. The first one is Marchessault. He's an older guy. He's won a cup. He has the experience that a lot of the younger guys on this team need and will seek towards the later part of the season. And the other one is Gudis. I said last year we needed Gudis. I don't know why it's taken so long for Yzerman to pull the trigger on getting a veteran defenseman who can also play well in our zone as well as contributing physically. Gudis is a guy that will solidify the bottom half of our defense. He's another guy with a lot of experience in the league. He's a captain of a pretty bad team right now, but that brings a leadership value that the team needs, I think. And it'll take some of the burden off of Larkin if you can bring guys in like that who have the experience and can show guys who haven't been in those spots, how to handle the pressure of, these late season games where every point, we saw last year how every point is going to matter for this group. So Gudis and Marchessault to me, seem like the guys that would really solidify the playoff push. Now, if you wanted to twist it a little bit, not to nerd you out, I know the Hockey Elite
you're fine.
Probably
You're fine.
But Bowen Byram is somebody that really has a huge upside. He's a Cup champ, I believe, with Colorado. I think that was his rookie year. So that's somebody that's made deep playoff runs early in their career. Now, that would be a move I would sooner see Yzerman make to solidify the future of the team. But in the here and now, Gudis and Marchessault are the two that you have to get, in my opinion, because the downside of Nelson is he's not great scoring. I would sooner put Marchessault ahead of him in the productivity category of scoring.
So let me ask you a question.
Producing.
What is your total acquisition cost to get Marchessault and Gudis? Like, what do you think you got to give up to get that pair in totality?
You would definitely have to give up some higher draft picks. Anaheim is a team, like you said, they're going absolutely nowhere, so they're going to be seeking at least a second-round pick for that. I don't think Gudis is worth a first, but I definitely think Marchessault you'd have to at least consider giving up a first because that's a top six forward for Nashville. They're going to need something coming back.
Yeah,
so.
And I think we're all at TJ. I think we're all at that point where I understand it'll hurt, but I mean these kids you draft now are 4-5 years away. I mean, it's just I can't continually keep playing for 2030. Like, we got to make it. We got to get in. We got to make a run at something. You'll get an additional year of Gudis. I believe he has an additional year left at $4 million. I'm with TJ on this. Again, forward defense, just let's go.
By the way, if that's your deadline, Marchessault and Gudis, A++++ with 11 more pluses afterwards. Love that.
And it's funny, Mike, you spoke about not really caring about 2020 or so.
I said 2030.
2030, I'm sorry. Kenny, I'm asking you, would it be bad for if they traded away one of their young goalies and try to win now?
I was thinking about this last night because we were talking about Kosa and Augustine's the other guy's name. If they were to trade one of those guys away, I'm not shedding a tear. I'd rather it be Augustine because he's further away, but I mean that's going to come at a little bit of a cost to you.
Because Augustine, you're looking at what, 3, maybe at least 4 years from now?
Yeah, but here's the other thing, and I'm certainly not telling you I'm smart enough to give you a name here. I'm not. When you get into dealing stuff like that, doesn't that feel like more of an off-season move where you make a big summer trade?
Typically,
those are big chips. I mean, that's now again. I feel like we don't get the blockbusters we used to get. Is that fair?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, look, Rico, I'm just looking for help, but I'm not mad about it. Look,
because those guys aren't going to help you anytime soon.
No matter what happens, you're going to need 2 goalies. You'll need a veteran with Kosa, no matter how good Kosa is. The days of a goalie playing 75 games are long gone.
And you can nickel and dime that. You can find one of those in the offseason, a veteran goalie to stick Kosa with and kind of do a 1A, 1B type of a situation.
Yeah, it's kind of like the every down running back.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's
the days of the Emmitt Smiths.
We do not pay running backs. Let's go to David, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, totally agree. A trade is needed and deserved. And I think that's the key word is they deserve it. They've earned the trade. And I'm looking for help. I don't care if it's forwards, don't care if it's defensemen, have got to address the penalty kill. That's what killed that's their Achilles tendon that everybody's attacking. Because they're horrible on killing penalties. And you cannot win the playoffs if you're incredibly poor on killing penalties.
Kenny, who's the player that fits what David's looking for here?
I mean, we've already talked about a couple of them. I mean, Radko Gudas certainly adds help defensively. I'm a big Rasmus Ristolainen guy, but then again, like you said, that's an every year type of a conversation. But yeah, we need defensive help, defensive defensemen, defensive
because in the
forward.
absence of having the capability of goalying people, a couple of soft goals in that Blue Jacket game.
Well, even on penalty kills, sometimes your forward's your best man, right?
David, so David, let me ask you a question. If the deadline was Gudas alone, no forward help, you good?
Yes.
Okay.
Because at least you're admitting this is where we suck.
Yeah, but I would view it more positively as you're saying, hey, we're good enough to make this type of move, have this player with our core. He makes $4 million. He plays with an edge, possibly is related to Kenny. And you can move it forward, because here's where Rico and I get frustrated. And Kenny, you know what I'm going to say. If I got to hear about we can't block the kids, I swear to God, we should start selling Detroit branded T-shirts saying can't block the kids. Like, it's okay.
That'd actually be a great idea.
Because it's a great problem to have.
You could literally have it in different colors. You could have it in blue
No,
and orange,
well,
red and white.
You know, the Tigers are, and honestly, we're getting that way with Lion fans,
about to
because
say,
anytime I
Honolulu
try to bring somebody here, no.
We have everything we need.
That's how I feel about the draft picks too. You can't. Steve's a great drafter. You can't spend draft. Why? Why not?
Hold on. But is that a bit of a misnomer at this point about the greatness of Yzerman's drafting? Because as good as he's done with the high draft picks, where are the middle round gems?
I think he is an above average drafter.
No, I didn't say.
Can't be overstated.
I didn't say he was bad. Okay, thank you. I didn't say bad.
Right.
But the idea that he's Brad Holmes on ice.
No, it's fine to spend draft picks, guys. They're part of your war chest. They're the reason that you stocked them up all those years back. Is so you can do something like this at a deadline.
Let's go to Riley. He gets the last word, 97.1. Riley, what's going on?
Hey, boys. I definitely think we need to make a move. And with all the money and the cap space that we have, why don't we just go out and splash? Like, are you guys getting tired of missing the playoffs too?
Yes. What's the splash? You got me excited here. What are we doing?
Listen, the best free agent at the trade deadline is Mikko Rantanen. We have all the money to get this guy. Why don't we go out and do it?
Okay, first of all, I can't understand the Rantanen saga of being traded and then being traded again. And I don't understand, as Kenny put it, what's in the water. But what is it going to take to get him? And then is there a willingness for him to sign here?
Exactly. Listen, there's only one prospect for me personally that I wouldn't get rid of, and that's Axel Sandin. But all the other guys like Nate Danielson, I'm even okay with getting rid of Marco Kasper. To get Mikko Rantanen, or even like an Erik Karlsson from Pittsburgh, or an Elias Pettersson from Vancouver.
I still can't believe Erik Karlsson's feet haven't disintegrated. For years, his feet were made of like saltine crackers.
No, they still are. They're about to. Don't worry about that.
He's a stud.
No, he has bounced back.
He put up 100 points.
Yeah, he's bounced back to become the Karlsson that used to play in Ottawa. Like
the problem with that is he doesn't help you. You don't need an offensive-minded.
No, defenseman. I want to give him credit. Like,
he's
I
bounced
thought his
back
career
tremendously.
was over 5 years ago.
Yeah. The problem with the Rantanen thing, too, is I love the idea you'd have to spend a fortune to get him, and I'm fine with all that. But the problem is you have a bunch of teams in the playoffs who are also going to be driving that price up. There's not just you interested in Mikko
Yeah, but
Rantanen.
time out. Hold on.
Exactly.
Riley, I want your opinion on this, and Kenny's and Rico's. Why is that always a detriment here in Detroit? Like, we're just a bunch of poor bitches. Like, why? Okay, so they're driving the price up. Drop your salami on the table and let's go. What are we? Why is that always something we do here?
We need to splash, okay? I'm getting tired of missing playoffs by a point. We need, like, if we get Radko Gudas, we're going to have to do a lot more than that.
Okay.
Like, we could get a Braden Shen on offense. Like, in the playoffs, you need guys like Sam Bennett, Brady Tkachuk, guys that are willing to, like, forecheck, make a big hit in the playoffs.
But see, Riley, that's my point, though, is to acquire players that you're looking for, there has to be a boldness. Like, and I'm not mad at what Kenny said. I'm mad that we accept it, Rico. Oh, well, others will be driving the price up. What are we, a bunch of Amish people making furniture? Oh, that's out of our price range? I can't afford the new model carriage. I've got to go with a used.
I agree with what you're saying.
Jesus.
I'm just going based on Steve Eiserman's history here.
No, but it's every GM in this town. Where's the now again? If Brad goes out and gets Myles Garrett, that shatters what we're talking about. He's not. I know. Okay.
He pretty much said.
Can we not do that on day one?
The only thing he didn't do was pull out both inside pants pockets and say, "We got nothing.
We're broke."
That's the only thing missing, like the Monopoly guy.
He's not wrong. But the point is, it would be totally appropriate for a player of Rantanen's ability to win that bidding war instead of recoiling away from it. And it's the same thing with the Lions with Garrett. Yeah, there's going to be competition. He's a Hall of Famer. Or Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson or Micah Parsons or whoever you're going after. Like, okay, case in point, you read the rumor today. I know it's not Red Wing related. DK Metcalf, apparently the Packers have a Godfather offer on the table for him. Oh, I'm sorry. Are other teams not looking for DK Metcalf? No. They're dropping their sub sandwich on the table and going, we need a number one wide receiver. Like, why in Detroit are we scared of that?
Because what if you do and the guy goes out? No. You want to know why? Because what if he blows up and he becomes John Smoltz or that type of thing?
I have nothing. Kenny, go ahead, and then we're moving on.
It's the fear factor. It's like, Kenny, it's the whole boat theory.
Yeah, right. A boat's a boat, but the mystery will actually be anything. It can be a boat.
All right, here we go. Old Nation Brewing. Look, big week of Red Wing hockey. You've got college hoops this week. Settle in. Crisp, delicious beers from Old Nation, including the German-style Pilsner that's crafted with just 4 ingredients done the right way, the respectful way. This is why they win all the awards. Truly local, truly independent. It's Old Nation. They still have their full winter lineup. Support local, support independent, and do it with Old Nation right in our backyard in Williamston, 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly. Okay, a lot going on in the world of football. David's personal nerd fiesta, the Combine, is taking place. So with that, let's get a little music. Let's handle issues both within the Combine and around the world of the NFL.
You're exactly right. There's a lot going on everywhere. The beautiful Combine has ended. So let's start with the Combine. News here that teams are cooling on Shedeur Sanders. Quote, teams are cooling on Sanders for a number of reasons. The first being that Sanders showed little to no improvement in his game last season and made poor choices. People are also a little turned off by the antics since January. When they say cooling, here's what it says. Slipping 6 overall to the Raiders is the earliest he could go.
Okay, I'm going to step back, and I want Rico to take first crack. He loves Shedeur. He believes in him more than I do. So I'm going to shut up. Go ahead. How do you respond to that report?
Davis, here's the thing. I don't know if they're lying or trying to get him to, if teams are trying to get him to fall the old Warren Sapp, oh, this guy's no good, until all of a sudden Tampa's up and they're like, yeah, you fell for it. We take Warren Sapp. I don't know if it's that, because I do think if you gave Shedeur an offensive line, I think he's the best quarterback out there. But there was a lot of hype. Everybody saw Colorado, and he pretty much was the same quarterback both years. I see both sides of it, but I do think a little bit of this is posturing, because you always hear the negative right now. But come April, we're going to hear how great he is and how he's going to be shooting up the draft chart.
For me, look, I think he's fine enough, but I think if it was last year's draft, Shedeur would be the 4th, 5th, or 6th quarterback. It's why I'm not all crazy about, well, what if the Giants miss out on him? Don't care. It's why I was so upset about the number 1 pick. I felt like Cam Ward was the only guy that was worth the pick. So, yeah, now my nightmare is going to happen, Rico. Giants are going to trade up from 3, use draft capital they don't have, all to move back up to a spot they could have had if they didn't screw around and let Drew Lock's dumbass win a game.
Giants will be fine because there is a quarterback out there for them. And here's the beauty of it, David.
Let's get this out of the way.
He doesn't even have to change address.
Okay.
He can keep his house.
He already sold it. Can we just get this out of the way? Is that what you want to do right here?
Let's just get it out.
Okay. I don't know what to tell you. The best thing I have to offer is any NFL team should be in the position my team is. When you win 3 games, you do your diligence on every player. From my understanding, Aaron Rodgers is the one who initiated the contact. Help me, I'm poor. Do I believe Aaron Rodgers is going to walk back through the MetLife doors and play for the New York Football Giants? No. My nightmare is going to be Mr. Dangerous. My nightmare is going to be Russell Wilson in a Giant jersey.
Okay, because see, on Friday, we decided that David was not only going to do a prayer, he was going to have some rosary beads and borrow Stoney's yarmulke. We're going to make this happen for you, Mike.
Let's get to some other NFL news here, because I don't know where this is going here, because DK Metcalf's name was around for the Packers on Friday. And a report indicated that he was going to be traded to the Packers. Then a report over the weekend said, not so fast. He's not on the block. Well, this could be posturing as well, because the Patriots, Bills, Chiefs, Packers, along with a few other teams have inquired about him. Could they just be raising the price here?
Rico.
Yeah, I think they could. Look, he wants out of Seattle. You could see it in his body language last year. He was just disgusted with his team, and Seattle just became a job, and he was just there for a paycheck, plain and simple. I think he wants out. I think Seattle knows that he's desperate. And, yeah, Green Bay, if you really want him, how badly do you want him?
Yep.
Offer us something better than a 5th-round pick, and maybe we can work with it.
It sounds a lot like with this DK stuff is just premium pick. One of their young wide receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a serious price. And whether it's a Romeo Dobbs and a 2, whatever it is, yeah, you're going to have to win a bidding war. We've talked about this. Like, look at the Chargers. DK Metcalf in a Charger uniform. That would be perfection for them. They've got Ladd McConkey in the slot. For the Pack, they got all the fun little toys.
Yeah.
They're done. They're done in the Christian Watson business.
Yeah.
He
can't
that's
stay
done.
healthy. Yeah, or DK Metcalf is a Texan.
Oh, God.
Let's go back to
That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
Let's go back to the combine here. Let's talk about a wide receiver from the combine, and that is one Matthew Golden, Texas wide receiver. A lot of conversation on him and his performance this season going into the draft. Well, Todd McShay says because of his performance, quote, I think when it's all said and done, I am just going to have him as my number one wide receiver. Matthew Golden is a lightning rod. His ability to get in and out of his breaks, his snap, his sharpness, how crisp he is, his secret sauce. First receiver taken?
I think that tells you it's not a good wideout class. That's my opinion. Last year was amazing. This year's poop. This year's a big people class. It's O-line and D-line.
And they ran well at the combine.
Well,
no, I know.
Here's why I would pass on him, David, is just the history of the fastest wide receiver at the combine normally means you're a bust in the NFL.
Darius Hayward-Bay?
Yeah.
John Ross?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you.
I mean, it's like, oh, you're fast. But can you run routes? I'm fast. But, do you know the route tree? No, but I'm
Straight
fast.
line.
Yeah. All right, so here's a little bit of news that seems to be breaking out of the city. Well, I'm not even going to tell you the city, but Khalil Mack, he's one of those names that you want the Lions to go in and maybe kick the tires on. Sources say Mack is interested in a return to Chicago. He may be coming back in the division.
Do you want me to approach this like a Lions fan or like a rational adult?
How about you do both?
Okay.
You're recharged. Your battery's
Which one do you want first?
Give me a Lions fan.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's washed. Let Brad cook. Nah.
Give me responsible adult.
That'd be a nice pairing opposite Montez Sweat.
I want the Lions fan again.
No, but it doesn't matter what any other team does. The player blows. It's like, oh, yeah, Debo's washed. Yeah, as a number one. But when he goes to Washington as one of their weapons in a Cliff Kingsbury offense with a physical element on the perimeter to an offense based on speed, that's a nice spot for Debo.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to say that, though.
And you only gave up a fifth-round selection
right,
for him.
And what was it? The Niners took the cap hit.
No. They're taking Washington.
They took the 31.
Yeah. Washington's taking pretty much. I think the Niners take a small piece, but they take most of it. The Niners walked away and said, we'll take 5. Debo, pack your bags. With this, looks like Khalil Mack could sign a 1 or 2 year deal with the Bears.
Yeah, and again, I don't think Khalil Mack will come in and be a complete game wrecker, but you will get more productivity out of Montez Sweat, who had a down year last year with, I believe, 5.5 sacks. Spitballing, don't be mad if I'm a little off. But yeah, that's a nice move for them. It is. Because the acquisition cost is nothing compared to getting into the market for a Garrett or a Parsons or whomever. Neighborhood's getting tougher. I'm sorry. That's going to be a theme all off season. Washington, Philly, Green Bay, Chicago. God, I hope the Lions make a move.
There's a lot out there that could change it for sure. Let's go back to the combine here and let's talk about one Jackson Dart. Report says he is a real wild card. Some teams have him as a day one evaluation, but not just that. There are some teams that also express belief that he solidified himself as a first rounder.
This is this year's Michael Penix. There's going to be teams that don't have him on the draft board. There'll be some teams that take him in the top 15. I don't know. It's what it feels like.
It's a good call, but it's who late in the draft maybe needs a quarterback. That's really what you're looking at because this is a big people's draft. Right. Offensive lineman, defensive lineman, it's going to be heavy on that.
Look at a team like mine. Look at a team like the Raiders. Let's say you don't want to use a top 5 pick on guys that are fringy.
Mm-hmm.
So like for me, I want Mason Graham.
Right.
The Giants, second round, you move up, you get a Jackson Dart or you get a Milroe. Like that, I think that's going to be the move because if you can't get Cam Ward, the Shador thing will be one of the storylines of the draft.
See, I'd look like a team to me like the Dolphins can say, you know what? I don't know if we're all in with Tua. Let's draft this guy and see where it goes. Or David, your Steelers, believe it or not, maybe says, let's take a first-round selection on a quarterback, and maybe he's going to be that guy. But, Mike, I think that's a good call on that. David, can I give you one really a little bit of breaking news?
Sure.
Bengals have franchised T. Higgins.
Yeah. And his mom already knocked him, calling him cheap bastards, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I guess they made it official.
Yeah,
They put the franchise
look,
tag.
It's that it, and the reason, if you're out there listening and going, "Oh, Crimea River, he's going to make 26.8." Look, players sacrifice their bodies. They earn a certain level of security beyond a 1-year deal. When you do this to your players who actually want to stay, you hurt your locker room. You hurt your image around the league. It's just the Bengals are so cheap. They are such a bad organization. It's a terrible move. It just is. They got to get something done there. It's ridiculous.
You are exactly right, and that is in football today.
Northville Lumber. They sell more Trex decking than anyone in the state. That is because Northville Lumber has the best prices, and they stock all Trex colors. Now, spring's around the corner. We're going to have a 68-degree day in like 6 days. I don't know about you, Rico. The smoker's going to be ready. Listen, all the time right now, get your Trex decking, get it as low as $1.59, and get on that schedule before Northville is booked up. Get your deck built. Northville Lumber showroom. You talk to an expert, see all the Trex products on display, and take home some color samples as well. So call Northville Lumber today or visit them online anytime at northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Pistons begin their 4-game West Coast road swing tonight in Utah. The Jazz have just 15 wins this season, but one of them was against the Pistons. That was back in December, though. Tobias Harris will miss for personal reasons. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 8:35. Michigan State basketball still the number 8 team in the nation as the AP poll surfaced today. Michigan down 2 spots to 17. The Tigers will have a pair of games on Apple TV's Friday Night Baseball on their release that revealed the slate through June. The first will be April 11th against the Pirates, the other June 6th against the Cubs. Athletic beat writer Cody Stavenhagen released his latest Tigers roster projection today, and a new name popped up. He's not on the 40-man roster. That's outfielder Jahmai Jones. 27-year-old has bounced around in his career and has played in 69 MLB games, 33 of which was at the Yankees last season, where he hit .238. The article notes that middle infielder Ryan Kreidler has expanded his positions to include center field, and he could have a shortstop as well, but, quote, perhaps the most natural fit isn't currently on the 40-man roster. Jahmai Jones, a non-roster invitee who has played well early in camp, checks a lot of boxes for the Tigers. He's a utility player and has spent most of his time in the outfield so far this camp. Perhaps more importantly, he's known for his ability to handle left-handed pitching, end quote. The NHL franchise, or the NFL franchise tag deadline is tomorrow. Bengals receiver T. Higgins was just tagged. Former NFL coach and Fox Sports analyst Jimmy Johnson announced his retirement from broadcasting after 25 years on the Herd today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, good to have you with us. If you are looking for Red Wing trade deadline, Odyssey.com rewind. You can get it right now. But I got a Lions thing, and I want to build off of the Combine thing we just did. So hear me on this before everyone goes crazy. Do you believe the Lions have a good culture? Yes or no? Do you believe the Lions have a strong locker room? Do you believe the Lions are built now with enough winning that they could sustain adding a problem? And there's a specific player. I want to read something. I want to read this to you, Rico, because I read it to David lovingly this morning. I just want to get a sense, because before people go, oh, no, I would never want him. You do realize you are the team that drafted Jamison Williams, right? And you've stood by him. And you've gotten the best of him.
He just likes to have fun, and he's a man of the people.
Gotcha. Tennessee defensive end and presumed top 10 overall pick, James Pierce. He was a freak show at the Combine. He had an electric Combine on the field. 6'5", 250, ran a 4.47. Coming off the edge opposite Aiden? Yes, please. Well, one problem. WalterFootball.com, who does a lot of draft prep stuff, they talk to some anonymous executives. Now, again, if you don't value this, fine, but this is interesting. Quote, I was told that the Tennessee football program could not only breathe easier once Pierce left campus, but that his pitch count in SEC play was not injury-related. Pierce was seen as undeniably uncoachable and a player with one foot out the door, giving coaches little incentive to put him on the field full time. I was told by one scout that Pierce is seen as a player with the worst character report of any player in the class. Another scout said they think the environment and the people at Tennessee were the problem, not James Pierce. Okay. NFL personnel won't be shocked to see him on the board after the first 64 picks in the draft.
So he's in the Kobe Dean.
I'm glad you said this. So, look, there were a multitude of reasons the Lions didn't take Jalen Carter. Off-field was a big concern. I think another concern would be when a player, from the word on the street tells you, I'm not interviewing with you because I won't be around at 6, pulls the old Deion Sanders. The point is, you could have taken him. You just could have. You didn't. James Pierce fits a need. Sounds like he might slide. He might be this year's Laramie Tunsil minus a bong mask. Here's my question. Do you believe your locker room and your culture is strong enough that you could bring that kid in here and turn him around? And you are essentially the Eagles, where you draft the falling rock and the player turns into a Pro Bowler, like a Nakobe Dean, like a Jalen Carter.
Yes, I think that this locker room is strong enough because that's all you've heard. It's the Lions culture. It's Dan Campbell. It's the grit. It's the lay it all out on the line. It's loving the man next to you and helping lift each other up. So, yes, it sounds like this would be the perfect thing because not only would you let Brad cook, you would get Aiden, his partner, and you control his salary for the next 5 years. So, once again, Brad gets to get that player on the cheap because they're poor right now. So, yeah. And I think the locker room, because basically they've controlled J-Mo. And it showed me, like, J-Mo's done some dumb things, but people just write it off as, well, it's just youth and boys being boys. It's always, if he can make the bet across the street, why can't he make it in the locker room or at the hotel? Like, there's always an excuse for it. So, therefore, yes, I think they could absorb one more person with a questionable background. Absolutely, they should go after him if he is there.
It's just a question. And look, the draft is obviously a month and a half away. But when you come out of the combine and you got a player who's supposed to go in the top 10, where people are talking about, some teams are like, look, he's a horse's ass. Other teams are saying, we're just not taking him in the first round. He fits a need. He's a freak show athlete, RAS score. And it just, I would compare the Lions right now to what the Steelers used to be. Nobody really even understands how much dirt the Steelers had to cover up. And this is before Antonio Brown turned into a psychopath after the Burfict hit.
Pretty much every wide receiver they've had.
Fair. So I say yes. That I no longer concern myself necessarily if the player's talent is exorbitant. It's off the charts. If he's got a character concern, I now believe the Lions have graduated into the class of team, like you, that can fix a guy. I want to know where the people are at with it. 248-539-9797. Would you want to take that type of risk?
Because the funny thing is, Mike, I have seen him as high as like the 7th pick overall, and I have seen him at pick 32. Like, that's a wide selection there of different places. Like, so it makes more sense now because it's who's going to take the chance, who's going to take the risk, who wants to be that person. And remember, it's not saying he's going to become Jalen Carter, but it's how the Eagles got lucky, it seems like, in getting Carter and getting Nolan Smith. Two guys.
And Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, 3 guys who just fell in the draft, and they said, wait, if they're sitting there, we're going to take that chance on them. They had the culture, even though they had a crazy coach, and it worked out.
Now, I am not going to tolerate Georgia slander. Now, I know you hate Tennessee, so let's keep it even here.
Once they're out of college, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if your locker room, and by the way, this is all that we've been touting as Lions fans now for the past several years, is how good our culture is, how strong our locker room is. If it's really that big and bad, then there should be no problem adding somebody who could be a problem. I'm not saying he gets fully turned around and, develops into a model citizen, but you should be able to add a guy like this. Your locker room shouldn't be in that much peril by doing that.
Yeah, but see, Kenny, here's the thing. I agree with you completely. I just wonder where Lion fan is at, because it's a very weird time right now. We know the team's good, but the neighborhood's going to be getting tougher. And I think it's, you get to a point where you're close. Oftentimes it's going to be a big risk that puts you over the top. Candidly, there's nobody at 28 that has the ability of James Pierce. It's just whether you think you've got the staff to bring it out of him, that you've got the veteran leadership to bring it out of him. Guys, 6'5", 250, 447 off the edge.
Yeah.
And the guys like Human Gumby. Like when he wants it and when he was putting it out there, you can go look at the tape on James Pierce and you go, holy hell. Yeah. He's very similar to Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Whereas when he's bad, you're like, who body snatched this kid?
Right.
What
it's
is
almost
this?
like a son, if you accept this phone call, all that foolishness is behind you and you're going to be a professional every down. There's no quit. There's no taking time off. There's no taking plays off. If you can get that motivation out of him, great. Now, I just thought about this, though, Mike. Here's the other part. I guess maybe I would feel a little better if Aaron Glenn was the D coordinator, because I think Aaron Glenn could
What do you
make
mean?
sure.
Losing assistants doesn't matter.
Okay.
Jerk.
Okay.
I agree with you totally, by the way. No, I'm just saying.
He's back. Kenny, David, you're next.
No, you're not wrong at all. I just know what you'll be faced with.
If Aaron Glenn was here, absolutely, because I don't think AG would put up with anything. It would be a fist fight. And even though he would have all the measurements, AG would win. I would put all my money on Aaron to beat him up.
David, what do you make of it? Obviously, your franchise has taken a chance on a number of players. They don't all work out. But the Lions are picking 28th. I got a chance at a top 10 talent. Obviously, I'm not telling you I'm thrilled to read what I read you. But do you believe the Lions have built something substantial enough where you can take that risk?
I do. And you have to trust your leaders on your team. You have to trust the St. Browns, the Penei Sewells, the Alex Anzalonis, the Aiden Hutchinsons. You have to trust these guys that you've built your team on, that are leaders in that locker room. You have to trust that they can handle this. And I think, yes, you can handle this. Now, the whole is, he's talented. We know that. But, yeah, you can handle this. You got to take chances on guys. It's not always going to work, and it may not always fail either, but you got to take chances. They are in a position to take chances. I think they can do it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, because, think about it. Another guy who was potentially had problems was Micah Parsons. Doug said something on the way out of crosstalk, but you got to allow guys the ability to grow up and the ability to become a man and do responsible things. You can't just basically judge them off of the stupid things they did in college. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're 1,000% right. 248-539-9797. See what the people have to say about it next. All right, listen up. Usual routines are taking a back seat now, but the mix and match madness, it's game on now. It's March. You've got college hoops. You might be top 10 Rico over here. You're coming to work all dressed up. Your team is good. Go to Hungry Howie's, $6.99 each. Mix and match menu for whatever basketball you're going to be watching. Conference championship tournament week into the NCAA tournament. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. The complete menu is available. $6.99 each. Just mix and match. Build out that next basketball party and do it with Hungry Howie's. 8 different flavored crusts, best ingredients, fresh dough made in-house. The mix and match menu, it is here for March, but for a limited time only. Get ordering and do it with Hungry Howie's. All right, David, let's get a few of the ticket checks, get to the people. Just thought it was a very interesting kind of tale of two cities. James Pierce, position of need for this team, edge. Amazing physical. 4.47 is an edge, 6'5", 250. I'm going to have to bulk a little bit more probably, but look, you that don't grow on trees. But then the other side was major character issues, some really damning stuff, if it's true, from Tennessee, basically giving himself a pitch count that had nothing to do with injury. A guy was 1 foot out the door and made it known. I blame Rico and NIL for such things. But bottom line, thank you. Yeah, this is exactly the type of player I take a risk on at 28. Because you need difference makers. I don't think safe is going to get you across the finish line. David, you've put on the fashion glasses. What do you got for me?
Yeah, I got to read these texts here. It says, I seen Pierce live this year, and he took over the game late in that game, trusting Dan to hold this kid accountable and take the risk. Someone else says, you cannot motivate a grown man who refuses to put in the work. I say no, that is Al from Redford.
Yeah, but hold on. Is a college student a finished product?
No.
No, not at all.
And second of all, when you're in the NFL, you are now, A, this is the last football you ever play if you get it wrong, but B, you're playing for the second contract, the one that gives you generational wealth. You're talking $200 million. Tennessee ain't offering that. Hey, Rico already gave him the NIL. He got his car. He got his money. Didn't matter what he did.
Right. He was trying maybe he's trying to make sure he stays healthy. We're not going to win a national title, so I don't want to go all out. I'm saving it for the NFL, but I do think that people can get better. You're not even just regular people. You're not the same person you were in high school or in college. You grow up, okay? He may be that type of person, especially if you put him around the right people. Dan Campbell, I think, would be the right coach because he is no nonsense. Because he would say, okay, son, this is the NFL. You can either start or you can do dumb things and sit on the pine, and I'll bring somebody up from the practice squad. I've done it before. I'll do it again.
David.
This Tennessee guy sounds like former Sparty Malik McDowell. Didn't he not listen to coaches and took plays off? That is from Mike.
You're missing one key element of that deal.
He also has some
severe mental illness.
Correct.
Like, again. But hey, comp him out. Do whatever you like.
If we didn't have J-Mo, I'd be more open to Pierce. I don't believe the culture is strong enough, especially with the new DC coming in. That is from Ryan.
But see, the fact that you were able to kind of curb J-Mo tells me you have a strong enough team. Now, the new DC, I know he's been on the staff, but I don't know how assertive he will be. Whereas I knew what I was getting out of Aaron Glenn. That was his defense. I mean, you saw it a little bit on Hard Knocks, even if they were playing it up for the camera. But you knew this guy, don't show up late. Don't give him excuses. Just go out and do your job.
They got C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They can definitely handle this. Kid who didn't like college. Shocker, take him. That is from Jerry.
And it's funny. Did you see what Quinn Ewers had to say?
I did.
It's just amazing how far we've come. Is that like when Cardale Jones said what he said, everybody freaked out. Well, we're not here to play school. Quinn Ewers was asked about, like, dude, why can't you read? He's like, I didn't go to Texas to do school. And everyone's like, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the kid's making $3-4 million at Texas. You think he cares about, social studies? I mean, it's a folly.
Can you read the defense on the other side of you, young man? That's all that matters.
Well, and I'm glad it also came out that, like, anyone who watched the games, you knew he was hurt. He couldn't push the football. He looked like Todd Marinovich.
Especially at the end, yeah.
It was awful.
Yeah, he said it happened in the Michigan game and got worse as the season was progressing.
Yeah, we can tell, Quinn. Thanks. And by the way, I don't know what to do with that guy. I get so tired of being told a guy's special when he's not. You're on your own with Quinn Ewers. Your opinion, you tell the people what to do with him.
You know what? Nothing. No, he's a guy that I would basically treat like Michael Penix, where you're going to redshirt this year. I will draft you. If I have a quarterback whose deal may be coming up, I'll take him. Kind of like what the Lions did with Hendon Hooker. If the quarterback works out, fine,
I'll get rid of you. But if he doesn't and you progress, it's going to be your team.
Let's go over to Antonio, 97.1. Antonio, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, brothers?
How are you, sir?
Listen, man, this is an automatic. Let's talk about the Lions culture. We have a couple ways to get Mr. The guy from Tennessee. We got a couple ways to get him together. First off, when you come into the Lions locker room, especially on defense, you can't come in there with the understuffed attitude and I do as I please, because A, we can humble you physically when you're going up against Panay Sewell. You know, he'll show you real quick that, son, you got work to do right off the top. And then you got the leaders on the defense, hey, this isn't the way we do things guy. You know, we do it like this guy.
The Lions way.
DJ Reader, McNeil, these guys will step to him and be like, listen, son, this not the way we do it here.
No, and then, Antonio, I think you're nailing it. Is like a great example. My team blows. So does my franchise. The whole thing's a shipwreck in New York, right? You can't take a James Pierce. The kid will bomb out. There's nobody there to tell him no. It'd be a disaster. When you're the Lions, when you are the Eagles, when you are, you're the Chiefs, I think you've earned the right to do something like this.
Yeah. I can't see.
You come in as a skill position cornerback or safety, and you got to go against the Amon-Ra St. Brown and Laporta and J-Mo. You get humbled, and you realize, hey, I gotta get the work around here. These guys are something different. They practice hard, so the culture is set.
No, I get you, Antonio, and I appreciate the phone call. But, yeah, I can't see like a James Pierce telling Fred Warner, yeah, I don't feel like showing up to practice.
Exactly. Exactly.
Did you hear what he just said? Come here, Rook.
And look, and maybe, look, for me, and as we approach the draft, again, the whole thing could turn on a dime. Next thing you know, this guy's baptizing homeless people in the Detroit River, and he's a top 10 pick again. I don't know. I'm just, it's early in the process. We're coming out of the combine. And this was a guy I just didn't think the Lions would have access to. Now, look, maybe they don't like him as a player, right? Maybe they don't view him as a guy that is worth it.
Not necessarily so, because he's got the high RAS score, and that's
no. I made that part up. I'm just saying, if you're 6'5", 250, and you go 4.47, I'd like to think the RAS is going to be all right.
And I mean, we've found out that David cracked that code a few years ago. Holmes goes with the high RAS score. He would be the best player available. That's what the Lions draft. It would fit a need, and he's going to be under team control for 5 years. You absolutely make that move, and you deal with it later.
He had a 9.35 RAS.
Elite RAS.
Elite
RAS.
There you go. And you know what you get? You know what people get to do, Mike? They get to take a victory lap and say, see, we didn't need Myles Garrett. All we needed to do was let Brad cook.
Oh, no, I'm still getting Myles Garrett. No.
How he's going to the Eagles.
Okay, I'm making a point to you. One has nothing to do with the other. Like, oh, well, hold on. We didn't acquire Myles Garrett because we got James Pierce. No, you get both. You send waves to murder the quarterback.
Especially if he's fallen. If Pierce is fallen, oh,
yeah. I'm putting a bullet in that theory.
Oh,
no, I want it all.
See, you were on vacation when the Lions disclosed they were poor. They can't afford him.
Okay, I'm not.
No, I'm not joking, Mike. They literally came out and said, we can't afford him. David, stop me if I'm wrong.
He said there's a lot of contracts we got to pay.
Okay, he's doing his job as GM. Leave me alone. I'm not doing this. Day one of being back from vacation, I am not starting like this.
I'm just trying to fill you in on this.
Well, Rico, remember the texter that texted in on Friday that said Aiden is better than Myles Garrett?
Okay. Yes. So bad. Stoney threw off his headset and walked out the room. Stoney. If there was a chair, he would have picked it up and thrown it.
Kirk Franklin said it best. You can't take my joy, devil.
This is the reason why we sing.
Be curious. Horse's ass.
Yes. We shall be curious, Mike. Specs at LTU.
You want to have fun on the radio, or you want a career in television? You're a graphics design artist. Specs at LTU has your next career covered. All you need to do to get started is just be curious, as Mike said. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors like myself who work in the business. Rico, what does that mean? It means we're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it in radio, TV, and graphics design. Whatever career path you want to go to, Specs at LTU has you covered. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make some magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
97.1, if you missed, we did a little Red Wing trade talk. Deadline at Friday. The level of pressure to make a deal, in your mind. Not like, oh, you don't control what Steve does. We're aware. Thank you. But we also have Kenny Cott's list. So that's there, Odyssey.com rewind. David, I'll get a few ticket texts momentarily, but we're talking out of the combine. One of the big storylines, A+ on the field, was James Pierce, the edge rusher from Tennessee. He's kind of Abdul Carter light, and an F- off the field, with some anonymous front office people saying uncoachable, pitch count not injury related, 1 foot out the door, openly told people. And we've asked the question, is the Lions culture and locker room strong enough to take on this type of risk, to essentially do what Howie Roseman does? Because let's all face it, if we don't take him, the Eagles will. Let's go to Steve.
Yeah, you know what? Hey.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, they will.
Let's go to Steve, 97.1. What's going on?
What's up, guys? Great show as usual.
Thank you, buddy. What's on your mind?
I would take him 1,000% at 28. Now, quickly, do I think the Brad Bots and whatnot, or even Holmes himself, because of the character issues, you know what? At this point, take a flyer. Do it. Who cares? I mean, it's 28. If he turns into Carter, then you got a stud. If not, then okay, and figure it out down the road, I guess. I don't know. But at 28, like you guys said, there's no one else better. One kid out of Texas A&M looked pretty decent. And not to go off the rails.
What, Nick Scorton?
No, Stewart, I think.
Stewart. Yeah, he looked pretty good. But there's another name, and again, I don't mean to throw you off because we're talking about Pierce. Sawyer out of Ohio State.
Yeah, he had a big playoff.
He looked really good at the combine, and he kind of reminds me of that Karlaftis coming out, the Big Ten as well with the Chiefs now. Just a massive motor, and just he's going to give you everything and be productive.
Yeah,
so,
and then
I would
listen,
definitely...
Steve, there is something to what you're saying, which is that Jack Sawyer's a kid who walked in. He's played a ton of football. He ends up a team captain, productive in some of the biggest games of their season. And yeah, is that guy more ready to play than one of these, athletes that you have to teach how to play the sport? Yeah, you're not wrong. But Steve, understand, they could draft Jack Sawyer. That has no impact on my pursuit in my own dream world of Garrett or Hendrickson or any of they need a dominator from day one. We don't have time to wait for the kids. But no, you're not wrong, Steve, at all.
I heard comparisons that they were talking about with Simmons, the kid out of I forget where he went to college, but he's playing for Arizona now, the jack of all trades. But I think Pierce has...
Well, Isaiah Simmons?
Yeah.
He played for the Giants last year.
1,000%. And as far as rushing the passer, Simmons could do everything, drop back and all that, but I think as a pure pass rusher, Pierce would be phenomenal.
Yeah, and listen, Steve, that's what you're drafting him for. Like, there's no illusions that if you take a kid like this, he's going to be a 3-down player. He's not. But this is a Micah Parsons type guy. You'd move him around. Mm-hmm. Now, all of a sudden, you got to identify more than just Aiden. You got to figure out where his freak show is.
Which helps out Aiden. And especially it gives Aiden, takes some pressure off of Aiden coming back from the injury so that he doesn't have to go out there and light it up and get 5 sacks in game one. He can kind of take his time.
Whatever, hater. Let's go over to David with the tickets. I'm sorry.
Raise your hand if you didn't act like a knucklehead in college. Come on, man. This guy could be a generational talent. He will grow up. Someone says, Mike has me sold on Pierce. We have similar staff mentality. I think we could handle his poor mentality right now for his potential difference making. That is Adam in Toledo. Yes, we have the culture. It is proven with J-Mo. If J-Mo landed on another team, his career could possibly be different or maybe over. We have the culture here.
Yeah, I feel, and honestly, it's the biggest compliment I can pay you, is if coming out of the combine, you read or you listen to what I read to you about James Pierce off field. Now, mind you, last we checked, it's not illegal to be an a-hole. It's just, not advisable. So this kid has some maturity issues, or this kid wasn't exactly coachable. It's not like he sped and got someone killed. Looking at you, Kenny. Not you. No, hold on. That came out wrong. No. I meant his team.
What? What if I just finished?
I meant Georgia football. That I'd like to say factually.
You should have said that.
Looking at you. Hey, you didn't get anybody killed. Kenny,
how was your weekend? You run anybody down?
Have you checked on that old lady, Kenny?
I want to apologize to Kenneth G. Cott. That was directed at his football program, not his person. Those are two separate things. Oh, boy. David Ticketek. Sorry, Kenny.
I have one name for you, Randy Moss. Go ahead and do it, Detroit. I think you can do it. This locker room can handle it. Someone else says.
What do you mean? Terry Fair was a better pick. Clean player. Then they lined him up in off cover. He was so far you couldn't even see him on the TV screen.
You could have combined the skills of Terry Fair and Jermaine Crowell, and you wouldn't have come up to Randy Moss's pinky toe. That's how bad that was.
Well, Crowell also had like 80-year-old knees.
We got 2 for 1. This Randy Moss, he'll be out the league in a year or two.
He'll
a
be pothead.
Right, he'll be in jail. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I wonder if Terry Fair showed up to Randy Moss's induction.
Oh, boy.
You know they took me over you. The ultimate receipt.
He'll always have that story.
You know, I went before you did.
Oh, that's awful. You imagine. Shows up in a spite jacket.
Right, with the pick number on his back.
Oh, Jesus. A personal injury of any sort is personal, much like the comments Rico's been making there. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his entire career to securing justice and maximizing recoveries for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring you get all the medical care you need to get your life back together after an accident. Excuse me, apologies, guys. You need an attorney who makes it personal. That's David Feminino. Call him now. He answers. 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, Get David. GetPaid.com. That's Get David. GetPaid.com. All right, David. Music. Football today, please. Uh-oh.
Well, Mike, I'm going to do something a little different right now. You were gone on vacation, and a lot of things happened over that period. So let's get to it. Things that happened while you were gone, and you can comment on it.
Okay.
Well, let's start immediately.
How many of these are going to start a fight? That's the question.
I don't think any.
Okay.
Well, unless you say thank you. So I'll get to this one because this happened the next day after you left, which was Dusty May and Michigan agreed to a new contract. The extension added a year to his original 5-year deal, runs through spring of 2030.
There was nothing better. It was the most quintessential U of M thing ever. After MSU drops a grumpy at center court of their home arena, they run Ward up to the podium with an extension.
Oh, no. It was better than that. It was before the game.
It's the best.
Hey, by the way, he's got the extension, and as you like to say, dead. Yeah. And if it wasn't for a last-second 3, I think they would be 0-3 since that contract extension.
But it's a great move for U of M. He's a damn good coach. You didn't want to run the risk of IU coming after him. He's a very good coach. And I look, if they give him reason, it's always been about resources if you're going to coach U of M basketball. Take it serious. Don't treat it like a wet wipe. And I think Dusty May will have a lot of success there. They got to get some guards, though. Sweet Jesus. Yeah. If they had a point guard with this team, they'd be a national title contender.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, David, you want to know why they had senior night this
I was confused.
Sunday and not this upcoming Wednesday?
I was confused.
Because they still have another home game. And it wasn't because of Vlad's parents, because that's what I thought it was. He's back. Jawan couldn't make it on Wednesday. Jawan Howard's kid, senior night for him.
Yeah, they moved it up for him.
The bad Howard.
In the immortal words of Bobby Williams, who are you?
Yeah.
They moved it up for Jawan because he couldn't make it Wednesday.
That's like changing the company retreat because the janitor can't make it. What?
They were excited to have him back, too. They really were excited to have him in the building.
And you know what? It was funny because it looked like his team from last year.
Okay, then. Keep it moving.
Let's just keep
Top
moving.
10 Ricos really getting after it today.
Let's move over to the NBA. A couple things here. One, the 76ers announced Joel Embiid is out for the season. And then the Pistons beat the Celtics. They are contenders again.
Is there a question in here?
Yeah, are they contenders?
No, it's ridiculous. Jaylen Brown didn't even play, and the Celtics on a back-to-back. Hey, listen, if you guys want to touch your chestnuts over that, that's
Victory
your
lap.
business.
Victory lap.
Go ahead.
Pistons are back.
To what?
MVP.
Look, here's my beef with all of this. Anything I say will be taken as slander. It's not. I have unbelievable respect for Coach of the Year, J.B. Bickerstaff. And what the Pistons have done is lovely. But make no mistake, it's a road to nowhere. They're not a contender for anything.
Well,
you know what they are? They are simply the last of the non-egregious Eastern Conference teams. And I'm not trying to. I'm just making a point. Oh, we beat the Celtics. What planet do you reside on?
No, here's the thing. You had the Celtics saying, basically to paraphrase, we can take nights off and play, Sam, when we're playing teams like, the Pistons.
Right, but JB didn't play, and they were on a back-to-back.
Understand, but the next day, the Pistons, Mike, it was almost like their coming-out party.
I know.
The nation realized, hey,
but here's your
Detroit's
problem.
pretty good.
Here's the other issue I have, and it has nothing to do with the Pistons. The NBA is not a real league. I can't take the league seriously. Here, latest example. I'm going to be stepping away from my podcast to try to save the season.
Paul George.
But first of all, why does Paul George have a podcast? Second of all, season is dead. It's deader than Gene Hackman. What are we doing here? Paul, season died 9 days ago. It's over. What are we doing? It's not a serious league.
Why does Gene Hackman take a strike?
I love Gene Hackman, but he's dead.
It doesn't matter.
Well, let's segue right
he's
into it.
He's not alive. What do you want me to say?
Let's segue right into
he
it
also
because
lived till he was 100. Do you really feel bad for people when they get to 100?
Well, hold on.
I really just need to know what happened in that house.
That's what the problem may be.
We all want to know.
because his kids may be investigated now. There's a lot going on.
I want to tell you something. See, now I was all over this story on vacation. Sports, F it. This, all in, because I love Gene Hackman.
Right. Why is the dog in the closet?
No. How could the daughter say I'm super close with my dad? Cutscene. I haven't talked to him in a few months. What?
It's called the will. That's what that's called.
Whoops.
I'm just saying.
All
Let's
right.
be real.
Also, if you haven't seen the Poseidon Adventure, Gene Hackman was awesome in that. Kenny, go watch that movie.
Was that the angry priest?
He was a reverend who was a little disillusioned.
The angry priest, yeah.
Let's get over to some baseball news here because, sadly, both Matt Vierling and Parker Meadows are out injured for the Detroit Tigers. But here's the good news.
Face of franchise, Matt Vierling.
Here's the good news. Javi is back to striking out.
Look,
because that's what he did on Friday.
The only name in there I truly care about is Parker Meadows. Parker Meadows is a very high-value player to what they do on defense alone. But it's still early. Let's just all calm down. No one's on the Anthony Rendon plan yet. So, not good, though. A little banged up. I saw Cobb. I don't know. What's he got? He got an epidural going or something?
Sure does.
That's always a good sign.
Got to wait on that nerve for Parker Meadows to just wake on up.
Guy's 67 years old doing epidurals in spring training. We paid him $15 million.
Oh, by the way, David, real quick.
Yes.
How do you feel, both of you, and even you, Kenny, about Jimmy Johnson finally walking away and saying, I'm out of here. It was a nice 31-year career, but I'm done.
Decade late. But at least he's not Dick Vitale. Just retire. Please.
Can he take Terry Bradshaw with him?
Somebody needs to.
No, Terry can stay
The
as long as he
microphone is
wants.
mine until you ask the question.
I just wanted.
Have you ever heard of Mean Joe Green?
Did you see any of the Super Bowl pregame? Because they played an AI video for Jimmy Johnson showing him all his years, Cowboys, Arkansas, all this stuff, and then played it and asked him, "Is there news?" And he says, "No, there's no news." They forced him out, basically.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's another thing. I get tired of the whole sympathy thing. Oh, they forced him out. How terrible.
Do I sound sympathetic?
He's 90.
I don't sound sympathetic.
Like,
bye-bye, Jimmy.
Get out of the chair. Give somebody else a shot. Isn't there some other broken down athlete half his age they can hand a job to?
Yes, because it looks like Dan Orlovsky's back at ESPN.
Wow. What a blessing. Next.
And then I can close it out with this. Well, a couple things here. Stafford's returning to the Rams.
I'm bummed. I was actually excited for radio purposes. There is no way out for my team. I know this. The Giants weren't going anywhere. But how fun would it have been to have Stafford as the Giants QB while I'm doing this show? Oh, please. I'd be more of a piñata. I was a little bummed. Kelly Stafford in the New York papers every 10 minutes. Tatting it up. Oh, boy. Just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, it just wasn't meant to be. And then I'll close it out with this one because it just happened yesterday and Kenny just keeps telling me about it.
What?
John Cena turned heel.
Okay, that you can't put this on a segment of what you missed.
I mean, it
because
happened.
everyone missed it because the only person that cares about it is Kenny Cott.
Go ahead, Kenny. Give us 30 seconds on.
No, and Kenny's BFF Gator.
Me, Gator, Evan, we all care about
it up.
He double-crossed Cody Rhodes on a premium live event called Elimination Chamber.
Who's Cody Rhodes?
Son of
Is he
Dusty.
related to? I was about to say, is he related to Dusty?
Yes, that's his father. There's your 30 seconds.
Okay.
So do we care about this? And
I don't.
So does he? So does he still go out and do the Save the Children, make the
No,
wish
now
thing?
he's saying F them kids. He hates them.
Oh,
I mean, he has to now. He's a bad guy.
That's the heel turn.
Wait, will he push the wheelchair down the stairs
Yeah,
now?
just like Nordberg.
He'll do the opposite of Make-A-Wish.
Here's your wish.
Make
You
a wish. Say your prayers.
You wish you didn't ask for me.
Evil John Cena's back. Did he just steal a child's bike?
Give me that cookie. You don't need it.
I mean, all right. Was that a big deal to you, though? That's a
Absolutely.
big thing.
Yeah, that was a big thing.
All right, good for you. All right, David. Anything else while I was gone?
Yeah, Debo.
Listen,
the Commanders.
You're
Got dealt,
happy.
yep.
The Commanders are happy. What's wrong with it? It makes sense. He's not their lead dog. You've got Pearsall. Ayuk comes back. You're good. They're good. Neighborhood's getting tougher.
And the real MVP, Juwan Jennings.
Great haircut.
It is. And he just makes catches.
Okay, then. That is what the hell I missed.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. No Tobias Harris for the Pistons tonight as they start their road trip against the Jazz. Isaiah Stewart is now questionable with a lower back contusion. It's a laundry list of an injury report for Utah. 19-point-per-game scorer Colin Sexton questionable. John Collins is doubtful, who's also averaging 19 a game. And one of their top bench scorers, Jordan Clarkston, has been missing the last few games with a foot injury. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9. Michigan guard Reuben Jones returned to play yesterday after missing a few games with an illness. Head coach Dusty May was asked if he would be starting again soon. The Wolverines slid down 2 spots in the AP poll when Michigan State stood their ground at number 8. Spartan guard Jace Richardson also earned himself back-to-back Big Ten Freshman of the Week honors that was named today as well. The Tigers are trailing the Blue Jays 13-3 in the 9th. Derek Skubal looks strong in his second start of the spring, logging 3 innings of 1-hit ball while striking out 3. First baseman Justin Henry Malloy took a 94-mile-an-hour heater off the helmet. For Chris McCoskey, looked a little dazed, but he remained in the game. According to Nick Underhill, the Saints are hiring ex-Lions offensive coordinator Scott Linehan. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
4 o'clock, nice to have you with us. Red Wings Trade Talk, Hour 1, Odyssey.com Rewind. The biggest news out of the Combine and a risk that we think would be interesting for the Lions to take, Hour 2. It's all there for you. But what we wanted to do is, okay, it's March. This is the 3 weeks people care about college hoops. So we wanted to have a conversation because Top 10 Rico is here, as I've been saying all day. This man, you can tell MSU's in the top 10 of the AP. He's wearing a cravat, a dress shirt. It's a big day. But we wanted to set the table.
Just wanted to expand the wardrobe. Go ahead.
No, I like it. You look nice. The point is, I want to have you kick this off because I want to have a conversation about what the hell are our two teams and what are they not? Meaning, it's not good enough to go, well, you know, are you a contender? Contender for what? Now, my overriding opinion is no one's beaten Duke or Auburn. No one. I mean, Auburn's got 2 losses. One of them's the Duke. I'm not asking anyone to share that opinion. But it's a question of, okay, what are they? You can have ranked teams and, oh, but they're number 11 and you said they're not a threat. Well, because they're probably not built for the tournament. But it's Michigan State who has run this gauntlet. They're 5-0 in this unbelievable stretch. They've held 5 straight top 25 Ken Palm teams to under 70 points. They're playing this gridlock defense.
Right.
And then there's, look, they have their weaknesses. Michigan, I worry about them because they can't stop turning it over. They don't rebound the basketball and they miss free throws. But you got a pair of 7-foot unicorns, and against the right team, they can beat damn near anybody. So I wanted to get your viewpoint of what are our teams? And then obviously I'm going to ask you the penultimate question about your top 10 Michigan State Spartans.
Woo! Which team would you like for me to start with?
Bro, dealer's choice. You're wearing a dress shirt. I'm in a hoodie. So, I mean,
I think for Michigan State, what you're looking at, Mike, this is one of those classic Tom Izzo teams that he takes far in the tournament. Kind of void of stars, but they play team basketball. They play defense. I mean, they're literally allowing teams to only play 36 minutes while they play 40 because they shut the water off for the last 4 minutes and you don't score. I mean, I think in the last 5 games where they went 5-0, 4 against ranked teams, and then Illinois, some of them on the road, 45-18. Michigan State outscored their opponents in the final 4 minutes, 45-18. Washington scored 2 last night. They got defense. Michigan State has depth, so they can wear you down. But I think the biggest thing that happened to Michigan State was Jace Richardson. Jace showed up. And now your 3-pointers aren't falling, but when you need a basket, you know where to go. You give it to number 11, and he can create a shot. Or now he has defenses collapsing on him that he can just pass the ball off, and there's Cooper for a dunk. It's like, well, where's this been all year? So I look at this team, and yeah, if you could play defense, you could play ball in the tournament. You can go far in the tournament. And it looks like, Izzo, for the first time, going back to the days of Miles Bridges, may get his first outright Big Ten title since like 2017. So,
right, but I'm a bad guy because I criticize, 8-year gaps in winning conference championships.
Well, they also won in 19 as well, but this is outright.
Yeah, it doesn't count when you got to share it. Who wants to share cookies? The point is, all right.
You didn't share cookies with your sisters?
No.
You're a bad person.
So here's my question. What are they? Like, I need you to really center in. Are they Sweet 16 good? Are they Final Four good? Or are they good?
I'm going to say this. To me, looking at this team, they should be Elite 8 good, and depends on who's number 1 in their region, maybe Final Four.
Because if they play Auburn or Duke, they're dead.
If they play Auburn, I don't think they can beat Auburn.
You're selling a little hope against the Dukies.
I think the way that they play would work against Duke because Duke doesn't go deep into their rotation.
All right, so you think they're Elite Eight good. They'll be
Yes.
playing for a chance at a Final Four. That's their ceiling. Okay, Michigan. What the hell are they?
Michigan is a team that, unfortunately, they have 2 7-foot unicorns that's become one unicorn, and that's Flag Golden. And teams have figured out if you stop Wolf, if you really play defense, he doesn't like that. Wolf is now finding out this ain't the Ivy League where you were just the best player every night. Now you have different people able to play defense on you, and he is not the same. He is worn down, and their backcourt is awful. Donaldson, Michigan goes as Donaldson goes. Good Donaldson, they win. Bad Donaldson, you get dump trucked by 20 points. So at home on senior day, that's their problem. For Michigan, I told David this. Hear me out, Michigan fans, before you get angry at me, because there's a method to the madness, and David agreed. If you're Michigan, you may not win a game coming up, but for the rest of the season. Going into the Big Ten tournament. But that's okay, because the best thing for Michigan to do is lose Friday at the Big Ten tournament, because it gives the team a chance to rest. Because then they could go home, regroup, and they'll have a week to get healthy before jumping in the tournament. Because if Michigan having to play, 3 games in 72 hours, that's not going to be good for them.
The problem I have, and I'd love you guys to join in on this. I mean, I know soliciting college basketball calls. I mean, I may as well go to door selling Bibles. But 248-539-9797. I said this to Cookies on the pod today. You know the 5-12 game? Mm-hmm. And we always see these matchups, and it's this pesky, press turnover-driven team. I look at Michigan and I go, the way they play where they don't shoot free throws, they don't rebound, and they turn it over, they feel like a 5-12 upset.
St. Mary's, Michigan.
Yeah, something like that. And
Yeah.
I look, it's been a great year for Dusty May. He's done a wonderful job. He has. He took over a shipwreck. The problem is he needed one of his FAU guards to come with him, like Johnny Davis, and they didn't. It's not a shot at Michigan, but I do think they're limited based on what I said. The state thing, I'd love to sit here and tell you they can win it all. I can't. Here's how it could happen. But see, when you get into all the coulds and maybes, and it's like, well, if they avoid this team and that team and then this and that, it's like, well, then you're not that good. They're good.
Right.
This is the best they've been in at least 5 years. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay. You could survive not being a really good three-point shooting team if you hit timely threes.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you on that. They don't have a star. I'm not ready to go there with Jace Richardson. I love the story.
No. And Mike, I'm not even saying he's a star. He's a scorer.
Right, but
Big difference.
When the shot clock's running down, I'm still looking at a half a dozen possessions of either Jeremy Fears, who hasn't shot a free throw in 10 games, or Trey Holloman. Now, God love him for the half-court shot, but
kind of like Michigan. Good Trey or bad Trey?
Good Trey. A bit of Jekyll and Hyde. There's no question. But what are our teams, and what do we have to look forward to this month? Look, it's still going to be a hell of a fun week. Michigan has seeding to play for. They're still in the mix for the Big Ten title. For state, yeah, obviously, you got to beat Iowa. And then Sunday, you're hoping to murder your rival.
Yeah.
So, but it's all, what does it really mean? Can either of these teams hang a banner? I mean, I'm with Rico in this sense. If they can somehow avoid Duke or Auburn, could I see State make a Final Four? Yes. But to me, that's where it ends.
Because, I mean, watching some of the games, to me, Tennessee looks like SEC version of Michigan State. They like to play games low. They like to play defense. Not great shooting the three, even though they knocked one in to beat Alabama, because Alabama's a bunch of idiots. I don't know why they didn't call a timeout, but I digress.
Also, what the hell was that kid doing below the three-point line? I digress.
I was like, 5-second count. You got 2 timeouts.
Hello.
You know what? I hope you enjoyed those 2 timeouts back on the plane.
Here's the other thing I would like to just say as a PSA. Cohen Carr probably should wear a diaper. He dunks so hard, he might end up with Jimmy Butler butt. Dude, he cuffed that second one. I go, diaper.
Yeah.
David, he's at risk of a blowout. And I'm not talking about his knees. That kid detonates the rim. He's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. Wisconsin was like, nope, I'm not going to be in this highlight. Go right ahead. Guys took a step back. But, David, and one more thing for Michigan, you can't leave points out on the court. Missed free throws and turnovers. That's the problem, is because you know you're good for at least 12 turnovers and at least 6 or 7 missed free throw shots. I don't know if you have that person to overcompensate that.
You don't, because then yesterday, then you want to give up 18 offensive rebounds on top of it? What? Can't happen.
They put on a clinic.
It was ridiculous.
Let's shoot this 3. Clank. Oh, that's okay. Layup.
Like,
Rebound,
I never
layup.
believed we would get a defensive rebound. It doesn't matter. They about to get it and score.
People, think of me as Sarah McLachlan asking you for $1 a day to feed this child. For a couple of phone calls, we can talk one more segment of college basketball.
Is this a telethon?
Do we need to queue up in the arms of an angel? Do I need... Hold on. Right now, I want you to visualize a dog living in an oil drum. Can we get 3 human beings who give an F about Michigan and Michigan State March Madness?
There are starving assistant coaches in East Lansing and Ann Arbor.
Think of Mike Garland.
Right. What about the team managers?
It's Tom Crean living in the woods. Stan Heath in a sleeping bag. 248-539-9797. For $1 a day, you can talk college basketball. Hey, Kenny, this is your spite play. We always say nobody cares about your league. Look at it now. This guy put on a dress shirt for nobody to call about hoops.
That's okay. We'll hit the podcast tomorrow.
Cohen Carr, diaper, liability.
Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey, and right now, they're offering a special. Not just a regular membership, but a Black Card membership. What does this mean? You have access to everything that Planet Fitness has, plus the hydro massage and all the other amenities, and you can bring a guest with you at any time that can help keep you motivated. Planet Fitness is here for you, and it's normally $24.99 a month, but if you join today, you get a Black Card membership and you get your first month free. Yes, you heard it correct. Free. The magical price of free. $1 down.
Did you say free?
Free. Free first month, Mike. Planet Fitness is here for you. Over 50 Planet Fitness is located throughout the Metro Detroit area. Head into any Planet Fitness right now. They have convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. You can sign up at any of the Metro Detroit Planet Fitnesses. You can go online or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness. Talking college hoops, Michigan State. What are these teams? Where do you see them going? Like I said, when it comes to Michigan State, this team built on defense, able to turn the ball, get you to turn the ball over. They can't shoot threes, not that well. Lately they have, but I wouldn't rely on Jaden Akins to go out there and hit as many threes as he did. Could be problematic, but they're able to get you to not hit threes. They had Wisconsin at 5 for 32 yesterday. I think that Elite Eight is, to me, where they are. Depends on who that number one seed is. Michigan's got to cut down on the turnovers. They got to be able to rebound, and you got to get a good Trey Donaldson. If you do that, I think Michigan can do something, because with the 2 7-footers, most teams won't be able to defend both of those guys.
Let me give you an update here. Lenardi has his updated 1 through 16. He has Michigan State right now as the number 2 seed in the South region. Number 1 seed there will be Auburn.
See you later. That was fun.
So, hey.
That's it.
And Michigan, by the way.
And it's in the South. So, because if they somehow caught a break and played in the Midwest in Indy, I think they would have the home crowd. But, yeah, good luck.
And Michigan is a 4 seed in the East. The 1 seed there is Duke. So, bye-bye.
It's been real. No, but listen, I want to thank the people. For $1 a day, you get to talk college basketball. Look at this. We're in a college basketball telethon. Let's go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, do you need my Venmo, or how do I pay the dollar? Because I'll pay you $1 to talk basketball for another 2 or 3 segments. But I'm so high on this Michigan State team just because it gets back to their DNA of like the 2000s. Like they get out and run, they rebound, they defend. And I mean, that's why I think they will stay in almost every single game they play for the rest of the year. But their shooting still scares the heck out of me.
Yep.
They go through these stretches, and against better teams, that's going to be a problem. Wisconsin's 11, and we fell down to them early, but I never once thought early, like, okay, we're not going to get back in this game. But you do that to a Duke, you do that to an Auburn, you do that, deep in there, and you're not going to crawl out of that hole.
No,
that's what scares me.
You know what it kind of reminds you of a little bit, Eric? Obviously, they play a much more pleasurable style of basketball to watch. But it's what Virginia used to do to you.
Yeah.
They would just compress the game. They'd lock you
Suffocate
down. You couldn't blow them out. Now, with MSU, 5 straight ranked opponents under 70. That's real defense in 2025. You're right. And they have held those opponents, I believe, 24% from deep?
Yeah. I mean, Wisconsin, who lives and dies by 3-0.
Yeah. So, again, Eric, it's possible. I think the thing for them is what you said, Eric, at the start of your call. They do go through some stretches here where you look at it and you go, oh, my God. Like, they'll go 4.5 minutes without a basket.
Every game.
You're not getting away with that against real good teams. You're not. Not in a tournament, you're not.
A few games ago, I thought Tom sort of did something I haven't seen him do before when we see that 2-3 zone, is he went with the 4 guards, because when you put, Cooper in the middle of the zone or Kohler, like, they're just not getting it done. But if you put a guard out there who can get in the middle of that zone, that seemed to unlock it a little bit. I still think we're going to see a lot of zone, come tournament time. But I think that was the first time I've seen him.
The thing that killed him, look, against Indiana, they had open shots. They didn't hit them. I don't think I'm speaking out of school there.
No.
Now, there have been a couple instances since that game. What kills me, and I mean, Eric, I'm not going to play the Ben Carter card here, but still, can we get the ball entered at the free throw line, for Christ's sakes? That's high school stuff. Come on.
No, it is. But now here's the thing, Eric. If you don't play zone regularly, they'll burn you on that. Michigan tried doing that zone thing, and they forgot to check Carson Cooper, and he was wide open underneath the basket for a dunk. Yep. So if this is what you do, problematic. Like, honestly, Syracuse is a team they wouldn't want to see, and I'm not trying to get PTSD to Spartan fans, but that would be very hard for them to go up against them. But in this thing, yeah, they're starting to shoot a little bit better, and as you said, they're putting that 4 guards in there. If you want to zone them, we're going to try to find a way to get something, or we throw it alley-oop to Cohen Carr.
Well, what's interesting, too, is it's reminiscent of the COVID team, the Cassius team, is that there's a craftiness about their offense where, like, I don't know the right way to say it. It's almost like in football, like when a guy is great at finding the soft spot in the zone, you negotiate where you need to get, and you make yourself available. Right. Their bigs do an incredible job, and the guards, conversely, finding the open spots, diving to the basket. I mean, it's like Lob City, and you're like, the last 5 years of MSU hoops, it's been unwatchable.
Right, and now
this is actually interesting
because they've taken a couple big men who aren't really that great, and they run the double horns offense, and one's gonna go off the pick and ends up with a Carson Cooper dunk.
How's your boy Kareem doing? No, I'm kidding. I don't know if that story's for public consumption.
No, I was talking with another media member, and we're walking into the locker room, and, he's like, yeah, I love listening to the show, but, we got to talking about Jackson Kohler, and I'm like, well, Mike came around from the whole Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and all of a sudden I hear somebody giggling. I was like, okay, that wasn't really that funny. And then I look, there's a man there with a Jackson Kohler T-shirt on, and I'm like, and that's your son, isn't it? And he started laughing like, I love it. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
See?
So it's endorsed by Big Kareem.
You got to fix that haircut. What? I still don't know what you call Jackson Kohler's haircut.
Maybe the ladies love it.
Okay. Let's go over to Freddie, 97.1. Freddie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
So I'm a Michigan fan. Mike, I appreciate you trying to be nice, but I don't think Dusty May's done a very good job.
Really?
No, I don't. Turnovers are something that good coaching takes out throughout the season. Here we are with 3 games or so remaining, and these are bad turnovers. I mean, they're bad. If you just watch, it's like, what are you doing? And the other thing I think burns me up is it seems like their effort is so lackadaisical. So it's like when you're getting the ball past you, come to the ball. It's just like, oh, well, I meant to get there, but I just didn't.
The Illinois game, I will agree with you. There was an effort issue there. There was a focus issue. Freddie, meet me in the middle on something. All I know is I've watched plenty of Tom Izzo teams that would have an egregious number of turnovers. It's directly linked to a lack of quality guard play. That's why Michigan's got to have a 7-footer initiate the offense. They don't have any guards. So
yeah, and that's true. I agree because it's Wolf turning the ball over a lot, but he's trying to be Lamar Odom, and it looks so bad. But it just, like I said, it burns me up. It's just the effort. But
I guess I just viewed it, Freddie. He took over basically a 10-win team, and he's got you as a top 4-5 seed. He hit the portal. He crushed it. He got Golden from FAU. Wolf was arguably the number 1 player in the portal. I'm just giving the guy some credit now. Now, you're right, Freddie. If it looks this way next year and he isn't able to bring some guards in, you're going to be right.
And I think the problem was Donaldson's inconsistent, Freddie, and Mr. Basketball last year, I think Fat Brooks.
Excuse me?
Fat Brooks.
I know. I'm just trying to trip you up.
Didn't really – he didn't come into the Big Ten with gangbusters. He'll never get – mistaken for Jace Richardson.
But does Mr. Basketball mean anything anymore?
No, it doesn't. Not in this
Honestly.
state. Not in this
Hey,
state.
where'd Mr. Basketball go 3 years ago? Hillsdale. It doesn't mean anything.
No, but see, I thought this time it was. Michigan took him like, okay. Like they haven't done it yet. But Trey McKinney going to Michigan next year from UAD. No, St. Mary's. From St. Mary's. He'll probably be Mr. Basketball. And for him, he's got to be looking at this saying, I know I'm starting from day one.
What about because we need the guards? Yeah, exactly.
What about Darquez Tucker? All right. Marquise Gray. I
actually saw him at the game.
He's alive?
Yes.
Okay.
He's alive.
What's he up to?
Coaching. High school.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Our basketball telethon is working. This is tremendous. What the hell are Michigan and Michigan State contenders for what? And you choose the level.
As a matter of fact, $1 and we'll match you rebound for rebound, turnover for turnover.
What's your favorite Brandon Cotton memory? 248-97-1. All right, so college basketball. This is the month people actually care about it. FanDuel's got you covered, $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. And look, whether you listen to Cash the Ticket and you're doing the system that's not a system but plays like a system, which, by the way, shout out to Cookies and Evan, was undefeated last week. or you just want to sit down, watch the big game, have an opinion, and rock and roll, guys, FanDuel's got you covered. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, President Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David, couple of ticket texts before we get back to the people on our college basketball telethon, i.e., please call. No, just because, look, it's the kickoff to March. We wanted to at least do a couple segments on Michigan State, and they are contenders of what? Rico's got MSU as an Elite Eight team. Michigan has...
I think they run out of steam, Mike. Maybe a round of 32.
Okay. David, what do you got?
Yeah, sure. MSU is due for another Final Four. They are built for deep tournament play with the depth and the guards. They will make it to a Final Four. Wow.
I mean, listen, it's not beyond the realm of possibility, but I worry about them because of the shooting. And when you get into the tournament and you don't have a go-to guy and you're gripping, the pressure's up, right? You're not at home. You're not at the Brez. Those are some hard moments. And when you don't have like a Cassius Winston just near term, when you don't have that guy to go, here, save us, that's a very difficult way to play.
Shot clock's under 10 and go. Make the basket. You got Jace, who's emerging. He's accepting that role.
Michigan is massively flawed, and they overachieved early. It's a Sweet 16 team at best right now. MSU, though, looks very dangerous, and with a decent draw, could make the national title game.
The thing about Michigan State, and it was after post game, and it was Matt Painter. I asked him, how do you game plan for a team with no star? And he was just like, that's a great question. It's hard to do because a lot of like you play Duke. Cooper Flagg's at the top of the whiteboard. We got to stop him from doing this. We got to stop him from doing that. For MSU, who? Because you got 7 people who average 20 minutes or more. You don't know who's going to be the scorer. Now, that can come back to burn you because like nights like Maryland where nobody's making a basket, you're like, well, we need a star. We need somebody to step up, as you've been saying. But other than that, it's difficult because it's, okay, if you stop Jaden Akins, they can still win if Jaden Akins scores 6 points.
You should have asked him, how do you manage to start an Amish point guard? Sure as hell looks like it.
He's just got the Kenny Cott beard.
That's an insult to Kenny's beard.
No, it's not. They're both very strong beards. Yeah, and I know this.
But only one of them builds furniture.
I know
and
this.
And it ain't Kenny.
I'm in the beard legacy. So
let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, bud?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, hold on one second. Well, Michigan, I don't think, as a Michigan fan, I don't see them even getting through the weekend. I could see them losing their first game. They're so inconsistent, and I go back to watching that Northwest or the Nebraska game. That was the worst basketball game I think I've ever seen in my life. And they can't rebound. The guard play is terrible. And you look at yesterday's game, they had 9 assists. I mean, that Wolf tends to try to drive the basket too much, make bad shots, and if he gets fouled, he can't shoot free throws. I mean, inconsistent guard play is going to take them nowhere.
Well, and look, this is the thing, and it's Tom, it's why I've given May so much credit. It's year one. It's not a finished product, and you're right, they're flawed. But, I mean, it's just look, at the start of this season, I don't think anybody had real designs on Michigan being, for most of the year, a top 15 team or top 20 team. So,
no, I agree.
Look, I'm not going where David and Rico are going, that they're not going to win a game the rest of the year. I'm not going to do that. But I understand what they're saying is that when you get to this point in the year, what are the things that cost you neutral site / road games? I didn't shoot free throws well. Well, that's a problem for them. I didn't rebound the basketball well. That's a huge problem. I turned the ball over. I mean, the combination of not rebounding and turnovers, you are giving away a dozen extra possessions, 15 extra possessions. So that part, but now here's the other side of the coin. How many teams in college basketball have a pair of 7-footers that can play off of each other the way that you have? Not many. My fear will be if you play a team that forces turnovers, that presses, that are hyper-athletic, that are aggressive, I think that could eat Michigan alive.
Yeah, the only problem, David, stop me if I'm wrong because I don't want Michigan fans to say the turnovers that they have, Mike, are from teams that's pressing.
Correct.
From teams that's just playing
token defense.
Right, I'm saying teams that get
actually
when they your grill.
when they get one.
Like the old school Arkansas 40 minutes of hell.
Not even that. I'm saying someone who's willing to pick you up full court.
Gotcha.
Someone who's going to go real on-ball defense. No, you're right. I'm saying if you add that to the mix, oh, Jesus. It's a distinct problem.
It's just everything that I'm seeing, everything that I'm watching tells me they won't win another game. And then I know this isn't the gospel, but
you don't think they can beat Maryland?
Here's the thing.
What?
But hold on.
I did a little advanced scouting. The line's not out, but talking to somebody in Vegas, as of now, Maryland will be favored.
See, and you're leading in my direction because I know what Lenardi does. It's not the gospel here, but he has Michigan at the 16 team. They are the number 4 seed. Maryland is not that far behind them. So you lose to Maryland and then lose again in the tournament.
Now you're in the
and
5
now you're
seed.
the 5 seed. 5-12.
Then it's my 5-12 prophecy.
Exactly. So that everything's leaning in that direction.
Okay, you don't have to yell. It's
just
their
it's
next
upsetting.
Their next games will be against 3 ranked teams. Would be Maryland, it'll be Michigan State, and probably Wisconsin in the Big Ten.
Will they
tournament.
still get the double bye?
Yes, I think they locked up the double bye.
Yes.
They've clinched the 4th double bye no matter what. But that means that you play the number 5 team, and the number 5 team would be Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's why I'm not killing you for saying it. I just got such a hard time believing they just straight up lose out.
Well, no, it's because when you look at the team, the reason why I say that, Dusty May is going to have to do a lot of work and soul searching right now.
A lot.
Because it's the body language, Mike. It's not, okay, we lost. It's we're always losing. It's just that they don't believe in themselves right now, and that's the biggest problem. Like, I don't know if they can shake off this game and move on to the next one. It was almost like they celebrated that the victory over Rutgers. And then, it was like, oh, they forgot Illinois was coming in here because Yaka Jonas didn't even have a good game. And they still got beat by 20.
Oh, by the way, you can add Rutgers to when your NIL goes wrong. Kansas, Arkansas, Rutgers. Rutgers got 2 top 5 NBA players in the NIL land.
That wasn't even NIL. That was just they're freshmen. I got you.
Come on now. Yeah. They're making more money than Sore Thompson. Don't tell me it's NIL.
This ain't Pikel's best job.
It's been a disaster.
Right, because I'm like, you were supposed to be at the top of the Big Ten. You're not playing in the Big Ten tournament.
Ruckus. Okay. You know what? I was gone for a week. You guys really added some new things. We'll get more to people. Let me keep it somewhat timely. Wow. Where did that come from?
Who said it?
Okay, good stuff. 248-539-9797. I can actually say this with a straight face. The weather is warming up. 40 today, 50s the next few. We're going to have a 68-degree day here in the next week. I'm telling you. Doppler Guido. I'm all over it.
Right. Fire smoke.
But I'm telling you. So bottom line, Victor's Home Solutions, overlook those spring home improvement projects, getting your roof and windows inspected. Make sure they have an airtight seal. Why is it important for spring? The freeze and thaw of the winter can cause shingles on your roof to become brittle. You could have cracking. Guys, gaps in your windows or your walls. You could have water coming in from the outside. Not great, Bob. Not great. Call Victor's Home Solutions today. Free 21-point roof inspection. They'll go over every square inch of the roof and window to make sure there's nowhere for nature to get in. And if it's time for a new roof or windows, Victor's has you covered. Prompt follow-up, on-time appointments, clear communication, perfect installation the first time, industry-leading warranties. Just call today before spring gets into high gear. 734-773-1100 or online at victors.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Pistons coach J.B. Bickerstaff has earned Eastern Conference Coach of the Month for the team's effort in February. He's the first Detroit coach to be tabbed with such an honor since Flip Saunders did it in 2008. During the month, Detroit rattled off an 8-game winning streak and went 9-3.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Isn't that crazy? Here, Bickerstaff's Pistons as they begin their 4-game West Coast road trip at Utah tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9. The Tigers lost to the Blue Jays 13-3, but Tarek Skubal did ace-like things again today. Skubal gave up just one hit in 3 innings of work as well. Forward Michael Rasmussen was back on the practice ice today for the Red Wings. He has not played since February 23rd after suffering a head injury. The Wings are back in action tomorrow against the Hurricanes at LCA. The latest AP college basketball poll was released. Michigan State remained in the 8th spot, while Michigan dropped 2 more spots to 17. Here's some thoughts from Dusty May tonight on Inside Michigan Basketball on WWJ at 7. With the tournament set to begin tomorrow, the Horizon League Basketball Awards were released today. Oakland big man Alan Mukeba received an All-League second-team nod. Detroit Mercy's Nate Johnson was listed on the All-Freshman team. Dallas Mavericks fans have been testy since the Luka Doncic trade. More news that they might not like today. The team announced they're raising ticket prices by at least 8.5% next season. For, quote, ongoing investments in the team and fan engagement, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. If you want Red Wing trade talk, we covered it first hour of the show. Go and get it. We talked a little bit of Lions out of the combine. That's there too. But we've had some fun with March Madness, college basketball. But for a moment, can I just talk about what we just heard there? Yeah. All right. I made a comment earlier in the show, and I said that while Bickerstaff should be coach of the year, and it is no slander on the Pistons and what they're doing, I'm just not interested because the NBA is not a real league anymore. It is just, the NBA, like I've heard this term used, it's just like a social media league. It's a fodder league. Nothing's real. And whether it was what Draymond said about there's no substance to the games, true. Whether it's unlikable stars, hello, Paul George, signing off of your podcast to, wait for it, do what you're paid $52 million to do, and not even well at this point, to the Mavericks making a trade that obviously the easy button is shred it versus look at why they did it. But then not reading the room, and after you've dealt the most popular player outside of Dirk Nowitzki in franchise history, raising your ticket price is 8.5%. There's nothing about the NBA I can take seriously. Nothing.
The audacity to raise the ticket price.
Wow.
They just held a funeral for Dirk. I mean, not Dirk, but
he's not dead. He was just at Luka's game in LA last week.
They just held the funeral for Luka, and now you're saying, I know you're still up. They boo him. They ejected people out of the building for booing him, saying fire, mouthing the words, fire the GM. And here's an extra bonus for you. We're going to raise your ticket prices.
Unbelievable.
I mean, that is really just spitting in the face of your fan base.
It's just none of it's real. I don't know what it is.
Like, you may want to just hold off a year or at least wait till a little bit later. Swelling's not down yet.
No, and the other problem, it's like in the NHL, you can make a case for any of the 16 teams that get in, they can make a run. It's happened. I mean, like even going back to one of the reasons I fell in love with the NHL as a kid was the 93 Islanders. They were the 8th seed. They were the last team to get in. They were a bunch of rats. They took down the 2-time defending champion Penguins. Then they won the next series. Like they got to the conference finals against Montreal, who, that was the last time Canada could find the Stanley Cup with 2 hands and a flashlight. The NBA, look at the Pistons. They're hard to play against. They're going to guard you. A lot of effort. They have a star on the rise. Here's your problem. They're not one of the top 12 teams in the league for title odds. Because in the NBA, it's basically like a 4-team tournament.
It is.
It's just not, none of it's real.
Right. The Pistons are just kind of tournament plant team. So you kind of go through that so that they can work on the different things to get to that 14th.
Right. And it's not a shot. That it's not demeaning them. That it's not disrespecting the unbelievable turnaround they've had. The point is, I won't be able to take it serious until this summer when they trade for Lauri Markkanen. That's what I want.
Or Devin Booker.
Fine. Love it.
Or
no.
Kevin Durant.
No, absolutely not.
He wants out. They may get rid of him. He only wants to go to a contender, and that's you.
He's approaching Kyrie levels. I'm being serious. He's approaching Kyrie levels as far as like what he does to your franchise.
Think of KD and Cade.
No. Why would I want an old balding? No. Cade needs a stretch 4. He needs Lauri Markkanen. I'm going to make that happen.
Kevin Durant?
No, absolutely not.
He's one of the all-time.
I didn't
best
say a
players in the
bitter.
league.
What on earth? I'd like to state for the record, a pastor.
I was influenced by the devil. I'm sorry. Kenny was on my shoulder. I'm so sorry.
Unbelievable. All right, so let's get on track. We have asked the question. March is here, which means it's okay to care about college hoops.
Right.
Michigan and Michigan State have been ranked all year long. Both good teams. But it's always funny when people go, hey, is this team a contender? And it's like, well, contender for what? If it's the national championship, no. Because I don't think anyone's beaten Auburn or Duke. That's not some provocative opinion. I just think they are monoliths. Now, could anything happen in the tourney? Could they both get aced out to Fairleigh Dickinson? Anything's possible. But I asked Rico. Top 10 Rico is here today. And I just start with Michigan, go to Michigan State. What are they contenders for? What are fans who if they've watched all year, they're interested. If they haven't, they're going to lock in now. What the hell are they watching? What's the ceiling for each team?
The ceiling for Michigan, probably, if you're in the right bracket, it's that 4-5 game, because I think Michigan's going to end up as probably a 5 seed, meaning they're going to play a 4 seed. The right 4 seed, and they can make it to the Sweet 16. I think it ends right there, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to end in the round of 32. Michigan is a team that started off hot. They've run out of gas. Wolf has been figured out. Vlad Golden, he's going to be up there for Big Ten Player of the Year. He just gets it done, but he is the only one. The backcourt turns the ball over. And then they miss a ton of free throws, including Wolf lately. Like he can't throw a penny in the ocean. And did I mention turnovers? They do it a lot. So for Michigan State, defense is really starting to come together. This is the team. Everybody's accepting their roles, and I think that's what's helping is nobody's doing anything that they trying to play that hero ball. And with Tom Izzo, let's face it, these are the teams that he takes far. Not the teams that are loaded full of stars, but it's the teams that just kind of come out of nowhere. They grind the game to a halt. They make you look bad, and before you know it, you're looking up at the clock saying, how in the hell did this Michigan State team beat us? I think for Michigan State, they'll probably come in as a 2 seed, and depending on who the 1 seed is, if they can make it to the Final Four, but I would say for them, the ceiling is probably the Elite 8.
248-539-9797. And look, it's tough when it's championship or bust for a place like Michigan State, but again, it has been, candidly, since before COVID that they've had a team anybody wanted to watch. It has not been a good run. They have not been fun to watch. This team actually is. I mean, I said it earlier in the show, you probably got to have Cohen Carr put a diaper on because he may end up with Jimmy Butler shorts, if you know what I mean, with how hard he dunks.
Mike, when they went on this 5-game stretch, I was really like, if they can go 3-2,
yeah,
I was satisfied. Like, you're not going to win all 5 of these games, but if you could at least get the home games and maybe steal one on the road, they went on 5. Didn't see that coming.
No, and look, 5 straight top 25 Ken Palm teams under 70 points. If you play that level of defense, if you rebound the basketball, their issue's going to be shooting. It's going to be, can they hit timely shots? Can they get just enough from deep? And then pray you don't see Auburn or Duke. For Michigan, I have a hard time saying they're not going to win again. I know, David, that's been your bit.
They got 3 ranked teams they're going to have to play in a row.
Maryland State, and then whoever they get out of the double
Probably
bye.
Wisconsin.
I still got to believe they're going to win one. But the point is, you're right with everything you say. If you're in a one-and-done format here on out, you don't rebound it, you don't make free throws, and you turn it over, and they're bad turnovers, yeah, it's a recipe to go home early.
And your star player is taking a step backwards in Wolf. I mean, at one point, I really thought he was a lottery pick at the beginning of the year. I mean, nobody could figure him out. This 7-foot point guard, really, and now I don't know if this is the season wore down on him. It's not the Ivy League anymore. He's not the same Wolf. Does he have the potential? David, absolutely. If he turns it back on, all bets are off, and Michigan could be a team that people don't want to play. And now you got to worry about him and Vlad Golden. But as of now, he needs to recharge himself.
Yeah, the hope is what you said earlier, is if they were to lose in the Big Ten tournament that Friday and they get that rest, that he gets recharged. That's the hope. But I don't see that happening. And
hold on real quick. The reason why I said that, it's not a dig at Michigan.
No, I know.
I've talked multiple Big Ten coaches off the record say they only want to make it to Friday and then lose so they can go home and rest their team.
The problem that I have is, okay, say that happens and you get to the tournament and things aren't looking well. Well, their body language right now is already saying once things don't go well, they just kind of.
Yeah, but that was one game. That was the Illinois game. It's one game. I mean, if you want to say the end of the state game where it was out of hand and they kind of just laid down and died.
Yeah.
All right. But the Illinois game's a stinker. You draw a line through it. It's like a bad horse race. You just draw a line through it.
But when you keep turning the ball over every game,
well, that's who they are.
You keep giving up offensive rebounds every game.
Also who they are.
That's just.
But again, David, they've had a knack. Look, I can't. Why do you put me in a position I have to defend Michigan? They're pretty good in close games. They're one of the best teams in America.
Yeah,
they
are.
are.
9-4, or 10-4 in games that are 4-point or less. I think but I mean they just hit the 3-point shot against Rutgers. Dylan Harper just forgot to guard his man and left him wide open, and Burnett just took advantage of it and drilled a shot. So yes, if it's a close game, Mike, they know how to win those. They've been in enough of them. But when they lose badly.
248-539-9797. We will get some ticket texts. We'll also get to your phone calls as well. We got a little football today for you later in the hour. Top 10 Rico. Be curious.
Nope, Mike, how about this? Everybody, why don't you take a little journey with me with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service? Why? Because I'm about to start up using Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They're going to come out and they're going to work on my lawn. So you guys can take this journey with me. If you want, I suggest you call 888-GET-GREEN right now and you get started on your journey as well. As a matter of fact, for limited time only, you get a full lawn program and get free grub control. But you got to mention my name. Call and say, you heard it from Rico on 97.1, and you can get started on this journey with me. Natural Way will have a specific person who will work with you. Not just some kid straight out of college or in college right now, but somebody who actually knows what they're doing. Call 888-GET-GREEN today. Get started on your journey, and you and I will have great lawns. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service.
If your furnace ain't running right, you need reliable service, and now call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, generators too, and if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they'll take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about the Winter Bundle Up discount. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. Just trying to get a handle on the next 3 weeks and what we're watching with Michigan and Michigan State, and just what are they contenders for? Is it a Sweet 16? Is it a Final Four? Is it more? Or, hell, David's over here saying Michigan won't win another game. For State, Rico's got them in the Elite Eight. That's the ceiling. And again, if you don't face Duke or Auburn, why not? Totally plausible. So let's get to the people. Go to Darren, 97.1. Darren, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
First off, I just want to, these casual Michigan fans calling in, there's one common denominator with this team, and I'm going to call him out. It's Roddy Gale Jr. Guy is 1 for 27 in his last 15 games, and this is an upperclassman that's been playing in the Big Ten for the last 3 years. And when Reuben Jones is sick, Sam Walters is hurt, how do you not step up? This team needs you to be a slashing wing, 3-and-D guy, and you do nothing. Turnovers, his plus or minus is god-awful. It's sad. And to answer your guys' question, where this team's headed, Wednesday tells you everything. You beat Maryland single-handedly. You have a control on the game. We're happy. We're going into Michigan State with everything still in front of us, right? Regular season Big Ten, and then going into the tournament. But honestly, round to 64 right now, and this is coming from a season ticket holder.
No, I understand it because I get it, and I mean, Darren, I'm trying to be level-headed about it. It's hard for me to go, well, they're not going to win a game. They've been so good all year, and they've won every close game. Yes, they look tired, and yes, the things you've brought up, their weaknesses, those are a recipe for disaster when you get late season or certainly one-and-done format.
But Darren, is it just a little bit of frustration that you're saying round to 64? Like when you really take a step back, can you see this team kind of hitting the recharge button and maybe making a run in the tournament?
Well, if you have us as a 5 seed like you project, I feel like we're going to get like a James Madison right now, or a hot, big, not a big time school coming in. And plus we can't, this team's allergic to this separation of a lead. Like they're so allergic to just blowing a team out or just single-handedly winning a game. And it's just, it's sad. I'm at a loss of words right now because, I mean, granted 8-24 last year was fantastic, not what we were looking for. So the fact that we're even still talking about a regular season Big Ten championship and maybe, a run in the tournament is, I don't know. I'm confused with this team, and
you're frustrated. I can hear it. And because James, here's the thing. I'm sorry, Darren. Here's the thing. I was really hoping for a Michigan-Kansas second round game. Did we schedule that by accident? I was looking forward to Hunter going up against his old team, but I don't think that's going to happen.
And I'll play devil's advocate. I mean, I'm not a big Izzo fan. I'm not a big Michigan State fan, but that team just reminds me of the 04 Pistons. There's no overwhelming superstar. You got Trey Howellman who comes off the bench and he's like, against Michigan, he just hits everything in sight. It's just like
right, but that was also. Look, that was pixie dust. I know that. I mean, for God's sakes, he may as well have done the Jordan gesture against the Blazers. That was ridiculous. But yeah, Darren, look, the problem for State, they don't have a star. It's very tough late shot clock. Maybe Jace Richardson has a Scotty Thurman kind of rise here in March, old school Arkansas. You remember how he made a career out of who is this guy to national champion?
Wow. Good pull by.
Or maybe a better one.
No, I
got
that.
Kenny scrambling to Google for that.
I like the Scotty Thurman. But you're right. It's just that guy who, or you know what? Let's go a little bit not that far back when all of a sudden just like Darrell Summers came from nowhere. And it was just like, where was this all year?
I know.
And he was averaging 26 points a game in the tournament. That's what if he could turn into that. But yeah, I look at Jace. He's accepting the role more. But the thing is, Mike, I think his teammates are accepting his role of what he is, and it's not just who's this freshman coming in trying to score points. It's, you know what? Let's get the ball to Jace, and let's let Jace cook.
Look, maybe they're weapon too. I'm not going to make it more than what I think they are. I think they're good. I'm hopeful they go on a nice run. I do think State has limitations, but their weapon is also most of these schools, the players don't play together. Like, there's no familiarity. There's no time in the system. Now, it's working for St. John's and my guy Tricky Ricky, but in general, it's more Arkansas, Kansas, portal disasters. Yeah. MSU has got players with years, plural, in the system. So maybe that becomes more of a weapon. I don't know.
Yeah, because when all of a sudden they tap you out and say, hey, you're heading to the bench, I'm coming into the game, there's no pouting. It's, all right, you guard him, and you give him instructions, and you go to the bench, and you're waiting for your turn. It's almost like they bring him in like hockey shifts where, I'm only going to sit here for about another 5-10 minutes, and then I'm back in the game.
David, go ahead. You look poised to
because I just remembered something, and you mentioned his name, Tricky Ricky. Did you see the white suit this weekend?
Listen.
Oh, my gosh.
St. John's first regular season Big East title in 40 years.
I was like, it's back. It is back.
Look. You got to separate Pitino, the human, from Pitino, the coach. All right? So if you're just talking coaching, in my lifetime, I'm 44. If he's not a top 5 college basketball coach, then I must be watching a different sport. He has now won a regular season championship with his 5th different school.
Did you, while we're talking about Rick Pitino, you were on vacation and don't know if you heard his comments.
About?
It wasn't anything slanderous, but he just said that from here on out, he's all about that portal life.
Oh, yeah. No.
He was like, yeah. They were like, so if Cooper Flagg went, I
wouldn't take him because bottom line, he goes, I'm not interested in high schoolers. We're going to have 2 guys leaving. I saw the video clip. I'm recruit. We need adults, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Look here. And again, they have an advantage. The guy who's funding them is also arguably the guy who spends the most money in horse racing. It's Mike Rapoli. So
Rapoli comes back to horse
No,
racing.
it's just he's a St. John's grad.
Gotcha.
And he's also big in horse racing. He created Vitamin Water, and then he's partners with Brady on that.
50 Cent?
Correct. And then he's partners with Brady on that Noble fitness gear. But basically, Pitino goes, look, if I find out we need more money, I call my guy Rapoli. So St. John's is just very open about it.
Yeah.
They've got a guy whose net worth is, I think it's like $7 or $8 billion, bankrolling the whole deal.
Because somehow I see that as that potential Sweet 16 game, MSU St. John's.
Oh, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
You know how they accidentally schedule these things, Mike?
Oh, man.
Wait, did we Foster Lawyer going to his old team? Who would have thought?
You're right. It'll be Pitino Izzo again.
Right now, they have Lenardi has St. John as a number 3 seed in Michigan State's.
Oh, Jesus.
And I didn't even know that.
He's going to break out the white suit.
Oh, the Mr. Rourke.
I love it. I
was there for that.
It's good stuff. 248-539-9797. All right, Paulson's, they're having their annual inventory clearance sale right now. And look, they got to move product. They're offering up to 70% off on 4K TVs, speakers, outdoor speakers, amps, receivers. Guys, if they got it, you're getting savings on it, period. And don't forget, they have a complete lineup of outdoor technology, whether it's an outdoor TV, landscape lighting, speakers. Go to Paulson's. The possibilities border on endless. Visit paulsonsav.com. Register for their biggest annual event of the year, the Music Matters event. That starts March 19th at Paulson's. Just go to paulsonsav.com. NBA action. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel's got you covered. Better live betting than anyone else. And in the NBA, look, the swings are nuts. I mean, the other night, the Celtics were up by 20. It was like 20-2. They ended up losing the game. If you grab the Cavs live score, look, Pistons tonight or SGPs, whatever you want, they got you covered. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more. With FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We are going to end the show on a sad note momentarily, but Odyssey.com Rewind. We did the Red Wings stuff. I'm sure it'll be a storyline all week. Kenny, any of those hockey crumbs, bring them to the table. You better make a move by Friday. Let's invest on making the playoffs. It's time. We also covered the Lions, and look, I think it was an interesting topic coming out of the Combine. You're built to take some risks. We gave you a player that would be super interesting at 28. And we'll keep our eye on that stuff because free agency is right around the corner. But a sad note, Rico.
What's that?
Breaking news today. Taylor Swift's people, whatever that means, are encouraging her to end her relationship with Travis Kelce to, quote, protect her global brand, close quote.
Whoa. You know what that means?
No, I don't. I really don't.
That means
I really have no.
Travis is going to get hit with some strays, and her next album will blow up.
By the way,
because all her albums are basically songs about her exes. But you know that going in. So good luck, Travis.
All she'd have to do is send him a tape at a Super Bowl. Bury him quite enough.
Jeez.
The dude, him coming back, by the way. Who asked for that? Dude, you're done. Stop it. Where are your people to tell you you're done?
Because I think he realized maybe I need to not go on a global tour.
I've heard that.
In the summertime and actually put some work in.
If those two kids can't make it, there really is no hope for us.
Wait, so what about the NFL script? Is it over?
No, we'll just come up with a new one next
year. The Taylor button. What do we do with that?
Just let the offseason play out.
Does that go away like Sharknado?
Kenny, a few ticket texts here, and we have actually both Rieger and Wojo.
For a pretty decent show. I think a 2-hour show.
Ooh, somebody better get Bob some electrolytes. Not used to working more than 20 minutes. Go ahead there, Kenny.
This on the Jimmy Johnson stuff. I agree. Jimmy and Terry should retire and give some young person a chance at the job. I'd love to see Greg Olson in one of those spots. That's from Matt in a truck.
They got to have Tom. Tom Brady's got to go. Greg Olson needs his old job back.
Mm-hmm.
Did Mike just turn John Cena into a child assassin? That's from an
I mean, you said he went heel. I don't know.
As an unbiased Sparty, I think Michigan's bottom is about to fall out. MSU, Final Four, Duke, and Auburn look like giants. U of M might get out of the first weekend.
Yeah, and look, we're going to have some fun with that. Like I'm going to offer Rico a bet at some point this week. I just got to make sure we don't have a Kenyon Martin situation. I got to make sure nobody dies pre-tournament.
Right.
But I'm going to take Duke and Auburn. You can have everybody else.
Okay.
And we're going to have some fun.
We can do that.
It'll make it interesting.
Yeah, we can do that.
Because they are. Those. You had a great stat. What was it about Auburn?
The average age of Auburn starters is older than the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Nice sport. Bob, plug in, please.
Yeah, I'm plugged.
I want to ask you a question to see if I'm being unfair. Okay.
Right.
There's the microphone.
There's the microphone, and I'm plugged in. What do you want?
So I am apt to...
Unfair.
Okay, good. All right, so what's coming up next? Can I really ask it now?
Yes, I'm listening.
I want your opinion on how we open the show today.
Ooh.
Do the Wings have to make a move by Friday? Yes or no?
I think they do. I mean,
okay.
Could they make the playoffs without making a move? I suppose, but
is now the time.
Yeah, you can't do the same thing as last year. They've had almost the exact same hot streak, January and February this year, as they had last year.
Who's the player?
And it fell apart. See, that I don't know. Do you go for a goalie?
There is none. It's John Gibson. Do you want that? At $6.8 million? 2 more years?
And Binnington sucks now, right?
Not ideal.
Yeah.
We had other names, but
okay,
it was Gudis, who's he's a pain in the ass. He's a physical defenseman from Anaheim. He's a captain. Yeah. And he's $4 million bucks.
Okay.
And he's signed through next year. And then we had 2 forwards.
Okay.
One is an expiring from the Islanders, Brock Nelson, or Marchessault. 34, Stanley Cup tested, top line guy, Nashville. He'll be expensive. But if you added some scoring help, top 6 forward, you added a defenseman who can help you on the penalty kill. Like, isn't it time? I was asking Bob, I said the way we started the show, don't the Wings have to make a move by Friday?
I mean, definitely. Jonathan Marchessault is kind of a head case, though. Remember, he had all kinds of issues in Vegas. And
oh, yeah. Well, this year, though, even though the record is similar to last year, I think it's more urgent this year. And
Yes.
I think it feels, I could be totally wrong, but doesn't it feel a little bit more legitimate than last year? Wasn't last year kind of
It does.
out of nowhere? And is it real or is it not real?
I got something that's going to piss you guys off because I actually think, and listen, I don't think they're making the playoffs. The schedule down the stretch is number one. It's very difficult.
So 2 years in a row.
But I actually, you're going to hate me for this. I actually think they're on the right track. They got 7-8 dudes under the age of 24 that are actually doing something for this team.
Rigger, I don't think the people are ready for
and there
that.
It is.
Because
there it is.
Last year,
Steve Bott. They got to me.
You were in the playoffs, and you're saying that they will fall off a cliff again. But wait for the young guys.
Or here's
Wait
an
for the
idea.
kids.
Here's an idea. Plant a flag. Go trade for Rantanen.
Oh, I would take that.
I'm making a point. Like at a certain time, you got to invest in making the playoffs.
No, for sure.
Like how? Like the draft picks they're going to use this year.
No, and I agree
Those guys
with you.
won't be ready till 2031.
I'm not saying. I didn't mean to get you all upset.
Yes,
and I'm
you
not,
did.
I did actually. I'm not saying this is what Steve's going to do, but there's a chance that Steve looks at this team and says, "I'll do the same thing as I did last year."
No, I don't think he will.
I think there is. I'm not ready to give up big time draft equity for a player that could come in as a potential rental or. If
They
he doesn't
need
fit
some
our core.
sandpaper.
I agree.
And some veteran presence, and they need another center with the copper out. And I do believe the move he has foreshadowed, bringing Kane back and others. He has foreshadowed that they're going to at least go for it a little bit more this year.
What if I offer you a guy that could actually act as a trade deadline acquisition? How about Dylan Larkin starts playing like Dylan Larkin again? That dude has been bad since the face-offs, whatever you want to say.
Oh, this guy's unbelievable. All right, that's it. They're coming up next.
Is this top 15, Rieger?
That's NIT Rieger over there.
Whoa. He's a
You guys have
-6
sympathy
his
for me
last
right now?
4 games.
We
You have a
understand.
lot of sympathy for me right now.
No,
I do.
you just got off vacation. You're fine. You can handle
on
it.
vacation.
What the hell?
You're just being very negative right now.
Yes, yes, you are.
I said they got 8 guys under the age of 24 that actually
But
can
they
do
still
something.
suck, and they're not going to the
Dylan
playoffs.
has not been very good
Is this
lately.
because Illinois hit a lot of threes?
Shut up with that.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a nice game, huh?
97-1.